Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Marquess and the Maiden by Robin de Hart, narrated by Rachel Beresford. Prologue. London, 1845. Harriet Wheatley grabbed onto the bedposts and sucked in her breath. Her eyes fluttered closed, and she did her best to suppress a groan. She felt the hands at her back and winced as her lady's maid tightened her corset. "I don't think I can do this," she whispered, as the lacing continued. "Don't be ridiculous," her mother said. "Of course you can. This is what we've been hoping for. An opportunity such as this. The Marquess of Devonport is in need of funds, and your dowry is substantial." This wasn't what she'd been hoping for, but she wouldn't say that to her mother. When she'd debuted 2 years before, she'd expected to readily find a love match the way her sister had. She was not the great beauty that Helen was. Still, Harriet had hoped to find her perfect match. One party after another proved that would not happen for her. Everything her mother said was true. Harriet hadn't had one single suitor in the 2 years since her debut, at least not anyone who wasn't twice her age. She wasn't certain what was wrong with her, but she suspected her lack of appeal with the younger lords was that she became so awkward around them she couldn't stop talking. Their eyes would widen, and then they'd make excuses and walk away. Her family had been waiting for such a chance, to marry her off any way they could. "You've known Oliver nearly your entire life," her mother said, softening her voice. "Simply because you and Lady Devonport have been friends my entire life." Oliver had never so much as dropped a glance her way. But hard times had changed everything for him, and it would seem that she was to be his saviour. Lottie, her maid, gave her a sympathetic look, then moved her over to the dressing table and began the arduous work of taming her curls into some manner of fashionable coif. "You cannot deny that the man is handsome," her mother said. "I'm not blind, Mother. Every girl in London knows that Lord Devonport is handsome." Sinfully so, which made this all the worse. She lost her ability to speak as a normal person when faced with extreme male attraction. She supposed, because of that, it was best that men, for the most part, had come to ignore her, unless they needed to inquire about one of her friends. "Yes, well, since his accident, the rest of the girls in London haven't seemed to notice that." Harriet smirked. "That makes no sense. He has a limp and walks with a cane. His face is without a blemish." Her mother's brows rose in a question. "Whether or not I find him handsome matters not when he is accustomed to a different type of woman." Her mother's lips disappeared into a thin line. "That terrible woman!" She shook her head. "You do not even think about her." She grabbed onto Harriet's shoulders, standing behind her so that Harriet could see their reflection in the mirror. "This is the perfect solution to both your problems. You have been unsuccessful in securing a husband, for whatever reasons, and Oliver finds himself in desperate need of funds." Meaning only a man in sheer desperation would agree to marry her. She understood what her mother was saying. It stung, but it was the truth. "Is Lady Devonport going over the plan with him?" Harriet asked. "She said that approaching him about it would take a delicate hand. It is why tonight's ball is perfect. All you need to do, my sweet girl, is smile and be yourself." "That hasn't worked thus far to gain me any suitors," Harriet said. Her mother waved her hand as she stepped away from the mirror. "Men see you as Malcolm's younger sister, that is the problem. It was easier for Georgia to find her match. She debuted before Malcolm inherited the title. She appreciated her mother's words, but felt certain that being Malcolm's younger sister had nothing to do with her near spinsterhood. Her older sister, Helen, was beautiful in the way that men craved. She was delicate and graceful, whereas Harriet was too short and too voluptuous. While her figure might have inspired Flemish painter Paul Rubens to put her form to canvas, by today's standards she was overly endowed. A union between her and Lord Davenport would be denying herself a chance for a love match, but he'd be sacrificing too, so a marriage between the two of them made sense. She supposed she should be happy that the Marquess of Davenport was so desperately in need of her funds, else she might never find a husband. Oliver Weeks, Marquess of Davenport, stared at the floor. Would that he could, he would not have even shown up this evening. But damned if he didn't have a soft spot where his mother was concerned. She'd endured much at the hands of his father, and therefore Oliver typically indulged her. She rarely asked for anything. Escorting her to the Whitmore soiree didn't seem to be too much to do, despite the fact that this was the first time he'd been out in proper society in more than 6 months. Not since his accident. Not since his nearly betrothed had abandoned him to marry a man who could walk normally. His mother stood on his left side, while he hobbled on his right with the assistance of his cane. Now that they were here, he realized there had been more to her request, something she'd left unsaid, because she'd known he never would have agreed. His mother's ulterior motive became clear the moment they entered the ballroom. She led them directly to her closest friend, the widowed Duchess of Lockwood, and her youngest daughter. "Oliver, dear, you remember Harriet," his mother said. He glanced from one set of female eyes to another. This was no mere accompaniment to a ball. This was an ambush. He settled his gaze on Harriet. It had been a while since he'd seen her, or perhaps he hadn't been this close to her, because he was certain he would have remembered a bosom like hers. Her pale pink gown left her creamy shoulders uncovered, and the bodice moulded to her torso, bringing attention to the indention at her waist. But her breasts were spectacular, and the fabric that sat between them dared anyone to look away. The lovely mounds rose and fell with each of her breaths, and he realized that they would more than fill his hands. He shifted uncomfortably. It would do him no good to ogle her while their mothers stood and watched. He bowed over her hand as best he was able with his damned leg. "Lady Harriet." He was going to throttle his mother when they returned home. He shifted his eyes to her, not even trying to hide his anger. "Lord Davenport?" Harriet said. He could not miss the way her mother cleared her throat and gave her daughter a slight nudge. Harriet blushed, but still stepped forward. "Would you care to escort me to the portrait hall? I'm told it is something one truly must experience." He shot another quick glare in his mother's direction. Declining Harriet's shy request would only punish her, and this brazen setup that their mothers had orchestrated was not any more Harriet's fault than it was his. He reluctantly held out his arm for Harriet and let her lead them away. "It's been unusually cold as of late, wouldn't you say?" she asked. "I hadn't noticed." She chuckled lightly. "I'm not complaining. I do enjoy a brisk breeze." He grunted non-committally. "I've been eagerly reading about the upcoming votes on the railroad expansions. It's all very exciting," she said. He didn't think she actually required him to participate in this conversation. She babbled about some vase that had been broken a few months before at the British Museum. Harriet had a mouth on her, he'd give her that. His family had known the Lockwood family forever, it seemed. They were one of the few families in London who hadn't abandoned them when his father had lost nearly every penny they had. Even now, when he and his mother had little save their names and ancestral estate, the Lockwoods remained friendly. Yet even having a predetermined fondness for them because of this, Harriet was so bloody cheerful and talkative, she was driving him to madness. At the moment she was blathering on about the heavy gilded frame holding the portrait of a soldier upon a large black steed. It was quite evident that their mothers had designed this entire evening solely for the purpose of putting him and Harriet together. Harriet's fortune could, no doubt, save him and his mother. The tour of the portrait hall didn't take very long, thankfully, and he led her back toward the ballroom. He had to rid himself of her before he did something drastic to shut her up. His gait paused as he saw the tall woman across the ballroom. Catherine. Her pale, nearly silver hair was piled artfully atop her head, leaving her long, graceful neck exposed. She was as stunning as she'd been the last time he'd seen her, when she'd walked away from him. On her arm stood her equally attractive husband. They cut a striking couple. Anyone could see that. "I still have several dances that haven't been claimed," Harriet said. He dropped his gaze to her and frowned, then tapped his cane on the floor. Her eyes widened, then she winced. "What a goose I am. Of course you can't dance. It matters not. I'm not very skilled at it myself." Had she always been this talkative? He didn't think so. She was obviously nervous. He made her nervous. He likely scared the hell out of her, as he seemed to do most people. She was willing to overlook her aversion to him because she was desperate, or because her mother was forcing her. Well, he would not marry a woman for her money. He would rebuild the family fortune himself. His gaze moved back to Catherine and her husband. He had no intention of marrying anyone, ever. He didn't give a damn if the title died with him, or went to some distant cousin who lived in the country with pigs and sheep. He'd never subject himself to that kind of rejection again, which meant he had to end this ridiculous plan of their mother's before it went too far. Harriet was finally quiet for several moments before she spoke again. "It would appear that our mothers are doing a bit of matchmaking." "Indeed." He grabbed a flute of champagne off a footman's tray and drained the glass. Then he turned and faced the attractive, yet annoyingly cheerful woman before him. "It won't work." "Sorry? What won't?" How was it possible for her eyes to be that round and that blue? "This." He motioned at the space between them. "I am not interested." She opened her mouth to speak, then stopped, leaving her rosebud lips in an O shape. And his disinterest wasn't the entire truth. She was far too attractive, boasting curves that a girl of 10 and 9 should not possess. In fact, he'd found that most women in London lacked such lush curves. But the things he'd want to do with Harriet Wheatley involved her mouth being otherwise occupied. The only sound emitting from her lips would be cries of pleasure. "I realize I am not your first choice. I'm certainly not beautiful in the fashionable way, but I do have a hefty dowry, and you are in need of funds. It seems as if we could solve each other's problems." "No," he said flatly. "Don't you want better for your mother?" "Even that isn't enough to tempt me." He leaned in slightly, not too close, but enough that she could hear his lowered voice. "I don't want your money, and I don't want you." Harriet fell backward onto her bed. Humiliation burned in her stomach. Tonight was supposed to be a guaranteed match. a union brought about by two people who couldn't find anyone else to marry. Yet he'd rejected her. It was official. No man wanted her. Well, she wouldn't ever do that again. She would rather die alone than feel like this again. She certainly didn't want to marry the Marquess of Davenport either. He was far too bleak and taciturn for her tastes. It mattered not that he was so handsome. She'd had a difficult time formulating coherent sentences when she looked at his face. Instead, she'd prattled on about the weather. He must think her the silliest of females. That was the most humiliating thing she'd ever endured. She'd practically begged him to marry her. He had been horribly rude, coming right out and saying he wasn't interested in her. All the while his eyes had slid over her entire person so thoroughly she'd felt exposed, felt every last flaw in her flesh. She'd always been a plump girl, but her mother had assured her that she'd grow out of it. Instead, it had gotten worse, since she'd never grown much taller than she'd been when she was 10 and 5, and shorter than average meant that her body couldn't spread out as much as others could. What resulted was a more than ample bosom, but also a soft belly and too round of a bottom. She didn't need an arrogant man to remind her she wasn't attractive. No, she'd never endure again what had happened tonight. Tomorrow she would tell her mother, in no uncertain terms, she would only ever consider marriage for love. If there ever was a next time, she wanted to be certain the man truly wanted her. Chapter 1. London, May 1851. Oliver stepped into the smaller dining room they used for breakfast and informal dinners, and his mother nearly choked on her eggs. He ignored her reaction and made his way over to the sideboard and fixed himself a plate. He'd learned long ago how to balance anything with his left hand, while keeping his right hand on his cane so as to not fall over. It had taken practice, and he'd stumbled many times, not always in private either. "Good morning," she said, not hiding the surprise in her tone. "I had thought you'd forgotten breakfast was a customary task." "I do eat breakfast, Mother," he said, taking his seat adjacent her at the table. "I tend to do so after you." "Because you are out so late?" He shrugged. "Benedict's doesn't open until later in the evening. You left me a note last night expressing a desire to speak with me, so here I am." "And so compliant." She frowned at him. "What has gotten into you this morning? Are you ill?" Can a son not enjoy a breakfast with his mother without it meaning anything dastardly? I can leave and go back upstairs if you prefer. "No, of course not, darling. My apologies. I'm thrilled you joined me for breakfast." She eyed his plate, piled with food. "Eat. I can see that you're hungry." He did as she bade, and she even allowed him to eat in peace for several moments, before she began regaling him about all the gossip from last night's party. He vaguely caught comments about the latest fashion trends and the excitement about the Crystal Palace exhibits. He'd already been a handful of times. The structure itself offered hours' worth of enjoyment, even without the exhibitions inside. "And I think it is past time for you to select a wife," she said. "What did you say?" he asked, wanting to make certain he hadn't imagined her words. "You have brooded long enough. You've rebuilt the family fortune, regained everything your father lost, plus amassed a great fortune yourself. Yet you have allowed a slight limp to prevent you from doing so many things." All of her words rushed out as if she'd been holding them in for far too long. "So, this is my proposition. Select a wife, or I shall do it for you." He raised his eyes to look at her. His mother was a handsome woman, aging well despite her hair beginning to grey and laugh lines accenting her eyes and mouth. He'd often wondered why she had never remarried. She'd gotten close once, and then he'd had his accident. The gentleman had then left for the continent, but Oliver heard he'd returned from his adventures. Perhaps their affections could be rekindled. He didn't want his mother to waste any more of her life taking care of him. Shortly after the accident, and after Catherine had made it abundantly clear she had no plans of marrying him, he'd needed his mother's assistance. He'd had to rely on her and Benedict for nearly everything, until he'd healed enough to walk with a cane. She was right. It was time for him to marry, if only to grant his mother permission to have her own life. He knew his mother would never marry and leave him, unless he himself found a wife. He continued chewing his bread, eyeing her thoughtfully. She'd obviously given this a lot of thought. A quick swipe at his mouth with the linen napkin, and then he tossed that on the table and nodded. "You're absolutely correct, Mother." She opened her mouth, then shut it. Her head tilted and confusion marred her brow. "Wait, you're not going to argue with me? I had more to convince you." He waved his hand dismissively. "Unnecessary. You are, of course, right that it is past time that I marry. I'm assuming you have a list of women you want me to approach." She eyed him warily. "Yes." "Well, who's at the top? We'll just go with her." That would be easier than him trying to decide. He'd been out of polite society for years, with the exception of Benedict's and a few other gentlemen's clubs, though one could argue the merits of how polite those establishments are. She shook her head. "No, you should select someone yourself." "But you just said you would pick for me." Her eyes narrowed. "And I meant it. I'd prefer, however, that you select a partner yourself. It is you, after all, who will be living with her, building a family with her." "I have long been absent from polite society, Mother. I know no one, save a bunch of men. If you have a list in mind, simply tell me, and I shall do my best to get an introduction." "Attend the ball with me tonight. Then we can see what sort of girl you have an inclination toward," his mother said. "I'd prefer not to select a girl for you myself, if possible. The last time I did wasn't successful." She gave him a wry smile. He leaned back and gripped the handle of his cane. "A ball? No one will expect you to dance, my love. You will be the catch of the season." She smiled brightly and clapped her hands. "Once everyone knows you are on the hunt for a bride, they will be clamoring for your attention." "I highly doubt that." He exhaled slowly. "Who will be there?" "That you know?" "Obviously." "Oh, well, Harriet will be. You remember her, my love. She is Lady Lockwood's daughter." Yes, he remembered her. Remembered the way their mothers had so flagrantly tried to secure a union between them, so that Harriet's dowry could save Oliver's coffers. He had dismissed her, rejected her offer, but he'd not wanted to marry anyone at the time. She'd been so bloody cheerful and talkative. "She is still unmarried?" Her mother smiled brightly. "As a matter of fact, yes." He held up a hand. "Do not. That is not what I was asking." Though he had to admit he was curious as to what the pretty Lady Harriet looked like now, and if she was still so inexplicably cheerful. Harriet looked around the ballroom. Everything was beautiful. The lights glowed just so. Roses and topiaries decorated every square inch. She hated all of it. She was so tired of the routine. Dress up, pretend to be kind and accommodating. For what? Another evening so dull she might as well be a doddering 80-year-old woman. A quick altercation in a darkened alleyway where she caught a thief. That was more her idea of fun. Would that she could skip all this and focus totally on the ladies of virtue. For 4 years, she'd been a member of the secret group of women who hid behind the guise of being a charitable organisation, when they were actually specially trained and focused on ridding the streets of petty crimes. Agnes, her closest friend, stepped over to where Harriet stood at the edge of the ballroom. Her dear friend was beautiful, stunningly so, yet at the moment annoyance marred her lovely face. "Whatever is the matter, my dear?" Harriet asked. "'Tis my brother. I do not understand why he must always be in every part of my life. Would that Malcolm were as adoring and protective as Christopher. Instead, my brother is far more interested in wooing every pretty girl who crosses his path." "You wouldn't actually want that," Agnes said. Harriet chuckled. "You're probably right about that." She scanned the room. "Have you seen Iris this evening?" "I believe she intended to stay home, in hopes of catching her own wayward brother for a conversation. At least our brothers are older, and we don't have to worry about them overly much," Harriet said. They each grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing tray and clinked them together before taking a hearty sip. Harriet closed her eyes, relishing the way the crisp bubbles danced across her tongue and down her throat. "Who is that?" Agnes asked, her eyes locked on the short staircase that led into the room. Harriet followed her friend's gaze and saw a tall man with long blonde hair. A scruffy beard covered far too much of his face. He descended the stairs with the assistance of a cane. Aside from his unfashionably long hair and beard, he was impeccably dressed. It was the cane, though, that gave her pause. Good heavens. No, it couldn't be him. He never attended parties or balls. In fact, if she was correct, he hadn't been to a societal party in nearly 6 years, though she knew he'd remained in London. His name had become synonymous with luxury and opulence. His flagrant disposal of his moneys was truly an embarrassment of wealth. Harriet tore her gaze away to look at Agnes. "If I am not mistaken, that is the Marquess of Davenport," Harriet whispered. He was distracting to look upon, but at least she knew she wouldn't have to talk to him. Obviously, since he disliked her as much as she disliked him, and that would make everything easier because he would avoid her, and she wouldn't have to relive the humiliation of their last encounter. "We'll know for certain soon, as he's coming this way," Agnes said. "What?" She glanced up. Oh no, it did look like he was walking over to her. Why would he do that? He must be heading toward someone else, perhaps standing behind her. No, wait, he was definitely walking toward her. He looked every bit a man with a purpose as he strode toward her. Harriet looked for a way to escape, to avoid any would-be confrontation with him, but there was no time. Harriet held her breath. His steely blue eyes pierced directly into her soul. She inwardly cursed him for still being so blasted handsome. It was truly wasted on such a cold-hearted man. "Lord Davenport?" she curtsied. "Lady Harriet," he said. His deep voice vibrated through her entire being. Had his voice always been so entrancing? She didn't recall it having such an effect on her before, as if he'd caressed her with his hand instead of speaking a simple salutation. While he didn't bow, he did incline his head. He hadn't completely lost his manners in his absence. She hated the way he made her feel. The last time she'd seen him, she'd nearly begged him to marry her, yet he was going to proceed as if they were friendly, as if she hadn't offered herself up to him with a bow made from banknotes. She could do this. If he wanted to pretend they were allies, she could as well. She'd been pretending to like people and be friendly with people whom she didn't particularly care for her entire life. This was not a game in which he could beat her. Pretend though she would, she couldn't deny that the manner in which he had rejected her still stung after all these years. Not that she had actually wanted to marry the great beast of a man. Humiliation crept over her skin, damp and unwelcome. Suddenly everything felt too tight. Her dress, her corset, her skin. Was he here to gloat? He'd been successful without the assistance of her dowry, yet she remained unmarried, plump and alone. "Are you lost?" Harriet asked. A ghost of a smile crossed his lips, though she could barely see the change. She suddenly had the strongest urge to shave his face, to remember what he looked like without the coarse hair masking his features. "It would seem my mother has decided this is the year I must marry, and she suggested I attend tonight's ball," he said. Agnes released some sort of noise and glanced at Harriet with wide eyes. "How positively rude of me," Harriet said. "Have you ever met Lady Agnes? She is the daughter of Lord Derby." He nodded over Agnes's hand. "A pleasure, Lord Davenport," Agnes said. And then, as if he'd appeared through the floor, her brother Christopher was at her side. "Agnes, I need a moment," he said through gritted teeth. He glanced at the Marquess. "Davenport." Agnes rolled her eyes, but allowed him to pull her away. "I had forgotten I could have that effect on people," Lord Davenport said. Harriet couldn't determine if he was amused or offended. Judging by the scowl on his brow and the piercing gaze of his haunting eyes, she'd guess offended. "That wasn't about you. Christopher behaves that way whenever a gentleman approaches Agnes." "I wasn't approaching Agnes." His steely eyes met hers. "People tend to move out of my way whenever I enter a room. It is part of why I don't normally attend these gatherings." "It's the frown. You have to at least pretend to be friendly and more approachable. Pleasant. Behave as if you want to be here. You're never going to attract a bride if all you do is glare at everyone." "When I walked in, you certainly weren't looking as if you wanted to be here. In fact, you appeared to be rather miserable." How had he seen that in her? No one ever questioned her desire to attend parties. Everyone enjoyed her company, and she received invitations for several events a week. "I most certainly was not miserable, until I recognized you." She inwardly winced. It wasn't like her to be unkind, even if the person warranted it. His eyes slid down her body, and everything seemed to tighten in response. She shuddered as if he'd touched her. "Good luck finding a bride." "I am richer than Chrysius. That alone will get me a wife," he said. She turned fully to face him. "You can't possibly believe that." "I do." He nodded toward the ballroom. "The majority of the unions in this room were made for precisely that reason." "I would say that money had ruined you, but you were already unpleasant before you acquired your fortune." His brows rose. "Indeed." "You are boorish and greedy. Most families with any fortune to speak of are generous with their funds. They give to charities and don't buy properties they don't require, nor do they constantly update and redecorate their current properties." He chuckled. "Have you been spying on me?" "Of course not." He was infuriating and she wanted to scream at him. She needed to remember where she was. Spinster or not, she couldn't afford to compromise her reputation by behaving the shrew in public. She took a cleansing breath. It would seem that after all these years of her humiliation stewing, she had unresolved anger toward Lord Davenport. Suddenly, he had an unusual ability of getting under her skin, irritating her and making her say whatever came to mind, rather than carefully weighing her words. She never spoke without first considering someone else's feelings, except right now. "Anyone who can read," she continued, "can see that you're purchasing unnecessary properties at an alarming rate, including the Garners a few doors down from my family's townhome." He shrugged. "They needed the funds. I required their townhome. I don't recall asking you if you thought my purchases were necessary or not. I believe I make those decisions." Thank the heavens he had refused to marry her 6 years ago. She couldn't imagine what it would have been like to be saddled in a relationship with him. He should be pleased she didn't have any would-be weapons within reach, or she'd likely run him through. "Why are you smiling?" he asked. "Thinking about all the trouble you're going to have trying to find a bride." She couldn't very well tell him she'd been imagining doing him bodily harm. "If you are serious about finding a wife, you might want to heed my advice." "I shall keep that in mind. Good evening, Lady Harriet." He bowed, then walked away from her. He might be ridiculously handsome, but he was also a ridiculous fool, believing such nonsense. Damnation if she wasn't still distractingly pretty. Her pale green dress fell seductively off her shoulders, revealing a creamy expanse of her lovely skin and enhancing her abundant cleavage. Pretty or not, she obviously misunderstood the way unions in this town worked. Perhaps that was why she was still unmarried herself. Women married men all the time, for nothing more than a fat purse. He shouldn't have any problem at all finding a willing bride. His mother had suggested he go tonight to catch a glimpse at the current season's debutantes and other misses who were on the market. But he'd noticed Harriet as soon as he'd entered the ballroom, and everyone else had fallen away. He'd immediately approached her. Now he was ready to retreat home, or even lose himself in a hand or two of cards at Benedict's. He wasn't so daft he didn't realize that there was much about him that women wouldn't find desirable, his limp and subsequent cane being the primary reasons. But he also knew the wealth would more than make up for it. He knew of men twice his age with a third fewer teeth and less hair who had married debutantes. Granted, he did seem to evoke a certain amount of discomfort around younger women. Perhaps he should set his sights on an attractive widow. Damned if he didn't want to do this. He should have made his mother arrange something and be done with it. She had tried, once upon a time. He could have already been married, a voice reminded him, to Harriet. He allowed himself to consider that thought for a while. What would it have been like to marry her nearly 6 years ago, when he'd been penniless, and she'd been doe-eyed and eager? Would her agreeable nature have made her pliant in his bed? Likely. Blood shifted, making his pants tighter than was comfortable. She was different now. Tonight he'd seen something more in Lady Harriet, something he hadn't those years before, a feistiness that he seemed to bring out in her. He was certain that would translate to pure, unadulterated passion. His cock twitched at the thought. Harriet had a sassy mouth, one he could easily imagine kissing, and a body made for fantasies, ones he knew he'd indulge in later tonight. But that didn't mean he should trust her advice. Chapter 2. It had been more than a week since her encounter with Lord Davenport, and Harriet was annoyed with how much her thoughts had been consumed with him. Thankfully, though, today was her meeting with the Ladies of Virtue. She had been a member of the secret organization for a little over 4 years. Outwardly, everyone believed them to be a group of do-gooders, raising funds and tending to the needs of the less fortunate. And they certainly did their fair share of that. In truth, though, they were a group of specially trained women who could move seamlessly through the streets of London and discreetly tend to crimes such as pickpocketing. She loved being a member of the Ladies of Virtue above all things, and lived for their weekly meetings. But even that hadn't rid her thoughts of the infuriating Marquess. The truth was, she had thought of little else, and she'd concluded it wasn't merely him she found so bothersome, but everything he represented. His flagrant spending was disgraceful, especially in a world where there was so much need. She'd come up with a plan to tackle that problem, but she needed the help of her fellow ladies. If she presented it the right way, no one need know she'd devised this with Lord Davenport in mind. Today's meeting had ended nearly an hour earlier, and she and Agnes and their friend Iris had stayed behind, as they were wont to do, to play a few hands of cards. They often had additional items they wanted to discuss with one another, and Ladies of Virtue business was always safe in Lady Summersby's parlour. Harriet took a sip of her tea and eyed her opponents. After her annoying confrontation with Lord Davenport, an idea had germinated in her mind. "I've been thinking about what we discussed at last week's meeting," Harriet said. She glanced down at the cards in her hand, but the numbers seemed to blur. "About how we work so hard to rid the streets of violence and sin, and yet it seems to be festering among the very elite of society. It seems to me we are in a unique position to do something about that." Iris's brow furrowed. Then she dropped a card on the table. "What did you have in mind?" Harriet kept her gaze on her cards. "There are how many deadly sins?" 7. Pride, greed, sloth, gluttony, envy, lust, and wrath. She ticked off each one on a finger. "Yes, that's right. 7. Now then, there are more than 7 of us in the Ladies of Virtue," Harriet said quietly. "We could each pick a sin, select a gentleman who clearly personifies such behaviour, and assist him into a better way." Agnes choked on a sip of tea. Was this a legitimate way for her to chastise Lord Davenport for his greedy lifestyle? Perhaps, but the truth remained that the way he flagrantly spent his money was wrong. Iris rolled her eyes heavenward. "Are you suggesting we confront the cads and rakes in London to show them the error of their ways in hopes of converting them?" Agnes coughed again. "Consider how it is not much different than what you did last week with Mr. Miller," Harriet said. "You discovered he had been stealing from his employer, and you showed him how what he was doing was wrong." Iris nodded. "Yes, and I reminded him that it would be easy enough to turn him into the magistrate. But we certainly can't do that to a gentleman simply because he cheats at cards or imbibes too much liquor." Agnes held up her hand. "You both make excellent points, and I do think Harriet might be onto something. We, of course, would need to run this by the others, but we could potentially do some good. Often people don't realize how damaging their behavior is. Once we shine the light upon it, we might clean up some of the debauchery." Harriet had to admit she hadn't expected Agnes to support her idea. Normally, her friend was quite hesitant to go along with any of Harriet's plans. Iris seemed as surprised by Agnes as she was. "Have you taken leave of your senses?" Iris asked, looking at Agnes as if she'd suddenly grown a second head. "When have you ever thought Harriet had a good idea?" She turned and smiled at Harriet. "No offence, dear." "None taken," Harriet said. "As I said, I believe her idea has merit," Agnes said. "Not that we can all succeed, but it is worth a conversation, worth an attempt to bring about some good. That is what we are about, is it not?" "Well, yes, of course, but—" "It is settled," Harriet said, interrupting Iris. "I shall bring it up to Lady Summersby and see what she thinks." "I can't imagine this is what she had in mind when she created the Ladies of Virtue," Iris said. "Perhaps not, but it is accomplishing similar goals," Agnes said. She instantly knew what she needed to suggest to bring Iris around to the idea. The poor girl had been worried sick about her younger brother and his obsession with a certain string of articles that was sending him down a path Iris was certain led to destruction. "Yes, dear, and consider Lord Ashby and that gossip rag he edits," Harriet said. "You were saying earlier today that you believe him to be irresponsible with the advice he publishes." Iris gave a tight nod. "I'm merely concerned with Jasper and his behaviour. Those How to Be a Gentleman articles being published in that paper are ridiculous. He is looking to anyone for guidance. He has no men to look up to, and he's latched on to those suggestions, and it is making his life all the worse for it," Iris said. "Precisely why speaking to Lord Ashby about his prideful nature in publishing such advice would be warranted," Harriet said, knowing her encouragement at this point was heavy-handed. But Iris slowly nodded, and Harriet could tell that she'd likely convinced her friend of the merits of her plan. Lord Davenport needed to be knocked down a notch. Now Harriet would have a perfectly acceptable reason to address Lord Davenport and his spending habits. Harriet braced herself for the inevitable when Belinda and her friends walked over. Agnes and Iris and Harriet had been standing together discussing Iris and her upcoming dance with the Earl of Ashby, when the unwanted guests passed by. Belinda Hoyt pretended to be kind, but she had a special kind of cruelty she reserved for Harriet. It was baffling, as Harriet had never done anything to the woman. "You look positively gorgeous, Agnes," Belinda said. "And your dress, Iris, simply stunning." Then she turned her eyes to Harriet, her brow furrowed in feigned compassion. "I do hope your poor mother is not losing too many funds buying the extra fabric required to make your gowns." She looked down her thin nose at Harriet. She stood at least a head taller. Harriet was short. She knew that. Everyone knew that. And it made her curves appear more generous than they were. She suspected she and Agnes likely weighed the same, but the height difference was cruel. She resisted the urge to wrap her arms around her body, covering herself. She would not give Belinda that pleasure. "Her mother has plenty of funds," Iris snapped. Her lovely green eyes narrowed harshly at the tall, pretty blonde. "Perhaps." The girl closed her eyes and tilted her head. "But you know, Harriet, if you happened to land yourself a husband, he might not be so generous. You could help your future husband out and skip luncheon a few times a week. That ought to help." She offered Harriet a sticky, sweet smile. Harriet felt her own smile disappear. "Any man in this room would be honored to marry Harriet," Iris said before Harriet could respond. "She is intelligent and kind, and beautiful and generous, which is more than anyone could say about you, Belinda." The girl flinched, then released a forced chuckle. "I don't believe I see any of these would-be suitors clamoring over here for her attention." And there wouldn't be. Harriet knew that. Ball after ball, soiree after soiree, it was always the same. She danced often enough. People genuinely liked her. She was everyone's little sister. At least that is what her own brother had told her once. But she was never anyone's first choice. And then Lord Ashby appeared to collect Iris for their waltz, but instead he faced Harriet. "Lady Harriet, I do believe this is our waltz." Harriet stared up into his handsome face, confused. "Yes, Harriet, that's right," Iris said. "Lord Ashby claimed this waltz." Harriet nodded absently, but allowed Lord Ashby to lead her out onto the crowded dance floor. A pity dance. "You didn't have to do that," Harriet said quietly. "Dance with a beautiful woman. I believe that is precisely why I attend these ridiculous functions," he said. She smiled at him. "Thank you. There was no need to say more. She knew why he had done it. Iris might not appreciate it yet, but it appeared she had found a good man in Lord Ashby. Yet this was further proof that no one ever asked her to dance because they wanted to be close to her as a woman.
My pleasure.
He turned her around the dance floor.
So how is it that you know Miss Bennington?
She smiled genuinely. We are in a social organisation together, the Ladies of Virtue.
Ah, yes, the do-gooders who donate funds and time to London charities for children, if I'm not mistaken.
Precisely. I was not aware our reputation had reached so far. She was quiet a moment, then added, Iris is a dear friend, the very best. They danced quietly for a while, Lord Ashby expertly spinning her around the dance floor. She became increasingly aware of someone watching her. She couldn't very well turn her head to investigate, so she had to merely take her glances as they came with the movements of the waltz. There he was, Lord Davenport, tall, dashing, despite his ungroomed beard and too long hair, piercing eyes locked on her. Heat blazed into her hairline, warming her neck and her cheeks, and very lightly staining every exposed bit of her fair skin. What was he even doing here?
You have an admirer,
Lord Ashby said. She looked up into his eyes and shook her head, swallowing. No, it is only that we know each other from childhood. Our mothers are friends. He has only recently returned to society. I am familiar, 'tis all. They had once been encouraged to marry, but he hadn't wanted her. He was no admirer of hers. That she knew for certain. Lord Ashby nodded, but she sensed that he didn't believe anything she had said.
I don't suppose I could persuade you to give me Miss Bennington's address.
She smiled. Of course. It was quite evident he was quickly becoming Iris's admirer. Oliver stood against the wall in the ballroom and released a slow breath. As much as he hated to admit it, Lady Harriet might be right, and his fat purse wasn't enough to garner the attention of any would-be brides. So far, his re-entrance into society alone hadn't been enough to create interest, though he'd be the first to admit he hadn't been working terribly hard at bride hunting. He'd met more women and been reintroduced to even more in the last few days than he'd met when he'd been 18 and eager for a wife. No one had caught his attention. No one had plagued his thoughts. No one save Harriet. Not only that, but it seemed that he made the most of the women so damned nervous they could scarcely look him in the face. Harriet had always met his gaze boldly. He watched her now, standing amidst her friends not too far from him. Her pink gown brought out the natural creaminess of her skin, and every time she smiled, it felt as if someone had kicked him in the stomach. It had been a couple of weeks since they'd actually spoken, but he always found her. The moment he stepped into a room, it was as if a beacon shone directly upon her. If he caught her gaze, she'd frown, then quickly look away. He had to admit that her obvious dislike of him was amusing. He wasn't certain why, but he liked her ire. Perhaps he should heed her advice. It wasn't as if he had much, beyond his money, to offer a woman. He couldn't dance with them. He wasn't exceptionally congenial, and every step he took with his cane seemed to rattle any woman he was near. At the soirée he attended last night, some poor debutante actually screamed when he stepped up behind her. Harriet wasn't afraid of him, though. Perhaps that's why his thoughts had been so preoccupied with her as of late. Oliver did his best to keep his eyes off Harriet and the tall man gracefully leading her across the ballroom floor. That stab of jealousy he felt was only for the dancing ability, not the dancing partner. He tapped his cane on the ground, silently cursing himself. Harriet looked beautiful. Oliver couldn't deny that. They made a striking couple, her petite curves against the man's tall, athletic build. The pale pink gown dipped into her cleavage, and the colour brought out the creaminess of her skin. The bodice hugged her torso, then flared at her rounded hips, only hinting at what was certainly a full bottom he could easily grab onto. "You're scowling, my dear," his mother said as she sidled up next to him. He glanced at her and offered a brief smile. "Not everyone dances," she said. "It is not a requirement to find a bride. However, not glowering at everyone is." "I'm not glowering." He nodded toward Harriet and her partner. "Who is that?" "That is Lord Ashby. He also owns the Daily Scandal." They both watched the couple finish their dance, and then Ashby led Harriet back to her friends. Her eyes caught his across the room, and he nodded in acknowledgement. She gave a forced smile, then looked away. Something was amiss with her this evening. But they were not precisely friends, so he couldn't very well cross the room and ask what was on her mind. He dismissed it. "She could be of assistance to you," his mother said. "Who?" "Harriet. She knows everyone." His mother nodded to the crowd around Harriet. "Look how people are drawn to her." Harriet's smile was nearly blinding as she laughed at something one of her friends said. Another man came to stand in front of her and wrote his name on her dance card. "She could likely find you the perfect bride," his mother said. He had considered heeding her advice. "You want her to be my matchmaker?" He squelched the thrum of his heart at the thought of spending more time with her. His mother lifted her shoulders in a slight shrug. "She is well connected. Everyone likes her." "I can find my own damn bride," he said. "Tick-tock, my dear. Remember, you have until my birthday, or else I shall pick for you." "Perhaps that wouldn't be so bad." He glanced out at the ballroom. People milled about getting refreshments, talking, dancing. "Who would you pick?" His mother followed his gaze out to the room and scanned. Then she smiled. "Do you see that girl over there?" She pointed with her fan. "The one at the refreshment table." "The one in the gown that looks as if it were carved from butter." The dress appeared as if it could move about the room on its own accord. It was so heavy and ornate. The girl in the dress was as nondescript as her gown was overdone. "No." "Very well," his mother said with a chuckle. "Show me one lady who has caught your attention." His eyes immediately fell onto Harriet again. She was hard to miss. Her smile lit up the entire ballroom so much he suspected they might not need so many candles. Her golden hair piled atop her head in a nest of curls. He wondered how long it was when it was down. Would it drape over her creamy shoulders, cover her perfectly round breasts if she pulled it in front? He jerked his eyes away from her. She was too bloody distracting. Not only that, but she knew far too much about him. He might have been the one to pass on a union between them, but she had seen his state of desperation, and he, in turn, had seen the pity in her eyes. "No one." Then he turned on his heel and walked away, his cane making a clip-clop noise as he went. Chapter 3. It had only been 2 days since he'd seen her last, but Oliver spotted Harriet immediately upon entering the ballroom. Though she was much tinier than her friends, standing nearly a head below each of them, she was hard to miss. The lavender gown she wore hung off her shoulders, exposing the delicate pale skin. The bodice then dipped into a plunging V that left little to his imagination or any other man's in the room. Her cinched waist served only to draw attention to the swell of her hips and abundant cleavage. Desire pummeled through him. He'd never been much of a dancer even before his accident, but looking at her and remembering how she'd looked dancing with that Ashby fellow, Oliver wished he could whisk her into a waltz. She was exposed, looking very much like a meticulously decorated cake that every man would want to devour. Without another thought, he ambled his way to her. He inclined his head when he reached her. "Lady Harriet," he said. "Lord Davenport." She dipped into a curtsy which gave him an even better view of her magnificent breasts. He hissed out a breath and clenched down on his teeth. He could scarcely think when face to face with her breasts. Oh, to rip that bodice off her and delve into the creamy mounds. He shifted his stance in hopes of alleviating the uncomfortable swelling in his trousers. "You need to cover yourself," he said through gritted teeth. She frowned as she looked up at him, all wide blue eyes and innocence. It should have reminded him that she was a sweet virgin, and not someone he should be fantasizing about bending over the billiards table he knew waited a few rooms away. "Beg your pardon, my lord?" He intentionally glanced down at her cleavage, then back up at her face. "You have left little to my imagination, and every other rogue in the room." Her cheeks pinkened. "You shouldn't say such things. It isn't proper." He scanned the ballroom. The crush of people was suffocating. Damnation, but he hated these things. Perhaps he should allow his mother to select a bride for him. Then he could retire from social engagements altogether. Yet even with just a cursory glance around the room, no other woman grabbed his attention the way she did. And the few introductions he'd garnered the last couple of weeks had ultimately resulted in awkward conversations with girls who appeared so frightened of his mere presence he was nearly ready to give up this entire quest. But his mother deserved happiness and a life of her own. She would not accept one, though, if she thought he still needed her. "It also isn't remotely true," she continued. "My gown isn't any more revealing than any of the others here tonight, and I certainly don't see a line of rogues trying to take liberties with me." She seemed to be surprised by her own words, because she clapped her hand over her mouth. "It's your curves," he said. "My lord, that is most inappropriate to say. You should not discuss such matters with me," she said. "Not to mention, it is quite rude of you to point out my flaws as if I weren't aware of them." What the devil is she talking about? Flaws? "My ample curves," she gritted out. "You see them as flaws?" "Of course I do. Everyone does. It is not fashionable to look this way." "I care not a whit about what is or isn't fashionable. You—" He gave himself permission to look his fill of her. "Look good enough to eat." "You must be starving." He laughed, a genuine and hearty laugh that seemed to surprise both of them. "Is that what you came over to tell me?" she asked. "No. Actually, I had something I wanted to discuss with you, but you distracted me." He shifted again, noting that his semi-hardness hadn't dissipated in the least. "I've thought much about the advice you gave me the other evening." Her light brows arched. "Indeed?" Then a frown. "Which advice?" 3 young ladies walked past them, whispering. When he glanced up at them, they all looked down at the floor and scurried away. "About my bride hunting." "Ah, yes." She nodded knowingly.
I should like for you to help me find a wife so that my mother will cease her constant pestering.
Granted, she'd only recently started asking, and in truth he was doing this for her more so than himself. "You wish me to play matchmaker?" Harriet asked.
Yes. No. Not exactly. I require assistance as I've been out of society for a few years, and I'm not as familiar with the marriageable girls.
I see. And you thought of me because...
You know everyone, and everyone seems to like you.
As if on cue, a group of guests walked by and nearly all of them wove or spoke to Harriet.
See?
He asked. That is only because I am friendly. He shook his head.
You also know me, how I am, he said, recognizing that he was stumbling over his words. Can you find me a woman strong enough to live with me? I don't want some simpering miss who cries every time I enter a room.
That would be terribly annoying, Harriet said.
Then you will do it?
I didn't say that. I was merely agreeing with your statement. She shook her head. Though I can't imagine why any woman would cry because you entered the room.
There are those who find me frightening.
Do you occasionally strike people with your cane?
Had he not seen the mirth in her eyes, he would have believed the question to be a serious one. Not unless their behaviour warrants it.
She smiled. Then there is no reason for people to fear you. We simply need to show them that fact.
Do you have thoughts on how we can do that?
Perhaps this meant she was considering his offer. His heart ticked faster at the thought of spending more time in her presence. Well, for one, you could cease your incessant scowling. Try smiling at people. You'd be surprised how far a well-placed smile can get you.
I'm not good at smiling at people for no reason, particularly people I don't know or like.
Then you should practice. You will become good at it.
I don't do that.
She glanced at him and bestowed him with such a genuine smile that he nearly forgot to breathe. Then she added, I don't like you, yet I am able to smile at you, through practice. She blinked up at him with such innocent eyes, it took him a moment to catch the meaning of her words. Then he nearly laughed. If only he didn't enjoy her company so much. She was so pretty it was uncomfortable to look at her, as she reminded him of how things might have proceeded in his life had he not had the accident. Before that, even penniless, he could have had his pick of the marriageable women in this town. Now, though, it would take more than his considerable fortune. People moved away when he walked into a room, cleared a path. People flinched at the sound of his cane on the floor until it echoed so loudly it was the only sound. Granted, before the accident, he would have been married to Catherine. He wondered how long it would have taken for him to discover her true nature. How many lovers would she have had before he'd caught her? While he'd never be thankful for the fall that had broken his body, he was thankful he'd managed to escape without marrying her.
Will you help me?
If I agree to do this for you, you will do something for me in return? She asked.
He nodded. I do not wish to be beholden to anyone. What is it that you want?
She paused as if considering, then levelled her aquamarine gaze on him. I want you to stop being so insatiable with your purchasing. Stop spending money on frivolous things. You could give a sizable amount to charity and do so much good. He crossed one arm over his chest and braced it on his other arm.
How is it that you know so much of what I do with my money? And why does it matter to you?
It is ostentatious, not to mention obnoxious. There are so many in the world who have nothing. For those of us who have been blessed with much, it is our duty, nay, responsibility, to share with those less fortunate.
He tapped his cane on the ground lightly a few times, in essence applauding her. "Well done, Lady Harriet. Tell me, is that a rehearsed speech you give to all of the wealthy lords in town?" Her eyes narrowed into a glare. "No. As best as I can tell, you are the only lord in town who wastes his money so flagrantly. Not to mention you are continually accruing more and more funds. When will it ever be enough?" Insatiable. She wasn't wrong. Her anger caused her breathing to speed up, which in turn made her bosom heave quite provocatively. Pink stained her cheeks and throat, and her rosebud lips parted in exasperation. Her last question echoed through him. It would never be enough, he knew that, but there was no reason to inform her of that fact. His father had depleted their funds, had sold off 2 of the properties that had been in their family for generations, all to pay his damned gambling debts. His mother had had to wear old faded gowns that her friends had given her after they'd worn them for a season. Harriet's mother being the most generous of them. Harriet had never lacked for anything in her life. She did not know what it was like to wonder if there was enough money to pay for food, let alone new clothing or servants. She couldn't possibly understand. Besides, there were still a few remaining wrongs of his father's that he had yet to right. "There must be something else you want from me." "Then you refuse to stop spending money on ridiculous luxuries?" "I do." He couldn't deny that her righteous indignation was charming, not to mention entertaining. Or perhaps he'd stayed away from society so long, he'd forgotten how civilized interactions could be. He nearly laughed at that. No, this fascination was for her alone. The thought should have sent him bolting from the room. Yet he found himself waiting for the next words that would pass from her beautiful mouth. Her eyes narrowed in focus. He'd offer something specific, but he doubted any of his skills would come to her aid, unless she needed a room redesigned or something designed and built. But she lived in her brother's townhome, and his future wife would make such decisions. "It would seem, my lord, that we are at an impasse. Do let me know if you change your mind." She curtsied. "Good evening." Then she strode away, leaving him to do nothing but watch her backside sway beneath the layers of her purple gown. Harriet walked idly next to Agnes, along with 2 other members of the Ladies of Virtue, Justine and Matilda. The Crystal Palace had been open for nearly 2 months, and there had been a slight uptick in petty thievery. So the 4 of them were here to watch and see if they could catch any of the thieves in the process. She had been here once before, the week it opened, and she'd been desperate to return. Trying to discover any would-be criminals here might prove an act in futility for her, as there was simply too much of interest to look upon. The building alone, all glass and iron, was mesmerizing and stunning. Justine and Tilly made their way to the back of the palace to observe the displays there. A divide-and-conquer plan, Harriet supposed. The Crystal Palace boasted so many exhibits and antiquities, it was difficult to know where to look first. Everything was divided up into courts and featured elements from different cultures and times in history. Harriet was fond of the Greek court as well as the Roman court, but everything was thrilling to look upon. Unfortunately, today she was here to work, and could not spend as much time devoted to exploring the varying types of architecture and art. She caught sight of a familiar figure across the nave, and her heart stuttered. It had been more than a week since she'd last seen Lord Davenport, a week since he'd asked her to find him a wife, all the while seeming to flirt with her, A week since he had complimented her figure, even though she knew very well from their encounter years ago that he found her unappealing. Whatever had he meant by acting that way? The entire ordeal had been maddening. She'd scarcely thought of anything else in the time between. The way his eyes had scorched over her skin, how he'd mentioned her curves. Even now, the memory of those words warmed her from the inside. He was here, standing not too far away from her. Thankfully, though, he hadn't seen her yet. She grabbed onto Agnes's arm and pulled her inside one of the displays. "Harriet," Agnes said, "I was watching someone. I want to look at this display." But instead she peeked in between the shelves to see if the tall, imposing figure of Lord Davenport was still there. Thankfully, he had moved elsewhere. She sagged in relief, turned swiftly, and fell straight into a hard wall of black wool. A large hand came up to grip her elbow and hold her steady. "Lady Harriet," he said, amusement etched in his voice. She looked up at him, willing herself not to be affected by the wintry glint of his silver-blue eyes. It didn't work. She sucked in a breath, and then realized both of her hands rested against his hard-as-marble chest. She stepped away. "I see you still haven't shaved," she said. Agnes appeared at her side. "Harriet, it is not becoming to mention such things to a gentleman," she curtsied. "Lord Davenport?" He inclined his head. "Lady Agnes, pleasure to see you again." His eyes went back to Harriet. She did her best to ignore the thundering in her chest, but his gaze was so unsettling. Her skin prickled beneath his assessment, and she was all too aware of the way her striped muslin day gown moulded to her bodice. His eyes took in the length of her. "You look—" She held up her hand to stop him. "Please, say nothing about the way I look, or my clothes. I am not in the mood, and don't quite feel up to your mockery." He nodded, then turned to face Agnes. "Lady Agnes," he said, "would you be so kind as to walk behind us, so that I might have a conversation with Lady Harriet?" Agnes eyed Harriet, and when she gave her friend a nod, Agnes agreed. She was the perfect sort of chaperone. Not that Harriet actually required a chaperone, as no man had ever tried to take any liberties with her. Then again, aside from dancing with gentlemen, none of them sought her attention. But Agnes would be more aware of her duties to the ladies of virtue than she would in protecting Harriet. Of course, they were also surrounded by fellow Londoners, so there was no actual privacy. He held his free arm out to her so she could grab onto his elbow. Then he led with his cane and began to walk. They strolled in silence for a while, and Harriet found herself relaxing in the quiet camaraderie between them. She passed several people she knew, and spoke to those close by and waved to the others. Lord Davenport walked quietly beside her. She couldn't help but notice, on more than one occasion, she got a strange expression when people recognized her companion. "Do you still wish for my assistance in finding a wife?" she asked. "I do." "Have you resigned yourself to cease spending so frivolously?" "No, quite the contrary. Just this morning I commissioned a new stable to Brookhaven, and the work is nearly complete in my indoor shower for my townhome. I already have a larger version at the estate, but seeing as I am in London more often, it seemed fitting I install one here as well." "I've heard of those. They're exceptionally expensive, and such an unnecessary indulgence." He tapped his cane on his bad leg. "'Tis nearly impossible to lower myself into a tub." He shrugged. "The shower is much easier for me." He wasn't shaming her, not intentionally, Still, she felt the sting in her cheeks. Perhaps not all expenses were merely for luxury. She wasn't quite certain how to recover from such a thing. "I didn't realise he could be charming," Agnes said, as Lord Davenport walked away. "He was far more charming today than he has been of late." Not to mention his blunt cruelty to her 6 years ago. But she had never told Agnes about that night. There was no need to bring it up now. "Do you suspect he'll seek permission to court you?" Agnes asked. Harriet swiveled her head so abruptly to look at her friend she nearly dislocated something. "What would give you that notion?" Agnes shrugged. "He seems rather taken with you." Harriet snorted. "He enjoys tormenting me." He did not want her. He'd told her as much. Her friend stared at her with those unsettling eyes of hers. "Perhaps I misread the situation. You obviously did. He has asked me to assist him in finding a bride." Agnes nodded, as if this were an excellent use of Harriet's time. "And are you going to help him?" "Not unless I can get him to agree to cease his extravagant spending. It's quite obnoxious. That is the bargain I offered." "He is not cooperating with your attempts to rid him of his deadly sin?" "Obviously." She had, quite deliberately, suggested the entire scenario for specifically that reason. Yet another secret she would keep from Agnes. "He has refused to cease his greedy ways?" "Yes. He says eventually I'll want something else from him, something I'm willing to trade." "Fascinating," Agnes murmured. But Harriet refused to take the bait. She would not even entertain the idea that Lord Davenport wanted anything more than to torment her. "If it makes you feel any better, Lord Wakefield is not too keen on being rehabilitated either." Harriet chuckled. "Men, they are a stubborn lot." Chapter 4. Harriet sat next to Agnes and several other members of the Ladies of Virtue, waiting in Lady Summersby's parlour. Iris was notably missing. "This must be about the article," Agnes said quietly. They had both been at Iris's house only the day before, when Lady Summersby had come by to discuss a certain article that had been printed about their organisation. It didn't list names, didn't give any details as to who might be involved, but it did clearly announce that somewhere in the city there were proper ladies fighting crime. Though it wasn't directly Iris's fault, her involvement with Lord Ashby had led him to investigate their group. Lady Summersby had not been pleased. Iris was distraught. Panic crept up Harriet's throat, as if someone's hand choked her. The Ladies of Virtue were so vital to her personal happiness. She didn't have suitors or a husband as the other women did. She wasn't creative and clever the way Agnes was with her weaponry designs. No, for Harriet, her life had been intended for her to marry well and be the perfect little wife. When she'd failed to accomplish that, she'd thrown herself fully into her group, and without it she had nothing. She was nothing. "What do you suppose she'll do?" Harriet asked. They didn't have to wait to find out. At that moment Lady Summersby swept into the room, followed by Lord Summersby. He was a giant of a man, broad and muscular, and handsome enough in the middle of his 4th decade that Harriet suspected that in his prime he'd been the epitome of male beauty. He leaned against the fireplace, his large arms crossed over his chest. "This isn't going to be a long meeting," Lady Summersby said, "nor will it be a pleasant one." Murmurs filled the room, followed by an uncomfortable silence. "Our group has been compromised," Lady Summersby said. I'm certain many of you have seen the article printed about us. Though we weren't named, nor our identities revealed, it is safe to assume that people will be watching and wanting to play detective to see if they can uncover the truth. Lord Somersby had still not spoken, but his gaze swept across the room. Harriet got the strange impression he was watching them. She elbowed Agnes, then shifted her eyes to silently communicate to her friend. Agnes glanced his way, and her jaw tightened. He never attended their meetings, though on occasion he had stopped by at the end to kiss his wife's cheek and nod to the rest of them. Therefore, Lady Somersby continued, it has become clear to me that in order to keep us all safe, we must end our activities effective immediately. Shock echoed through the room in everyone's gasps and collective noes. We will still meet here weekly and do what everyone believes we do, put all of our efforts into our charitable duties. But as of right now, there will be no more training, no more guarding the streets or seeking out crimes to tend to. How long? Someone from the back row asked. Until we know the identity of Lady X at the very earliest, Lady Somersby said. In addition, we'll be calling each of you in separately to ask some questions, in hopes of resolving this as soon as possible. Did that mean they suspected Lady X was a member of their group? Or was it merely that they wanted to see if anyone knew anything that could assist in the investigation? Now, if you'll excuse us, we have another engagement we must depart for, Lady Somersby continued. Please, enjoy the tea and cakes, and you're still welcome to play cards. Harriet saw the red rings around Lady Somersby's eyes, the faint shake of her hands. She was just as distraught about this as they were.
This is quite obviously Iris's fault, Patricia said. She's been spending a scandalous amount of time with that Lord Ashby, and then this story gets printed in his gossip rag. That doesn't sound like a coincidence to me. She should have known he was not to be trusted, Marian said. This is likely why she didn't even have the courage to show her face today. She is our friend, Harriet said. The friend who always stood up for Harriet when others were cruel. Harriet whipped around to face the other women. Patricia and Marian had never been Harriet's favourite people. She'd been reluctant when they'd been recruited. Still, she had to admit that they had their useful skills. This is not Iris's fault. Agnes pressed a hand to Harriet's arm. It isn't worth it. Well, of course you would say that, Patricia said. But consider what Iris's selfishness and recklessness have cost all of us.
She clicked her tongue and shook her head.
We were doing good in this town, making a difference, and now it must all come to an end. Because of Lady X, not Iris, Harriet fumed. We should be doing everything we can to uncover her identity, not blame one of our own. Lady X could be one of our own, Agnes said.
Marian sucked in a breath as if she hadn't even considered such a thing. Ladies, Lady Somersby interjected, there is nothing more that can be done today. Suffice it to say, there are still people in this town who will do what they can to keep the rest of us safe. She glanced warmly at her husband. For now, we are not part of that, and blaming one another does not help. Harriet slowed her breathing. She'd never been this furious. It seemed ridiculous that merely defending Iris could have riled her up this way. Then she realized with stunning clarity that she, too, was angry with Iris. She didn't blame her, but it did seem as if some of the blame rested on her. Not all,
but some. Had she not been so reckless in her behaviour with Lord Ashby, he would have been none the wiser about their secret group and the skills they possessed. The meeting ended. There was nothing left to say. The women left in small groups, and Harriet and Agnes decided to walk, since their own houses were not far from the Somersby town home. "I cannot believe we're finished," Harriet said as they strolled down the street. "Not finished, dear, merely on a reprieve," Agnes said. "How can you be so certain? I don't believe that Lady Somersby has worked this hard to simply let everything fall to the wayside." Harriet considered that. Lord Somersby must be helping her. Yes, I suspect that he was here today to observe. He's had years of training and experience in this, and perhaps he believes that this Lady X is in our group," Agnes said. "The most significant problem is that if we wait until she's ready for us to be active again, our skills will have dulled. What we need is a way we can continue to train in the interim." Harriet stopped walking and stared at her friend. "A secret location," Agnes continued, not realizing she now walked alone. "I know that my home would not work. Dear heavens, my brother watches everything I do. It's rather astounding that he doesn't already know about our group." Now she knew precisely what to trade with Lord Davenport for her matchmaking services. "Agnes," Harriet called. She stopped and turned with a frown. "What are you doing?" "You are brilliant, and I believe I have the perfect solution." It had been more than a week since he'd seen Harriet at the Crystal Palace, though he'd returned every day in between. He told himself it was because he was mesmerized by the architecture and exhibits, and that was true. But he also knew that part of him hoped each visit he'd run into her again. Aside from his obvious attraction to her, he wasn't certain why he enjoyed her company. He'd decided not to spend too much thought on it. She was pretty, and his presence seemed to simultaneously make her nervous and embolden her to speak her mind. It was a heady combination. When a note from her arrived that morning suggesting he accompany his mother on her visit to see her own later that afternoon, he'd not even considered not going. Perhaps she'd had second thoughts about helping him, but her motives didn't even matter. He wanted to see her, and she, for whatever reason, wanted to see him. His mother had seemed surprised when he'd shown up ready to escort her to weekly tea with Lady Lockwood. She kept smiling covertly at him in the carriage. "I took your advice and have sought Lady Harriet's assistance in finding myself a wife." "Splendid." "Mother, I am pleased you are taking this task seriously." He doubted that was it, but he said nothing more. When the carriage stopped, he climbed down, then assisted his mother. Number 22 King Street was a handsome town home, with red brick and 2 white columns flanking the shiny black door. He'd already noted that the entryway and foyer of the townhome were in excellent repair. The Lockwoods quite obviously took great care with their home. "My lady," the butler said to his mother, "the Duchess has requested tea for you in the gardens." "Excellent choice," his mother said. Oliver moved to lead his mother to the back of the house, where the garden doors would be, but the butler held up a hand. "My lord, if you don't mind, Lady Harriet suggests you might wish to wait for your mother in here." He opened the door to their immediate right. His mother didn't wait for him. Instead, she simply smiled and waved as she followed the butler down the corridor. Oliver noted that the parlour was tastefully decorated, and he recognized that his mother must love this room with the pale green tones. But what caught his attention most was the vaulted ceiling and the fresco painting of cherubs with gilded wings. The butler stepped back into the room, and Harriet entered, followed closely by another woman, her lady's maid, he'd guess. "Lord Davenport," Harriet said with a curtsy, "to what do I owe the pleasure?" Of course, she couldn't admit to inviting him here herself. That simply wasn't done. She'd certainly gone to great lengths to follow propriety in setting up this rendezvous. He stepped over to her and bent as well as he could over her hand, pressing his lips to the softness of her glove, never taking his eyes off her. She had such a pleasant face that he decided he could look at it for hours, sketch it. He didn't often draw anything other than building plans, but on occasion something beckoned him to put his pencil to paper. Lady Harriet was one such thing, though he doubted he could do her justice. He motioned to the large leather chair adjacent to the settee.
"May I?"
Her eyes fell to his leg, then the cane. He was accustomed to the looks and the stares. Still, from her it was unsettling. "Yes, of course. Where are my manners?" He lowered himself into the chair, knowing that his slow, methodical movements were likely painful and awkward to watch. She and her maid sat on the settee. "The weather has been unusually cold," she said. He nodded. He'd noticed. His damned leg was better than a weather vane at knowing when a temperature shift was coming.
"Is that what you wanted to discuss? The weather?"
he asked. Her cheeks pinkened. "No. It would seem that some things have changed since last we spoke, and I have reconsidered assisting you."
"In my bride hunt?"
She inclined her head.
"So, you have decided to no longer concern yourself with my spending habits?"
"Of course not. I still believe your behaviour to be appalling, and I will not cease reminding you of such."
"Splendid," he said, not bothering to disguise his sarcasm. "I fear I would miss your incessant nagging."
"As it so happens, I've decided there is something I want from you, in exchange for my help." His eyes dropped to her lips, her perfectly pink rosebud lips. As if she read his mind, she bit down on her bottom lip. He wanted to kiss her. Hell, he wanted to do more than that. But starting with that would be all too pleasant. He didn't dally with virgins, though. She was off limits. Or she should be.
"You want me, you were saying?"
he said. She frowned. "I want something from you." She turned to her maid. "Lottie, would you be a dear and fetch us some tea?" Her maid eyed her suspiciously, opened her mouth as if to say something, then curtsied and left the room. "You recently purchased the Garner townhome right down the street from your own," Harriet said, not wasting any time. "It is only a few doors from here."
"That is correct. I bought it last month."
He frowned.
"Why do you know that?"
Her shoulders lifted slightly. "Our mothers talk. I hear things."
"What is it that you want with the Garner townhome?"
he asked. "I want to borrow it." He opened his mouth to ask a question, but she held up a hand to silence him. "No questions asked."
"The home is empty. I have only had it cleaned. I haven't even hired staff for it or decided what I shall do with the property. Whatever—"
His eyes took in the length of her. There was only one reason why a lady such as herself would want to have use of an unoccupied townhome: a lover's rendezvous. Anger surged through him. He didn't want to think about another man having his hands on Harriet's beautiful body. That was ridiculous, though, as he certainly held no claim over her.
"Who is he?"
Deep crevices furrowed her brow. "I beg your pardon?"
"Your lover, Harriet. What's his name?"
Confusion marked each of her features.
There is no other reason you'd need such a property, he said.
Her shoulders rounded and her chin tilted upward. Yes. That is why I want the house. To, fornicate with my lover.
She stumbled over several of the words, and her cheeks now glowed a deep crimson. He nearly drowned on the relief flooding him, also ridiculous. He needed to do something soon about his unreasonable attraction to this woman. If she didn't have a lover, then she had another reason to use the townhome. If she thought to play at deception, he would certainly oblige her. He stood and moved to sit next to her on the settee. She was the one who'd dismissed her chaperone. "Are you saying you're a woman of loose morals?" he asked, leaning close to her face. She smelled delicious, like ripe cherries and cloves. He resisted the urge to inhale deeply. Her eyes widened and she sucked in a breath, but nodded swiftly. Yes, I am very much that. Very loose morals indeed. He bit back a smile. And you wish to fornicate inside my property? I do. Fornicate, yes. He stared at her face. His eyes dropped to her lips again. She was so damned pretty. I can't very well do it here, she said. Of course not. He was now so close he could see the pupils of her eyes widen at his nearness, the black swallowing the warm brown of her irises. Loose morals, he whispered. Yes, she breathed. And then he lowered his mouth to hers. She stiffened initially, then relaxed as he coaxed her lips with his tongue. Her body leaned into his, and she opened to him. He'd meant only to tease her, to startle her. But now that he'd started, he wasn't certain he'd be able to stop kissing her, especially since Harriet kissed him back. Her inexperience didn't turn him off. On the contrary, the tentative strokes of her tongue fueled his desire. He cradled her face, let his thumb stroke her cheek. The tea-cart rattled down the corridor toward them, and Harriet abruptly stood, hand to her throat. Her lips were parted, and her blush disappeared beneath her bodice. He stood as well, leaned against his cane. You might not wish to tell me the truth, but I shall discover why you want that house. That kiss had been far more arousing than it should have been. He shifted his stance. She took a steadying breath. Then I may borrow it? Yes, for the time being. The maid opened the door and shuttled the tea-cart inside. You shall assist me in finding a suitable wife? I will. He took her hand in his and pressed his lips to it. He looked up over her hand and met her gaze. Then we have a deal. I suppose we do. Her fingers touched her lips as if to check that they were still in place. If you will excuse me, I have a ball to get ready for. Chapter 5. What the hell had he been thinking? That she'd needed a kiss to shock her out of whatever game she thought to play with him. But as it turned out, everything had shifted onto him. Damnation if he didn't want the chit. He made his way to Benedict's, the gaming hell his closest friend owned. Much of the success of Benedict's was due to Oliver, but that was the way it should be. His father had nearly destroyed Benedict's family. He'd certainly nearly bankrupted them as he'd done his own. Much of Oliver's fortune had gone into creating Benedict's. He was a silent partner, and though his friend would not accept any additional funding once the gaming establishment had opened, Oliver had done his best to patronize the place, infusing it with his funds. He was a decent card player, but damned if anyone in this town legitimately believed that, for as many times as he lost.
At the moment, he waited in Benedict's office, a spacious room set behind a wall of panelling and mirrors that framed a gaming room. He'd already helped himself to his friend's brandy and sipped thoughtfully. Why had he agreed to his mother's proposition? Because the poor woman had already wasted too much of her life on worthless Lords Davenport. Though he'd done his damnedest to not become his father, his accident had prevented his mother from moving on in order to stay at his side and assist him.
"Help yourself," Benedict drawled as he entered the office. "You know I always do. You bought most of it, might as well enjoy it."
Benedict lowered himself into a chair adjacent to where Oliver sat, propping up his injured leg on the settee. He absently rubbed at the knee, crediting the achiness to the unusual chill in the air.
"I told my mother I would find a wife."
Benedict paused mid-sip and grinned.
"She was undoubtedly pleased."
"She was."
"It is about time."
"Have any prospects?" Benedict asked.
"No, but I have secured a matchmaker for myself."
"That should be interesting."
"Well, I've been out of society long enough. I don't know any of the marriageable women. Nor do I truly want to, but there is only so much pestering a man can endure."
He took a swallow of the amber liquid.
"Were she not so inclined to have grandchildren, I'd let the bloody title die with me."
"No, you wouldn't," Benedict said. His friend was right, damn him. Still, Oliver liked to pretend that he didn't care. But much of the last several years had been driven by his desire to right his father's wrongs. Would he have bothered if he didn't care about the Davenport name? Likely not. He could have simply made a fortune and paid off the debts and left it at that. But instead, he'd repurchased all the Davenport properties that his father had lost in wagers and games of chance, and repaid all of his debts and then some.
"So how did you find this matchmaker?"
"She's not officially a matchmaker. We merely have a deal. She needed something from me and agreed to help me with this in exchange. She knows everyone, talks to bloody everyone, talks all the damned time, actually." Benedict chuckled.
"What?"
Oliver asked.
"There's a problem with her, I can tell. I know you, Oliver."
It was irritating that Benedict could read him so well. He would make a phenomenal card player if he ever chose to gamble himself, because he would be able to identify every player's stance. Benedict owned the gaming hell, but he never gambled. Oliver shrugged.
"I want her."
Benedict leaned forward, bracing his elbows on his knees.
"The matchmaker?"
"Yes."
"But she is married?"
"No."
"Too old?"
"No, she is a virgin. I don't seduce virgins." He drained his glass and set it down on the table to his right.
"So marry her."
Oliver eyed his friend and let his words sink in. Marry Harriet. He'd been given the opportunity to do precisely that once upon a time. He knew their families would approve.
"I'm glad I could solve all of your problems. I haven't agreed with you. Yet. You'll get there."
Benedict stood and retrieved a ledger book and set it down.
"Now then, let us discuss this matter of you losing nearly £50 in here last month."
Marry Harriet. That would certainly solve two problems. He wouldn't have to bride hunt, and he could have that bite-sized morsel all to himself, whenever he wanted. His cock stirred at the thought. It was a bloody brilliant plan, and he wondered why he hadn't thought of it himself. The entire time Lottie helped Harriet dress and arranged her hair, she had relived Oliver's kiss. What had he been playing at? He knew she'd been lying about having a lover. No doubt he could tell precisely how inexperienced she was once he'd kissed her. Still, he had kissed her. To tease her? To distract her? To torment her? She wasn't certain. Tonight was about Iris, she reminded herself. If all things went as Lord Ashby had planned, then he and Iris would be engaged by the end of the night. That is what Harriet should be concentrating on, since she'd helped him follow through with the plan. It would do Harriet no good to dwell on a kiss that had meant nothing to Lord Davenport. It mattered not that it had been nearly earth-shattering for her. Though only his lips had touched her, she'd felt him all over her body. She'd kissed him back too. Never mind she hadn't known what to do, she'd followed his lead. Of course, it had been her first kiss. Her only kiss. Perhaps that was how all kisses were. She would ask Iris, but then she'd have to confess that she'd allowed the boorish and brooding Lord Davenport to take liberties with her, and for nothing more than to humour himself. Not only that, but this ball was a special gesture for Iris from Lord Ashby. It was not the time to pull her friend aside and question her about kisses. He saw her as a joke, she knew that. He'd said as much 6 years before, when their mothers had tried to create a match between the two of them. Then he had desperately needed her dowry, and still he'd said no. Her mother had excused his rejection, claiming that it had more to do with him being broken-hearted after Catherine Finney had dissolved their would-be betrothal. They hadn't been officially engaged, but everyone had assumed that they would marry. Then his accident had happened. He'd disappeared from society for an entire 6 months while he'd healed, and Catherine had waited for him. When he'd returned, with a bad limp and a cane, she'd backed out. 2 months later she'd married Lord Burgess. The rest of the evening went by in a blur. Harriet was so distracted she hadn't fully enjoyed Iris's expression when Lord Ashby had declared himself to her. Harriet's mind, instead, focused on 2 things: Oliver's kiss and getting over to the Burkes' townhome to begin her plans for the training space. She hadn't yet told Agnes or any of the others, because she first wanted to ensure that everything would be feasible. Playing matchmaker for Lord Davenport didn't promise to be a simple task, but it was a small trade to be able to have a private space to continue her training. Once Oliver had decided to marry Harriet, he needed to know what she was doing with her time. For the past 2 days he'd been spying on her, for lack of a better description of his behaviour. Since he'd handed her a set of keys to the townhome, she insisted on borrowing without explanation as to her intent. He wasn't precisely watching her as he was the string of servants who were carrying in the most bizarre of items. Thus far, he had counted no fewer than 7 hay-filled mattresses and at least 2 stuffed figures, much like scarecrows. He had no notion as to what she was up to, and he had agreed to not ask any questions. As far as he was concerned, there was only one reason to use a mattress, and she sure as hell better not be doing that with another man. Nor did she require 7 different mattresses to do it. Was she opening a brothel? He actually chuckled. Prim and proper Harriet, even discussing the activities that took place within the walls of a brothel, would have her blushing. There was only one way for him to uncover the truth behind her plan, which was why he currently leaned against the wall inside a darkened storage room. He had to wait only a quarter of an hour before Harriet herself strode in. He knew it was her because he recognized her voice. At the sound of her laughter, his gut tightened. It made him wonder if there was anything about her that wouldn't create some visceral reaction in him. He had selected the small storage room off the ballroom, which is where he discovered all the mattresses grouped together in the centre of the floor. Evidently, he'd missed a delivery of one, because in total there were 8. All laid out, they presented a large padded rectangle underneath the great chandelier. A most peculiar discovery. Though he could not see her directly without opening the storage room door, he could hear her giving instructions, so she obviously had a companion with her. As soon as we can get some of the other girls here, we will be able to make the most of the space, Harriet said. Her companion mumbled something he was unable to hear, so much so that he was unable to determine if it was a man or a woman. Harriet had mentioned something about the other girls. Had he so misjudged her? Was it possible she was involved in some nefarious sexual group? Was she intending to move people into his property? Until then, it is up to you and me to practice, Harriet said. Practice? They were quiet for a few moments, and then he heard Harriet speak again. Now then, you come for me, which was quickly followed by a distinct groan. A few more moments passed with an exchange of grunts and shuffles. What in the hell was she doing out there? He couldn't take it any longer. If she were with a man, he damned well needed to know. She was going to be his wife, and he had the right to know how the hell she was spending her time. He braced his cane on the floor and gently opened the door. Harriet stood over someone with a parasol aimed at their throat. She'd stripped off her dress and wore only her pantaloons, chemise and corset. Her breathing was laboured and her expression fierce. His mouth went dry. Lust pounded through him. What the devil is going on in here? She started, dropped her weapon. My lord! She held out a hand to her companion, who turned out to be her lady's maid. His eyes scanned the area around them. The mattresses were still spaced together on the floor to make a patchwork pillow. There was the parasol, and then some other weapon-looking thing, an exceptionally thin blade that was now piercing into one of the stuffed figures. "Were you hiding in a storage room?" she asked. Her laboured breathing caused her magnificent breasts to move up and down. A delicious flush splattered her skin, and perspiration gleamed at her temples and above her lip. He wanted to lick it off. He moved closer. Her lack of clothing didn't seem to be bothering her, but it was distracting him to near madness. This much of her exposed creamy flesh, and all he could think about was removing the rest of her garments so he could feast on her delectable curves. He eyed her maid. "Leave us." Then he moved his gaze back to Harriet. "Harriet?" the maid asked quietly. "Go, Lottie. We'll be finished talking in a few moments. But, my lady, your dress." Her eyes lowered to indicate Harriet's state. She handed the dress to Harriet, which she then held up to her chest. The maid left them standing in the cavernous ballroom. Harriet still stood on top of the mattresses, and he was damned close to tossing her backward onto them. Anger rolled off her in hot waves. "You hid in there to spy on me." "I did." "You don't even bother to deny it." "What purpose would that serve?" "I don't know, but this is just like you to hide in wait and spy on me. You're so damned accustomed to getting whatever you want, whenever you want it." She shook her head. "You allow that unquenchable greed to dictate every move you make, regardless of how it affects anyone else. Any promises or agreements shoved to the side." "This has nothing to do with greed." Though wanting her certainly did. He wanted her at the moment with such intensity,
He was surprised he hadn't pounced on her yet.
Of course it does. You have no ability to tell yourself no, no strength of will to walk away from something you want. You were curious about what I was doing, and despite our agreement that you would not ask questions, you came to get precisely what you wanted.
She doubted his ability to control his urges and desires. He'd show her precisely how much control he had. When this was over, it would be her begging him. "Are you going to tell me what all of this is about?" She was sexy as hell when angry. He gripped the top of his cane tighter to rein in his desire. She tilted up her head and walked off the mattresses, brushing past him.
I am not.
"I'm not an idiot, Harriet." He followed her.
She wiped the sweat off her forehead and neck with a rag. The hair along her nape and face was damp, and it drew him closer. I never suggested you were.
She turned to face him and started, not realizing he had closed the distance between them. He took a step forward. She took a step backward. Granted, he hadn't figured everything out, but he recognized enough of what was before him, and, combined with the latest scandal reverberating through society, it was easy enough to put two and two together. She backed against the wall behind her and froze, her brown eyes wide. "I read the article. Are you part of this group of ladies who fight crime? Is that what you're doing here, practicing?" he asked. She sucked in a breath, confirming everything, but said nothing. "That is quite a dangerous activity for a genteel lady."
"I have training and can protect myself."
He grinned. She exhaled loudly, quite obviously annoyed she'd revealed something to him.
"You are a beast."
He braced one hand on the wall behind her, put his body close enough to her that he could feel the warmth radiating off her skin, smell her subtle floral scent. She boldly looked up at him. No fear. Her eyes darkened and her lips parted.
"Are you going to kiss me again?"
He chuckled. "Do you want me to?" Her breath caught.
"Of course not."
"I disagree. I think you do." He took his hand off the wall and traced a finger down her cheek. Her breath stuttered. "Sweet Harriet, I think you desperately want me to kiss you." His thumb traced over her bottom lip. She subconsciously dipped her tongue out to wet her lips, and instead licked across his finger. And it took every ounce of his control to not oblige her.
"What are you doing?"
she whispered. "Proving my point." She swallowed visibly.
"Which is?"
He let his gaze bore into her, moved his body close enough that she could not doubt his arousal. He ground it against her to make certain. Her eyes fluttered closed. "That I can want something desperately and still walk away." He shoved away from her then and left the room. He had to get some distance between them, else he would toss her down on those mattresses and have his way with her.
Harriet squeaked. There was no other way to describe the noise that came from her throat. She closed her eyes, kept her back pressed to the wall, and concentrated on her breathing.
Prove his point indeed. He'd been in perfect control. It was she who had lost it. She never yelled at people. She had never, not even once, allowed something to slip about the ladies of virtue. Yet she'd buckled under his gaze. What was it about him that seemed to bring out her worst qualities, making her angry and frustrated, and wanton? Her body still hummed with anticipation. Of what she wasn't certain, but she'd wanted more. Wanted him to touch her, kiss her. The feel of his arousal pressed against her had nearly been her undoing. She'd forgotten that her maid was in the other room. Harriet had wanted to open herself to him,
wrap her legs around his thighs, and let him do whatever he could to ease the ache he'd started in her core. She had to find him a wife, and soon, before she lost her senses completely and did something ridiculous, like fall in love with the Marquess of Davenport. Chapter 6. After his impromptu spying on her, Harriet was tempted to cancel their entire agreement. He could find his own wife. Except she truly needed that townhome. She didn't want her skills dulled, neither did Agnes and a few of her other close friends from the Ladies of Virtue. They needed a place to continue their practice. She couldn't deny that, though she might not find him amiable, she instinctively recognized that she could trust him. He didn't appear to be fond of anyone in this town, nor was he a gossip. Still, it made her uneasy that he'd seen her in such a way. And he'd gotten so close to her. She'd been able to feel the heat from his body and smell the woodsy scent of him. Then the hard length of him pressed against her. There'd been no mistaking that. Her body had reacted so strongly. She'd wanted him to kiss her. She'd wanted him to do more than kiss her. But that was preposterous. She chalked it up to the fact that she'd been lonely for much of her adult life. Granted, she'd pretended as if it were perfectly acceptable to her that she hadn't found a husband, or even had any serious suitors. None of that changed the fact that she wanted to get married, and she'd settle for nothing less than a love match. It had worked for her parents as well as her sister. Waiting for love also kept her safe from any other potentially humiliating scenarios, like the one she'd shared with Oliver 6 years ago, when he'd so harshly rejected her and her dowry. If she insisted on waiting for a love match, no one would be able to hurt her. The waiting had gone on for so long, though, she was nearly certain there was no one out there to love her. But she didn't need a husband to make her happy. She had the Ladies of Virtue, and she refused to let some mysterious and anonymous woman destroy their group. Which meant that Harriet needed to maintain her agreement with Lord Davenport so she could continue to use that townhome. She'd sent a message to him earlier, requesting they meet at the Crystal Palace. It was the perfect location for her to point out prospective brides to him, without it being too obvious. Tonight there was a special concert being held, and she knew that plenty of marriageable women would be there, all for his choosing. It was so much easier for men. She rolled her eyes. They could practically step into a room and point at any woman and demand she marry him, provided he had a title or wealth.
Already irritated, I see. I didn't think I was that late.
His voice poured over her like warm chocolate, and she nearly sighed. What is the matter with me? He was an annoying man, one who knew far too many of her secrets. She looked up at him and sucked in a breath. While he hadn't shaved, he had trimmed his beard, and he'd tied his hair back in a queue. He gave her a wolfish grin.
You look particularly fetching today, Lady Harriet. That colour suits you quite well, he said.
She frowned.
You disagree?
Stop wasting your time flirting with me. We have a mutual agreement. You have fulfilled your end, or at least part of it, by allowing me to use the Burke's townhome. But I must know, are you going to tell anyone what you discovered about me? She asked in a whisper.
About your special skills?
Despite his beard, she could see the effects of his smile. Her heart stuttered. Blast him for being so handsome. Yes, about that.
Of course not. All your secrets are safe with me, sweet Harriet. It was on her tongue to inquire as to what other secrets he thought he knew, but she decided it was best to not open that particular Pandora's box. "Thank you. Now it is up to me to fulfill my end of the bargain and find you a bride."
"Very well, then. Lead on, my lady."
He held his elbow out to her, but she ignored it and walked forward. They walked silently for a moment before she spotted a possible candidate for him. "Do you see the girl over there? The one in the green dress with the reddish-brown hair?" He nodded. "That is Jane Spencer, and she is sweet. She is quite popular at balls because she's a glorious dancer and—"
"I cannot dance,"
he said flatly. "Of course." Why was it that she always seemed to flaunt that to him? It wasn't intentional. She rarely noticed his cane or his limp, though she knew others did. There were fantastic stories and theories of how he'd injured himself. She wasn't certain anyone knew the truth. "Perhaps you want to tell me what you're looking for in a wife."
"I prefer fair-haired ladies."
His eyes met hers.
"And curves I can grab onto, particularly for activities in the bedroom."
He let his gaze sweep down her body, slowly. She knew her cheeks heated, and her chest. She probably glowed from the blush, and she found it difficult to breathe. She felt exposed, as if he could see every flaw she hid beneath her blue gown. Of course he hadn't meant her. She had far too many curves. There were others that fit his criteria. "Lady Tabitha." She gently motioned with her head to the woman perusing the jewellery display in the Renaissance court. "Looks to be what you're looking for. She is a quiet girl, polite, yet well-read enough to voice an opinion when she has one." Then she frowned. "I am told she has a penchant for small dogs."
"I loathe small dogs,"
he said plainly. And so their conversation went for the better part of an hour as they strolled through the exhibits. She would point out a pretty girl, give him information about her, and then he would promptly discount said girl for some ridiculous reason. They had made their way into the Greek court and found themselves remarkably alone. She turned on him. "If you're not going to take this seriously, I am wasting time with which I could be doing something else," she said.
"Like catching thieves?"
"Be quiet. Someone might hear you."
"In case it has escaped your attention, we are perfectly alone in here."
He moved his hand to rest on the small of her back. The touch sent chills scattering in every direction. She searched the room, and they were, in fact, completely alone. Evidently the attendants had all made their way to the concert.
"So alone, I could perhaps steal a kiss before anyone became the wiser," he said.
She sucked in a breath. He wouldn't dare. "I don't want him to, do I?" "You are wasting my time. I am giving you good suggestions, and you are finding one reason after another to dismiss said suggestions." He shrugged.
"I know what I like and what I don't like."
"Then perhaps you should find your own wife." She glared at him. And he had the audacity to grin at her, a crooked smile that seemed to tug at her heart, which was ridiculous.
"There is one person you could suggest whom I wouldn't veto."
She propped her hands on her hips. "Well, why didn't you say so? I swear you are the most exasperating of men." His brow rose. "If you have someone in mind, simply tell me. I can arrange an introduction," she said.
"I need no introduction. I know her. Quite well, actually. I know what she smells like."
He took a step closer so that he was so close to her she could feel his warm breath against her bare neck.
"Cherries and cloves, a most intoxicating mixture. I know the precise shade of her eyes when she's overcome with desire, like the sea after a summer rain."
Harriet did her best not to close her eyes and lean into the seductiveness of his voice. Good heavens! She swallowed and tried to concentrate on her breathing. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. I know the taste of her mouth, the feel of her tongue on mine, tentative yet passionate. You should marry her then, she said, knowing he could hear the breathlessness in her tone. She sounds as if she is everything you could want. Oh, she is. I see. She wondered for a moment if he was going to reveal that he couldn't marry the woman in question because she was already wed to someone else. Lady Burgess. Perhaps he still loved her. If you know her, my lord, you should simply ask her to marry you, unless she is already married. No, she's quite available. He was quiet for a moment. His hand trailed down the spine of her back and landed at her waist. He rested his hand on the curve of her hip. "'Tis you, sweet Harriet. Marry me." She spun around to face him, her mouth gaping. Her heart plummeted to her feet, and she was certain that if she took a step, she'd crush it to pieces. She had waited so long to hear those words, and he'd made a mockery of them. A mockery of her. I find it deplorable that you would tease in such a way. His brows arched. You don't believe me? I do not. We were poised to get married, or have you so easily forgotten? You told me, in no uncertain terms, that you had no desire to marry me, that even providing a better life for your mother wasn't enough temptation to be saddled with me. He pulled her into a quieter part of the room, in the darker corners, behind the Parthenon replica. What I said then, he shook his head, that was about me, not you. She crossed her arms over her chest. I don't believe you. This is just like you, to say something to try to distract me. Just like the other day when you pressed your hard muscles against me. She couldn't prevent herself from perusing him. Even fully clothed, she knew that his body must be as expertly sculpted as the statues in this room. You pretended you wanted to kiss me. This is ridiculous, this game you're playing, and it serves no purpose, unless you're simply so cruel that you enjoy tormenting me. You leave me no choice. What is that supposed to mean? I'll simply have to prove it to you. My desire for you is real, Harriet. She opened her mouth, then promptly shut it. You are ridiculous. She made her way to a glass case with a vase enclosed. She leaned forward to examine the ancient pottery. He stood behind her, not touching her, but close enough that she could not mistake his presence. You were right the other day. I wanted to kiss you, he said. I want to kiss you now. I want to press against you so you can feel how much I want you. There is no denying it, Harriet. I want to strip every last piece of clothing off your body and kiss every last inch of your delicious curves. He leaned closer to her ear. Every single inch. She swallowed. Desire poured through her, liquefying her limbs. She braced her gloved hands on the glass case to bolster herself so she would not melt into the floor. She knew what that dampness was pooling between her thighs, and thus far in her life she'd felt it only with him. Her breathing tightened. After I'm done exploring you with my mouth, I want you to sit atop me and ride me until neither of us can breathe. I want to watch you come apart again and again with my cock inside you. Enough, she whispered. She nearly ran to get away from him, pushing her way through the crowd and not even bothering to look back at him. Damn him for teasing her in such a way, for making her want things she knew he'd never give her. She swiped at the tears and melted into the crowd gathered in the nave of the building.
She didn't know to what end he played this game. What was the purpose in making her want him? Did he want her to beg him, or was he simply trying to scandalize her? Either way, it was too much. She'd have to send a message later, telling him their agreement was over. She and the rest of the ladies would have to find another place to do their exercises and practice. Perhaps she could speak to Lady Somersby. Harriet refused to give Lord Davenport the pleasure of allowing him to use her in a wicked jest. He might expect that she had not fully comprehended all of the wicked things he'd said to her, but she'd understood every single word. She knew all about the goings-on between a man and a woman. She'd been 11 years old when her sister had gotten married, and she'd hidden under the bed to listen to her mother explain it all the night before Helen's wedding. Then, after their conversation had ended, and her sister had retired for the evening, her mother had coaxed her out and offered to answer any and all questions she'd had. Harriet knew enough to know that she only ever wanted that kind of intimacy with someone she trusted, someone she loved. That was what her heart wanted. So why did her body seem to want something else entirely? What was wrong with her that her body seemed to crave that intimacy with a man she did not trust in the least, a man she could never love, a man who most certainly did not love her, and it all came down to that 4-letter word. Chapter 7. Harriet obviously hadn't believed him, and instead thought he was jesting with her. He'd seen the tears shimmering in her eyes before she'd effectively disappeared into the crowd and he'd lost her. He knew he shouldn't have said those things to her. No true gentleman would ever speak in such a way to a lady. But he never claimed to be a gentleman in anything but title, and she'd strained his patience to its limits, testing him, accusing him of teasing her or simply lying. He did want her, and he didn't understand why she refused to believe that, simply because of some asinine thing he'd said to her 6 years before. He'd kissed her. He'd pressed his very hard, very real desire against her. Still, she hadn't believed him. She'd see he was quite serious soon enough, which was why he currently sat in her older brother, Malcolm, the Duke of Lockwood's study. The man in question breached the doorway and stopped short.
Davenport, this is a surprise. Lockwood, I'd heard you were back into society full force, but I don't suppose we've run into each other outside of Benedict's. Yes, though I try to never venture farther than that fine establishment, it would seem my mother insists I have more of a presence. Mothers, Malcolm said with a roll of his eyes, but there was genuine affection in his tone. He came and sat in the chair next to Oliver instead of across the desk. I'm assuming you've some purpose to this visit, or did you simply miss my handsome face? I've come about your sister, Oliver said. Helen? Whatever for? She's expecting her 3rd child, you know, living quite happily just outside of Salisbury. Don't be daft, Lockwood. Not your married sister, your other sister. Harriet? He leaned back in his chair, lay his hands across his stomach, and did nothing to hide his surprise. This ought to be interesting. I wish to marry her. He gripped the knob at the top of his cane. Despite how close he and Catherine had come to a betrothal, he'd never actually had to have this conversation with a father or a brother. I am not here for your permission, nor your blessing, simply a courtesy of my intentions. No one and nothing would deter him from this. He would have her. You want to marry Harriet? I do. Malcolm frowned. Whatever for? Come now, man, she is your sister. Certainly you can't be that surprised that a man would find her desirable. Malcolm schooled his features. No, of course not, but she has never before had any serious suitors. For that reason you believed her incapable of warranting one? No, but I did wonder if perhaps the fact that everyone sees her as I do, the perfect little sister, everyone's best friend, might have impacted her in the romance area.
Malcolm was quiet for a few moments before he spoke again.
Am I to believe that you're in love with her, then?
Love?
That was preposterous. He wasn't even certain he had a heart. Good God, no. I am incapable of love. Suffice it to say, I want her.
He levelled his gaze at Malcolm.
Shall I elaborate?
He held up a hand and shook his head.
Please do not. She is my baby sister, after all. And a woman, nonetheless, Oliver said.
The study door flew open, and a fuming Harriet stormed in. Is it not enough to mock me in private, my lord, but you must come to my home and do so in front of my brother?
Oliver turned to Malcolm. She doesn't believe my intentions are true. Harry, love, he's just expressed an interest in marrying you, and not once did he even inquire about your dowry. Don't be a goose, Malcolm said.
She blew out a breath. He does not want to marry me.
Don't frighten him away, Malcolm chided. It's your first proposal. Indeed, your first true suitor.
She closed her eyes, and blush stained her from the top of her forehead to where her bodice rested against her glorious cleavage. Splendid! Now the two of you can torment me together. She turned to her brother. Malcolm, for unknown reasons he is having fun at my expense. I certainly hope you did not give him your blessing.
I didn't have to, Malcolm said. I didn't ask for it, merely expressed my intentions.
Oliver stood. He did not wince when his leg protested. He'd learned long ago how to manage the pain, how to hide it from those around him.
My sweet Harriet, your brother does not wish to listen to me extol on all your physical virtues, and you do not seem to believe me. I shall endeavour to appeal to your pragmatic side. You are firmly upon the shelf, I do believe they call it, and I am in need of a wife. We are a match made in convenience, practicality, whatever you wish to call it.
He leaned down and put his face an inch from hers.
Desire above all else. Do not think for a moment that you can evade me. I want you, and you shall be mine.
She watched him walk away. Her heart pounded so loudly in her ears, she was positive others could hear it as well. Her foolish body had melted at his words.
I want you, and you shall be mine.
Her mind, however, was not so easily deceived, thank the heavens. She whirled on her brother. He stood and backed away from her.
Harry, I've never seen you this angry. Hell, I don't think I've ever seen you angry at all.
That man is infuriating, and stop calling me Harry. It was sweet when I was a child, but in case you haven't noticed, Malcolm, I am a grown woman. She stormed out of the room and went directly outside to hail a hack. Normally she'd go to see Iris in such a situation. Perhaps it was wrong to categorize her friends, but in matters of the heart, Iris had always been her first choice. But today she needed Agnes and her cool thinking. Besides, Iris had already proven that she was susceptible to a man's seduction. Harriet knew she would be, too. She doubted Oliver would even have to ask before she'd start removing her clothes. Good heavens, when had she become such a wanton? Agnes, thankfully, was not one to be swayed by a pair of intense silver-blue eyes, or a searing kiss that had obviously melted part of Harriet's brain, or the wicked things he'd said to her, wicked things he wanted to do to her, that had left her with desire-soaked pantaloons. Good heavens, but he had a mouth on him, in more ways than one. Marry her? He was ridiculous.
and her heart was even more ridiculous for beating faster at the thought. She would not sit back and endure her torment simply for his enjoyment. Once she was escorted into Agnes's family townhome, she quickly located her friend in the library. She was busily sketching into a book, her brow marred with concentration. "You will never believe what has happened," Harriet said. Agnes looked up, and her eyes widened. She set down her pencil. Without saying anything else, she closed her book, rang for a servant, and ordered tea to be sent directly to her bedchamber. Then she hooked her arm with Harriet's and led her up the staircase. "You look dreadful," Agnes said. "Thank you. So, tell me what this thing is that I am not going to believe. It's Lord Davenport." She fell silent as the maid brought in the tea tray and set it down on the ottoman between their two chairs. When the servant left the room again, Harriet took a breath. "He proposed to me." Agnes's expression did not change, and she said nothing, as if waiting for the rest of the sordid tale. "He even went and spoke to Malcolm. What was he thinking?" Agnes frowned. "That he wanted to marry you?" "No. Do you not see?" Harriet stirred her tea absently. "He is toying with me, tormenting me. He told me all these wicked things he wants to do to me." She whispered that last part, despite the fact that they were alone. She waited for her friend to be as appalled at the scenario as she was, but nothing came. "Agnes, you are not helping. I came to speak to you because you are so pragmatic. Why would he do all of this? Why would he go to such lengths to tease me so mercilessly? Is he that cruel?" She did nothing to stop the tears that filled in her eyes. "Perhaps I am missing something." Agnes reached over and squeezed her hand. "I can see that you are upset, hurting, and I am certainly being pragmatic. I'm not convinced I know how to not be. He is laughing at me." She silently cursed him for making her want more, making her want for his words to be truth, that he did desire her and long for her to be his wife. But she knew that none of that was true. "Did he?" "What?" Harriet asked. "Did he actually laugh at you?" "Well, no, not in front of me." "Then the only logical conclusion is that he proposed to you because he truly wants to marry you." Harriet rolled her eyes. "Answer me this. Why has that option not even occurred to you?" Harriet sucked in a breath. She allowed herself a moment to imagine such a thing. A world in which she'd caught that handsome giant of a man, that devilishly dashing man with a wicked tongue, and eyes so haunted she wanted nothing more than to hold him until the dark shadows disappeared. But therein lay the problem. She knew herself. She knew precisely what would happen if she let herself believe such a fantasy. She'd lose her head and then her heart. Knowing that he'd never love her in return, she knew that she'd be forever ruined. The Marquess of Davenport had the ability to destroy her completely. She refused to allow that to happen. "That's preposterous," she said. She shoved away at the what-if thoughts that tickled at the edges of her mind. What if he truly wanted her? "Are you going to pretend I haven't heard by now what you did today?" his mother asked from the doorway of his bedchamber. Currently, he hung from his exercise bar that had been wedged in his doorframe to the adjoining bedchamber, the room where his wife would put her pretty things. He'd learned quickly, after his accident, that if he did not keep his upper body at peak strength, he had a more difficult time moving around with the limitations of his leg. Sweat dripped off his torso, and he eyed his mother's petite frame. He let go of the bar and landed on his good leg
before gripping his cane that leaned against the wall. His mother had both hands on her hips.
"I'm assuming you spoke to Lady Lockwood?" he asked.
"Of course. She said you made your intentions known to Malcolm." She handed him a piece of cloth to wipe his face. "I'm certain you did so in pure Oliver fashion."
"What does that mean?"
He rubbed the rag against his neck. "Did you even ask Harriet yourself?"
"I did. She did not believe me."
"Of course she didn't. You rejected her 6 years ago. How is she supposed to believe that the years have changed your mind?"
"Because I asked her to marry me. I wouldn't ask if I didn't want her."
Why was this so damned difficult? Half the reason he'd asked Harriet was so he wouldn't have to actually deal with any of this nonsense with any other woman. Harriet is a lady, Oliver. She has grown up expecting that certain things would happen before she married. You cannot barge into a room and toss her over your shoulder like some Viking. She needs to be wooed, courted.
"That's ridiculous. Not wanting to deal with any of that nonsense is part of why I selected Harriet."
His mother rolled her eyes. "You're not purchasing a horse, my dear. You are selecting a wife, an actual person with whom you will spend the rest of your life."
"I thought you'd be pleased with my choice."
"Oh, I am. I'm delighted. Her mother is as well, which is precisely why I'm offering you this advice, because I want you to marry her." He moved over to the chair and lowered himself down. He didn't have to explain to his mother that standing for long periods of time made his leg ache.
"You have a plan?"
he asked. "Only in so much that if you're serious about marrying her, then you should be willing to court her. Every woman wants and deserves a little wooing, my dear."
He rolled his eyes. "I'll consider it. Tell me your idea."
"I suggest we host a country house party, a weekend at Brookhaven, where you show Harriet your intentions as well as allow her to invite prospective bride choices for you. But by the end of the weekend, you can announce your engagement, if she accepts." His thoughts fired into action. He'd need to procure a special license. Then they could simply marry before returning to London. He could have Harriet in his bed before a fortnight ended.
"Allow her to believe that I'm still using her services as a matchmaker in the meantime."
"You can tell her the truth. I even suggest as much. Not good to start a marriage on anything less than honesty. Simply tell her that she is your choice, but you're giving her the chance to prove you wrong, to give you alternatives." He chuckled.
"That's quite Machiavellian of you, Mother."
She smiled and lifted her shoulders in a delicate shrug. "I have my moments."
"You'll arrange this party with her? Plan the entire ordeal?"
"Of course."
"How long will it take?"
Her brow arched. "My, you are eager." When he did not respond, she continued, "The party can begin a week from Thursday." He nodded. "Meanwhile, you should brush up on your courtship methods."
"I don't know the first thing about courting a woman. I find the entire scenario useless."
"Perhaps, but it is what we civilized people do. Besides, I do not think you don't know how, but merely have forgotten." More like he'd realized the entire practice was a waste of effort. He'd courted Catherine for nearly 6 months. Then she'd waited another 6 for him to heal after his accident. They'd exchanged letters during that time, and she'd assured him of her love. Yet she'd taken one look at his limp and cane, and she'd bolted.
"What would you suggest I do to prove to Harriet my intentions are sincere?"
"Show an interest in her and things that are important to her. You have your skills with building and designing. Certainly she has such things in her life." He nodded. She did indeed have such interests. Secret interests, in fact. He could use that to his advantage. "Oliver, I am pleased by your choice, but need I remind you that had you simply accepted my suggestion several years ago, you and Harriet would already be married and with children."
"No, He didn't need that reminder. He'd thought of little else except the fact that had he not been so damned stubborn, he could have spent the last 6 years with Harriet in his bed. But if he had done that, he might not have accomplished everything he had since then. I needed to make that money myself. I don't require a woman's dowry. I still don't. She can do what she wants with the money. I'll tell her as much. His mother smiled. I have no doubt you will. She turned to go, then paused. You should get a trim and shave your face. Harriet should see how handsome you are. He growled a response. He happened to like his beard, though he suspected his mother was right. About everything, it seemed. But she'd given him a brilliant plan to deliver Harriet straight into his bed, where she would stay every night for the rest of their lives. Chapter 8. Harriet started at the knock on her bedchamber door. Come in. Her mother poked her fair hair in. Care for a chat? Always. They had a special bond, the two of them. Her mother was close to all her children, but there was something unique about their bond. She came inside and closed the door behind her, moving to sit on the small settee Harriet kept under the large window that overlooked the gardens behind their corner townhome. Harriet joined her mother. She knew why she was here, and she'd been tempted to tell her no, that she didn't particularly care for a chat. But this was her mother. She'd never kept secrets from her before. Well, not until Harriet had joined the Ladies of Virtue. That she had to keep from her mother, else Harriet would be forbidden to participate. Her mother picked at a string that had come loose from a button on the settee. She wound the string around and around the button until it disappeared. I know what you want to discuss, Harriet said. She'd rather get this entire ordeal over with. She could kill Oliver for bringing this jest or whatever game he played into her family, into her home. Her mother nodded. Oliver has expressed his interest in marrying you. Harriet snorted. That is what he says, but it is not the truth. There is something he's after. I'm not certain if it's to humiliate me or what, but I'm on to him. Confusion sparked over her mother's features. I'm not so certain, my pet. According to Malcolm, he was quite serious, not even so much as seeking a blessing or permission as he was making a claim. Those words seemed to rattle through her heart, shaking it up and starting it beating, as if it had been still and silent in her chest for so very long. Making a claim. On her. You believe I should agree to his ridiculous proposal? Harriet asked. I have always thought the two of you would be a good match, but you know that Claudine and I have been friends nearly our entire lives. Being connected by a marriage between our children has been a dream for us for many years. This isn't about me, though. This is about you and what you want. Harriet stood and paced the small area of her room that wasn't crowded with furniture. Everyone believes I should simply accept, that I should be thankful he lowered himself to offer for me, because this is the only proposal I'll ever get, that he's the best I can do, the only option for me. The words broke through as if she'd been holding them back for too long. Her mother said nothing, merely nodded and listened. No one has stopped to ask what I want. What is it that you want, my pet? What did she want? For Oliver's proposal to be authentic? For this entire ordeal to not be a jest on his part? I want the love match that you and Father had, the love that Helen and Bradley share. I would rather be a spinster than marry someone who could never love me. Do you know that's what he told Malcolm?
I heard it with my own ears, that he could never love me."
She did nothing to hide the tears that came then.
"I am the only one to see this as some manipulative game he's playing. I am the one who will be hurt, no one else."
"You are quite right," her mother said. "I think wanting to marry for love is perfectly acceptable. But I do need to correct you on one fact. Your father and I did not start out in love." Harriet stopped pacing and stared at her mother. "I should say I did not love him initially. He professed his love for me for weeks before I even agreed to become his wife. And even then it took me another 2 years before recognizing that I'd fallen in love with him in return. He was very patient with me." It didn't change anything, though, because her father had always loved her mother, and Bradley and Helen had married for love. It was what Harriet wanted, and it would keep her from the rejection and humiliation she'd felt 6 years ago when she'd offered herself to Oliver. "I never knew. Well, it hardly seemed important. By the time you children came around, we were both besotted fools, and we stayed that way until he passed. God rest his soul." She smiled wistfully. "I miss that silly man every day."
"I do too."
"You said that everyone believes you should accept his proposal," her mother said. "Who is everyone?"
"You and Malcolm and Agnes. My everyone is limited, but still."
"You feel the pressure?"
"Yes."
She'd had her heart set on a love match for as long as she could remember. Her parents had adored each other. Everyone who had ever been in the same room with them could see it. And then she'd watched her sister marry for love, and it felt like a sign. But what if she never found her love match? Was she willing to be the favourite spinster aunt and live off her brother's good fortune the rest of her life? "I believe you'll find that love you seek," her mother said, as if reading her thoughts. "It might not come precisely as you imagine it, though, and I want you to be open to possibilities. Love does not always look like what you're expecting." She grabbed Harriet's hand and squeezed. "Can you promise me that?" Harriet nodded. "In the meantime, Claudine has suggested that they host a ball at their estate, Brookhaven, and you can invite prospective brides for him to meet. If his proposal is nothing more than a jest, as you suspect, then introducing him to other women should solve that problem. And if not?" The unsaid words hung in the air as if living, breathing things. But she knew she was right. He'd had his chance to marry her, and he'd rejected her. Then he'd said plainly today that he could never love her. His proposal was a joke and nothing more. "I'll find him a wife. And I believe you'll find the love you are seeking. Do not give up yet." That evening, Oliver found himself back at Benedict's. He'd stayed away from the gaming tables longer than usual because he'd attended so many balls and parties as of late. Tonight he would also skip the cards as he'd returned for more advice. He waited in Benedict's private offices, knowing his friend would find him eventually. As expected, it didn't take Benedict long to enter the room. "Hiding back here, drinking my good scotch." He poured himself a drink and took a seat on the opposite end of the large leather sofa. "I'm tired of people," Oliver said. "You have been far more social in the last few weeks," Benedict said, nodding. "It turns out finding a wife is a damned hard business." Oliver swirled the glass of scotch, then took a swallow. "I thought you'd already selected one," Benedict said. "I have. She said no." He drained his glass. "In fact, she said no more than once." Benedict laughed a full belly laugh. "I don't see the humour."
He didn't understand any of it. If he didn't want Harriet so badly, he'd seriously consider retiring to the country. His friend stood and grabbed the bottle of scotch and brought it back to the sofa, pouring Oliver another 2 fingers.
"What is your plan now?" "Evidently, I need to court her."
Oliver leaned his head back and pressed his neck against one of the buttons stitched into the leather.
"She is worth the trouble?" Benedict asked. "She doesn't scream or flinch whenever I come near her. She's intelligent, well-read, appreciates the aesthetics of architecture. She's so damned pretty that if she's in the room, she might as well be the only one, as none of the other women come into focus."
He glared at the glass in his hand.
"This scotch is making me too damn sentimental. I want the chit in my bed. I know she wants me too, but won't admit it."
He scrubbed a hand across the back of his neck.
"What can you tell me about courting?" "What the devil made you come ask me?" Benedict asked. "You watch people, see more than most."
Oliver shrugged.
"I thought it was likely you'd picked up on a few tried-and-true methods." "Oliver, you know all about courting. You have forgotten only because the bitch ruined it all for you."
Oliver snarled.
"I saw Catherine the other evening from across a ballroom. Forget I mentioned her," Benedict said. "Have you taken your lady riding in the park, or bought her any presents? Given her flowers?" "I have done none of those, but they are all decent ideas and wouldn't require too much of me."
Oliver considered his options. He could buy her practically anything she desired.
"Flowers are a good starting place, I should think."
Benedict held up a finger.
"Do not be hasty with your flower choices. You know there is an entire secret language behind each damned bloom. Some differentiate by colour. It's all quite tedious."
Oliver nodded. Yes, he'd heard about the flower meanings. He'd be certain to send her a message she would understand quite clearly.
"What about books?" "If she enjoys reading. Confections is another respectable choice," Benedict offered.
Oliver was silent for several moments.
"You know, if you keep coming here soliciting my advice, I might have to start charging you by the hour."
He nodded toward Oliver's hand.
"Or at least by the glass." "Lady Harriet, you have a caller in the front parlour," the butler said.
Harriet looked up from her book and eyed her mother. Her mother set her embroidery aside and stood. Shall we see who it is? Harriet had a sinking feeling she knew precisely who it was, but she smiled and nodded. Following her mother into the parlour proved her instinct right when she saw Oliver's tall frame stand from one of the heavy button chairs. He inclined his head.
"Lady Lockwood, Lady Harriet."
He brought his hand forward, revealing a cluster of purple, red, and white flowers.
"These are for you."
His steel blue eyes met hers. Her cheeks warmed and she took the flowers. "Thank you. I'll have them put into water." "That's not necessary, dear. I'll do it," her mother said. "I'll ask for tea as well." Harriet stared after her mother, shocked and somewhat horrified that the woman left her alone with a gentleman. Granted, she'd return shortly, and she had left the door open. But, considering Oliver had already taken liberties with her, she best keep her distance. She took a seat as far away from him as possible.
"I was hoping you might ride with me in Hyde Park," he said.
"Today?" she asked. Her heart thundered, and she wanted to swat at it. The silly thing seemed to have a mind of its own these days, reacting foolishly to his misguided courtship attempts. Thankfully, her actual mind was keen as ever, and she was on to him. He gave her a lopsided grin.
"That is the general idea, Harriet."
She took a deep breath. "Lord Davenport." She used his title to emphasize propriety. "Since we're not actually in a courtship, Going riding with you in Hyde Park would serve only to create rumours that would serve neither of our purposes. You are looking for a wife."
"I have found her."
She rolled her eyes. "Would you stop that?"
"The only reason we are not officially courting is because you refuse to allow me to do so," he said. "It is a lovely afternoon. A ride would do you some good."
"I must agree with his lordship," her mother said, sweeping back into the room. Harriet frowned. "I don't think this is a good—" "Nonsense," her mother interrupted. "Go and change into your habit, Harriet. I shall entertain Lord Davenport while he waits." It was quite evident that she had lost this battle, and from the smug expression on Oliver's face, he was relishing that fact. She left the room and childishly stomped up the stairs to her bedchamber. She didn't want to do this. That wasn't precisely the truth. She desperately wanted to. She enjoyed his company and his attention. Too much. That's what was so bothersome about the entire ordeal. She rang for Lottie and asked for her habit. "What am I to do, Lottie?" "About what?" Lottie finished unbuttoning her dress and helped slide it off Harriet's shoulders. "Lord Davenport's mockery of a courtship. Perhaps he is serious. Serious about tormenting me. It is as if he is exacting some manner of revenge against me, but I cannot fathom what for." "Perhaps he truly wants to marry you," Lottie said. "Pish-posh." "It was bound to happen sooner or later, Harriet. You're a delightful person. Everyone likes you." Lottie finished fastening the habit in place, then pinned on Harriet's topper. "You look rather smart in this." Harriet glanced down at the dark sapphire habit. It was an attractive confection, she could agree with that. But it fit her too tightly, and she'd never found habits particularly comfortable. "I am not accustomed to going riding." "You are not accustomed to being properly courted, but it would seem his lordship is tenacious," Lottie said. I had never before equated tenacity with irritation. In truth, was she actually irritated? There was a huge part of her that relished the attention he was pouring on her. The starved part of her that had so desperately longed to meet a man and fall in love. The rational part of her, though, recognized his plot for what it was, and she did her level best to keep that part in control of the rest of her fickle self. She made her way back down to the parlour, and he stood when she entered. His eyes devoured her, making her feel as if she wasn't truly covered head to toe in lush blue wool. Her mother smiled, and Harriet could have sworn she saw tears gleaming in the woman's eyes. Harriet tugged on her kid gloves, then slipped her wrist through the loop at the bottom of the long skirt. Her nerves were rattled enough she wouldn't even need the excuse of the habit's length to stumble. "I took the liberty of selecting a gentle mare for you. She's saddled and ready, waiting with my steed," he said. True to his word, Oliver had brought along a beautiful grey mare. He assisted her up on the horse, and she straightened her skirts to cover her legs. "Shall we?" he asked. She nodded, and together they cantered in the direction of Hyde Park. They rode in silence for a few moments before she finally spoke. "I must commend you, my lord, on your proper courtship techniques. Did you learn them in a book?" "There's a book about courting." He gave her a wry smile. "I wish I had thought to look, but no, I sought the advice from a friend. And my mother, of course." Oh dear, he'd asked his mother. Mayhaps he was serious in his intentions. The thought bumbled around in her mind, but she shoved it aside. "What all did they tell you to do?" "I cannot give away my secrets, else they may not be effective." He winked at her. She watched him warily from beneath her topper. He rode with ease. His large frame sat perfectly astride his gleaming black steed.
He was the very picture of masculinity. Her mouth dried, and her hands felt too warm encased in her soft gloves. Oh, how she wished this was, indeed, a real courtship. That they had met at a ball, locked eyes across the room. He would have come up and asked her to dance, or explained why he couldn't dance and instead offered to take her to the refreshments table. They would have laughed, enjoyed each other's company. They would have gone riding, much as they were today, perhaps a picnic or two. Then they would have fallen in love the way that she'd always dreamed. But none of that was how they'd gotten where they were today. She hated that he made her want more from her life, more from him, especially from him. Oliver watched Harriet chew at her bottom lip as they rode through Hyde Park. She smiled and spoke when they passed someone she knew, which was often. On more than one occasion, the passers-by were unable to hide their surprise. "People seem surprised that I've crawled out of my cave during the daylight hours," he said. She smiled at him. "I doubt that." "Then they often wear those expressions while greeting fellow riders?" "I couldn't say." She met his gaze, her chin tilting ever so slightly upward. "This is my first time riding in Hyde Park." She shook her head. "Other than in an open carriage with my mother." "How is it possible you are still unmarried, Harriet? How have the men in this damned town walked past you night after night, not given in to the desire to simply touch your hand?" He grew heavy with desire, not the most comfortable thing to happen while astride a horse. "I can scarcely keep my hands off you," he said. She visibly swallowed. "It would appear that the men in London are immune to my charms." "The men in London are quite obviously idiots." He'd leave it at that. He could say more, tell her all the wicked things he wanted to do to her body. But he sensed those admissions caused her panic as much as the desire that beckoned in her eyes. No, today he wanted to prove to her that he could behave somewhat properly, give her a chance to see him as a legitimate suitor. "I cannot say I'm disappointed." Her warm brown eyes widened and her lips quirked. "Would you answer a question for me?" "Anything." She seemed taken aback by that. "Truly? No matter what I asked?" He shrugged. "I have nothing to hide." Though now he was definitely curious about her question. "You mentioned once having an interest in architecture. Has that always been the case, or did that come out of necessity when you found Brookhaven in need of repairs?" "I've always appreciated details in buildings, arches or mouldings, windows or doors. The skill came from trial and error and was, quite frankly, essential. When I inherited the title, I quickly learned that my father, wastrel that he was, had gambled or poorly invested all of the Davenport fortune. He left us with nothing save debts and ill-kept properties." The little V formed between her brows. "I'm sorry." "Whatever for? It wasn't your fault." They had very nearly returned to her house, and he wasn't yet ready to leave her company. "Needless to say, I had to do some cleaning up after him. Eventually I was able to make a small investment, which I doubled. Then I did it again. I kept going until everything was paid off and I was able to right some of his other wrongs." "But you never stopped investing and acquiring wealth?" she asked. "No, one can never be certain what the next day brings. I prefer to be overly prepared." He slowed his horse and she followed suit, her eyes rounding when she realized where they were. "That was fast." She bit down on her lip. "Perhaps you'd care for a cup of tea before you return home, my lord?" He smiled. "I would indeed." Benedict and his mother might be right. Courting Harriet could persuade her to agree to be his wife. He jumped down from his steed, careful to land on his good leg. Then he moved to her and helped her down, easing her to the ground while standing so close to her that her body brushed against him on her way down. She sucked in a breath and her cheeks grew pink. "I shall request tea in the garden. Would be a pity to waste the rest of this beautiful afternoon sitting inside." He wasted no time following her inside, then out to the garden, where they sat upon a stone bench beneath a trellis. A climbing yellow rose bush arched over them. He rubbed at his thigh. "Is your leg bothering you?" He nodded, ignoring the pang of affection that her question caused. His injury made other people uncomfortable and pity him. Not Harriet. She was seemingly neither put off by it, nor did she want to ignore it. "It often does after long rides." "Then whatever were you thinking to suggest such a thing?" She frowned and reached forward as if to touch him, then thought better of it and put her hand back in her lap. "I wanted to spend time with you. Riding in Hyde Park is an acceptable activity for a man and woman who are as yet unmarried." He moved his hand from his leg, gripped at the ball at the top of his cane instead. His pain was troublesome for her, and he didn't want to detract from any enjoyment this afternoon excursion had brought her. A maid wheeled a tea trolley out and parked it in front of them. "Thank you, Mary," Harriet said. "That will be all." The maid curtsied and went back inside through the French doors. "Do you take sugar?" Harriet asked. "I do. Some would say I like my tea too sweet." She grinned, handed him a cup, and passed over the sugar bowl. "What is the smile for?" he asked. "I was thinking you are greedy in every regard. That was unkind, though. Forgive me." His insides warmed. "There is nothing to forgive. Your perception is accurate. I am a man of limited tastes, but when I find something I want, my desire for that thing is unwavering." He settled his eyes on hers and watched the brown of her irises disappear as her black pupils expanded. Her lips parted. She broke her gaze away and took a sip of her tea. "Has there been any more information regarding the person intent upon destroying your ladies of virtue?" he asked. "Sadly, no. We are still sorely lacking in clues to her identity." "You are certain it is a woman?" Her head tilted. "Only because it was a woman who gave the story to Lord Ashby." He was quiet for a moment before he spoke again. "Harriet, you know I wish to marry you. I'm told, though, I should recognize that you are not so certain about my intentions. My mother suggested a country house party at Brookhaven." "Yes, she has been in contact with me about it. We have already sent out invitations," Harriet said. His mother worked quickly, no doubt recognizing he was not a man known for his patience. "I have invited a lovely group of girls that I think you will approve of." He wasn't interested in other girls, but he knew those words would fall upon deaf ears. Harriet would believe his actions more so than any spoken promises. He reached over and took her hand, then gently flipped it over and brought her wrist to his lips. He lingered, allowing his breath and mouth to imprint themselves upon her. "Thank you for a lovely afternoon, Harriet. I shall see you soon." Then he stood and walked away. That evening she sat at her dressing table while Lottie stood behind doing the painstaking task of removing all the pins holding her hair up. "The bouquet is beautiful," Lottie said. Harriet glanced at the vase of flowers on her dressing table. It was beautiful, a lovely collection of greenery, purple, red, and white flowers. Far too many times today she'd had to clamp down on her silly heart fluttering with every one of his blatant efforts. "Yes, it's lovely," she said. "It's customary to give a bouquet, the polite thing to do when paying a call." Lottie unwound Harriet's curls from their pinned positions.
True, the selections he made, they tell a story. Harriet frowned at Lottie's reflection in the mirror, then glanced back at the flowers. I'm certain that is completely accidental. Lottie released Harriet's hair and stepped closer to the vase. She fingered one of the leaves. She pinched it off, then rubbed it between her fingers and brought it to her nose. Lemon verbena, if I'm not mistaken, means you have bewitched me. Harriet's stomach fell to her toes. I cannot imagine that Lord Davenport spent any time deciphering the mysterious language of flowers. Lottie reached for the large red daisy at the centre of the bouquet. Red daisies. Beauty is unknown to the possessor. Or they are simply nice red flowers, Harriet countered. Purple columbines mean he is resolved to win. These... She touched the large white and purple iris. The lady's slipper stands for impatience. Lottie offered Harriet a tentative smile. These prickly things here, burdock burrs, quite rare to find them perfectly when they're blooming, show his persistence. Harriet looked at the bouquet, and the colours blurred. German irises represent ardour, she swallowed. Lottie nodded. Yes, and red irises are said to mean, I burn. She reached to touch the stark white flowers. Cape jasmine, she said. Ecstasy. Heat flooded Harriet's face, then liquefied and slid through her body. She immediately recognized the sensation as desire, and was thankful she was already sitting down. Good heavens, the man had no shame. Even Lottie's cheeks had pinkened, but Harriet knew it was the girl's righteous sense of embarrassment, not the baser urge Harriet herself felt. If he had meant what the flowers suggested, he was making his sexual desire for her known in a very open manner. He had brought this into her home. Her mother had handled the flowers. Had she recognized each bloom and meaning? It must all be coincidental. He likely had the flower girl pick them out. Lottie shook her head. I don't think so. Several of them are rare and rather expensive, not the sort you'd find on the street trolleys. Perhaps his mother, then. She could have easily selected these colours to match one another, Harriet said. Harriet? I'm not certain why you are so hell-bent on proving his intentions are less than honest or honourable. Lottie took a shaky breath. Granted, his methods are rather brazen. He is obviously taken with you. You should consider yourself fortunate. She moved back behind Harriet and deftly manoeuvred her blonde curls into a long, heavy plait. His mother would not have selected those 2 red flowers in the centre. They're far too licentious. He chose each of these blooms to send you a message. You have to decide what you're going to do with it. The following morning, Harriet had risen and gotten dressed with every intention of going to the Garner town home to practice her defensive skills. She'd sent a note along to Agnes inviting her to join. The ladies of virtue might be on hold, but she wasn't going to allow herself to get complacent. A scratch came to her bedchamber door. Harriet, your mum has requested you in the front parlour, the maid at the door said. Harriet nodded and followed her down the stairs. She'd been shaky since she'd awoken that morning after a feverish night of heated, passionate dreams. Having that bouquet of flowers across from her bed spoke of all the wicked things Oliver claimed he wanted to do to her. She'd realized with alarming clarity that she wanted those things from him. But conceding to his proposal would shatter any hope she had of marrying for love. She wasn't ready to walk away from that dream. She'd held it close for so long, it was as much a part of her as her body. Her mother stood when she entered, a broad smile covering her face. Harriet, Lord Davenport had sent you some gifts. Good heavens, not more seductive flowers, I hope, she said quietly. I beg your pardon, her mother asked. Nothing. She walked forward, then took stock of the enormous basket sitting atop the occasional table. Is that it? She asked, unable to keep the horror from her voice. It is. She grabbed the first item on the top of the basket, a collection of lovely hair ribbons. This is quite nice, she said. She found a couple of books next, one of Shakespeare's sonnets and another collection of poems from Wordsworth, Keats and Byron. Placing the books on the table, she dug further, uncovering a rather hideous brooch. She winced and handed it to her mother. It's awfully garish. Darling, those gems are not paste, her mother said. Harriet shook her head. The rest of the basket was filled with delicious-smelling soaps and hair rinses, and then a small box of candies. She inhaled the rich aroma and offered one of the confections to her mother, who gracefully popped it in her mouth and sighed. Harriet herself chewed thoughtfully, the sugary treat melting on her tongue. Mother, you must send a message immediately requesting his presence. His mother can come along, but this must end. Her mother smiled warmly. I think you're upset for no reason. Look how thoughtful this is. Helen never received a basket of trinkets from any suitors. Harriet paused at those words. They were true enough. Helen might not have received any such gifts, but she had received a declaration of love. No matter how many gifts he bestowed upon her, Harriet knew that Oliver wasn't a true suitor. He'd said the words aloud to her brother. He would never love her, could never love her. It's rather adorable. He's obviously quite smitten. He is not smitten. He is... what would she even call it? Infatuated? In lust? Insistent on making her life a confusing mess? I am serious. If you do not send a message requesting his presence here, I will go to his house alone. Grab your cloak and we'll go over there. I've been meaning to visit to see Claudine's newest tapestry. Not a half-hour later, Harriet was led into Oliver's study, their mothers agreeing to keep a watchful eye while the couple was alone. She wanted to remind them that they were not a couple, but knew the protest would fall upon deaf ears. He stood when his butler announced her. Harriet. His silver eyes warmed at the sight of her. I got your basket. He nodded. Did you like it? I liked some of it. She came forward and he stepped around his desk, leaned against the carved mahogany. This is not the way to win my affection. I never said I wanted your affection. I don't require your affection. I want you in my bed. Oliver, people do not marry simply because they desire a coupling. She whispered the last word. We have passion and desire between us. I can see that. Feel it. I know you feel it as well. He reached out and took her hand, pulled her closer to him. With him leaning his weight on the desk, he was able to release his cane and put both hands on her hips. He bracketed her between his strong thighs. Her breath stuttered. Oliver, she whispered. Tell me you feel it too, Harriet. You desire me. He brought her right hand to his mouth, kissed the tip of each finger, then slid her index finger between his lips. His warm mouth and tongue laved her finger, sucking gently. The sucking pulled at the hidden spot between her thighs. She swallowed. He pulled her closer, put one of his large hands to her cheek and leaned her to him. He kissed her, and she forgot everything save the sensations he evoked when his lips were on hers. His tongue slid against the seam of her mouth
and she parted for him, granting him entrance. Then a slide of their tongues together poured molten desire down her body, pebbling her nipples and drenching her pantaloons.
"Harriet, tell me how much you want me," he whispered against her lips.
When she didn't answer immediately, he kissed her again, this time with more hunger and ferocity. When he pulled back, they were both breathing heavily. He touched his forehead to hers.
"Harriet," he said.
"I want you, Oliver. My body wants you. You make my body want you." Her thoughts were incoherent, and her words came out thusly.
"Will you marry me?" he asked.
In that moment she wanted to say yes. The word tickled her tongue, but she pulled herself out of his embrace. "I cannot." He closed his eyes and exhaled.
"You are tormenting me."
"That is not my intention, my lord."
"There is no legitimate reason for us to not marry."
"There is most assuredly a good reason to not marry. You do not love me." His features darkened and he gripped his cane tightly. His knuckles whitened.
"What you think of as love is nothing more than fantasy. People mistake desire and lust for love. That sort of love only exists within the pages of poetry and fiction."
"Please stop sending me gifts," she said.
"It is customary for a man to buy presents for the woman he is wooing. Tokens of his affection, as it were."
She shouldn't ask. She knew she shouldn't, but the words would not stop. "The flowers?"
His nostrils flared slightly. "You understood their meaning?"
"I wasn't sure you did," she said. "In any case, you should spend your money on something far more worthwhile, like orphans and the like, not purchasing me baubles I have no use for."
She winced at her own words.
"My apologies, my lord. I do not mean to sound ungrateful. I am truly flattered by your attention, but it is unnecessary."
"The country house party is this weekend," he said.
"It is. I shall find you a wife."
He nodded, then turned his back to her and walked to the window. "I shall see you there, Harriet."
And with that he effectively dismissed her. She knew if she went to him, pressed her face to his broad back the way she truly desired, he'd take her, give her all the passion her body so desperately ached for, likely right there on that plush rug before the fireplace. Good heavens, he was turning her into a complete wanton. Chapter 9. Were it not for Lady Davenport, this country house party would never have come together so quickly. Guests were expected to begin arriving the following day, and Harriet was full of nerves. She hadn't seen Oliver much in the intervening time, deciding it was best to avoid him and concentrate on the planning. Thus she hadn't had to endure any more of his senseless flirting and wicked tongue. She and Agnes had made certain to include members of the Ladies of Virtue so they could observe them. The first step in uncovering the mysterious Lady X's identity would be to eliminate the possibility that she was one of their own. Harriet and her mother and Lady Davenport had ridden up together, while Oliver travelled separately. She hadn't yet seen him since her arrival, but had been instructed to meet him on the balcony off the ballroom. He stood with his back to her, wearing only his trousers and shirt. The pants moulded to his bottom and thighs, and made her wonder what those muscles would look like without the hindrance of clothing. The white shirt accented the breadth of his shoulders, and, when he turned to face her, revealed a swatch of bronze skin at his throat and chest. His forearms were also uncovered, as the shirt had been pushed up to his elbows. It wasn't indecent, but more skin than was proper. Her mouth dried. When her eyes finally reached his face,
She found him smirking at her, one brow arched in a question. "You asked to see me," she said, tilting her chin. Though the movement usually made her feel a modicum taller, in his presence it did nothing. "My mother has suggested I should shave and cut my hair. I recall you have also said as much." He walked toward her until he stood right in front of her. She barely reached his chest. "It is a good idea, especially considering how some of the girls in London spoke about you at that last ball." She looked up at him, and gracious if it wasn't as if she was staring directly into the sun. Why did he have to be so beautiful? It was maddening. "It makes you look old," she lied. He held up a hand. "Do not repeat what they said." Harriet swallowed a laugh. She suspected no one would be fond of being compared to Ebenezer Scrooge. "Well, you might be a miser, but you're not old, and we need to show them that. I seem to remember you having quite a handsome face." He smiled slowly, a wolf appraising his next meal. "You think me handsome?" "Your face." "That is the same thing." "It is of no consequence." "On the contrary. When the woman I want to marry declares she finds me attractive, it is of monumental consequence." "You are not still on about that?" "Sweet Harriet, let us not fight." He pointed behind her. "Look, it is all set up for you." She turned to find a chair and a tea cart that had been temporarily turned into a barber's station. "Am I to watch you get shaved?" He walked to the chair and lowered himself down. "No, you are to shave me, and cut my hair." Something about the tone in his voice and the angle of his shoulders told her arguing would be futile and only delay the inevitable. Harriet circled him, scissors in hand. She stood behind him and grabbed the length of his hair. It was softer than she'd expected, and she had to resist the urge to simply run her fingers through all of it. She swallowed. "How short do you want it?" "You decide. I'm at your mercy." She made her first cut and watched the lock fall to the ground. Standing this close to him, she could smell him, woodsy and masculine. She had the outrageous urge to lean forward and inhale him, to imprint his scent to her memory. Instead, she continued to trim, cropping his hair short. Most of the dark blonde locks fell to the floor, while others got caught in the hem of her dress. She supposed it was best that she and her mother had come to Brookhaven a day before the rest of the guests arrived. She moved around to the front of him, having to position herself to stand between his thighs to get close enough. Heat pulsed through her entire body, despite the gentle breeze blowing in from the surrounding hills. His intense blue gaze caught hers, and with it her breath. He was beautiful. Long hair, bearded, however he came, simply beautiful. She forced her eyes back to his hair and continued her task until she finished. She took a step back and surveyed her work. He reached up and ran a hand along his head. "Christ, you practically scalped me." "You said you were at my mercy." "Are you attempting to make me unattractive so none of the other women will want me?" "Good heavens, no. Besides, there is naught I could do to make you less attractive." He smiled, a grin so self-assured and arrogant she had a thought to smack him. It wasn't entirely his fault. She was the one who continued to preen his feathers, as it were. She felt the weight of his gaze as if he could see beneath her layers of clothing, leaving her feeling bare and exposed. Setting down the scissors, she turned and retrieved the basin and moved it closer. Now the shave. The faster she finished, the sooner she could step away from his penetrating gaze.
She tugged on the bottom of the coarse beard and cut as close to his skin as she could. "Are you certain you don't want your valet to do this?" "No, he's busy getting everything else ready for the weekend. I must have the proper clothes to bride hunt." "Your clothes have never been an issue." What was the matter with her? She might as well be flirting with all the compliments she was paying him. "I'm pleased to hear you're finally taking this seriously," she said, trying to recover. "I've always been serious about it, Harriet." "Serious about you." But that's not what he meant, and she should not think such things. She ignored the kick her pulse took at his words, and continued until she was finally able to lather up his face to use the blade. "I'll endeavour to not cut you." "If you do it right and make it quick." She chuckled and again stepped into the cove between his thighs. It was too intimate. He was too big. Too much maleness with his hard, muscular body and the woodsy scent of him. Every fibre of her body came alert, her senses heightened. The scrape of the razor across his face, his slow and steady breathing. She felt as if she were drowning in oxygen. She was breathing so quickly, her heart pounding in her chest. Though she knew if she sped through this, she would likely cut him, and she didn't want that. "Hold your mouth like this," she tried to show him. His lips kicked up in a grin. "I do actually know how to get shaved. I even know how to do it myself." She frowned. "Then why are we going through this exercise in futility?" His thighs tightened on her body, effectively pinning her between his legs. "Because I want your hands on me, and this seemed the most legitimate way to make that happen." She sucked in a breath and held up her hands in an effort to end their contact. "Please continue. I promise not to ravish you, sweet Harriet. At least not today." He obeyed her instruction and tightened his lips so she could shave around his mouth. When she was done, she wiped his face clean of the shaving lotion with a damp towel. Then she took in the entirety of her work. His eyes flicked up to meet hers, and he gave her a lazy smile. She died. If she thought he'd been beautiful before, she hadn't understood the full meaning of the word. Foolishly, she wished she hadn't shaved him. Now there would be no hiding his handsome face from the rest of the women. They'd see what they'd overlooked, and they'd all want him. She wanted to scream that she'd seen him first, that she'd recognized his beauty before anyone else. But that was ridiculous. She held no claim to him, nor did she want one. She let herself brush the smoothness of his cheek. "You'll have no problems garnering the attention of plenty of prospective brides." "Do I have your attention?" he asked. "You are handsome, my lord. Certainly you know that already." "I'm pleased to hear you think so." He leaned forward, wrapped his arms around her body and pulled her closer. "Kiss me." "I will do no such thing." She twisted in an effort to put some distance between them, and very nearly threw herself forward onto his lap. "You have kissed me with my beard. Do you not want to know if it feels different now?" "You are ridiculous." She shook her head. "Why is tormenting me your favourite hobby?" "Because when you get angry with me, you get this little V furrow right here between your eyes." He rubbed his thumb against the spot in question. "And your colour heightens and your breathing quickens, and it causes your magnificent breasts to move toward me." His gaze dipped down and he grinned. "Yes, just like that." She tried to move backward, out of the tight vice of his thighs, but his hold on her was too strong. She hated that she was so short that while he was seated in front of her, they were nearly eye level. She hated that his request for a kiss had her body so alert that she could now feel the fabric of her chemise against the tips of her aching breasts. And above all else,
She hated that she desperately wanted him to lean in and simply take what he said he wanted, because she certainly could not do something so brazen as to reveal to him that she wanted his kisses, craved his kisses. Good heavens!
"Harriet,"
he said, his voice a low growl. His large hand cradled her face. His thumb ran over her bottom lip.
"I don't think you understand what you do to me."
Then his other hand was holding her face and pulling her forward, and his lips were on hers, soft and gentle, teasing and playful, and then he slanted his mouth and consumed her. Everything disappeared except the feel of his lips, the taste of him, the warm roughness of his hands on her face. His tongue explored, and she gently moved hers against his. He growled and somehow pulled her even closer. Every nerve ending in her body sparked to life. God help her, but she had the most shameless desire to straddle his lap and sit directly upon him. Even with that thought burning through her, still she could not pull away. Her hands gripped the hard cords of his muscled shoulders, and she wanted to know what the rest of him felt like. She suspected his body would look as if carved from the finest of marble, every muscle defined and featured, a perfect male specimen. A small mewling noise caught her attention, and then she realized it was her making that sound, as if she'd become a cat begging for his attention. She ended the kiss and stepped away from him then, her hands to her mouth. "My lord, I do not understand this game you're playing. If it is to teach me some sort of lesson, I do wish you would explain yourself." He stood. His masculine form towered over her, and she inhaled sharply. His piercing blue eyes scolded her as he stared.
"If you don't want a man to kiss you, then perhaps you shouldn't rub your breasts all over him."
She sucked in a breath. "I did no such thing." His eyes dropped to her cleavage.
"Love, the entire time you were cutting my hair, they were either pressed to my back or in my face."
He held up a hand to stop her from speaking.
"I'm not complaining. I happen to like your breasts."
He licked his lips, then traced one finger across the outer swell of her right breast.
"I'd like to spend more time with them, actually."
With every ounce of strength, she pulled herself away. "You are deplorable." Then she turned on her heel and fled for the sanctuary of the house, and she could have sworn she heard him chuckle. Chapter 10.
"You do know that you shouldn't have invited me to this party of yours," Benedict said. "And you know that I don't actually care a whit about what I should and shouldn't do," Oliver said. "I did not think I would be able to survive the weekend without you here. I'm touched. You're a bastard. So I've been told."
Benedict took a swallow of his champagne and winced.
"I never did care for this drink."
He nodded to the room before them, people milling about at the refreshments table, couples dancing.
"Are you going to tell me which one she is, or should I guess?"
Before Oliver could answer, his mother was swiftly walking toward him.
"We have a bit of a problem,"
she said once she reached him.
"What?"
"It would seem that our neighbours, the Manchesters, whom I invited out of courtesy." She glanced at Benedict. "Hello, Benedict. I did not realize you were coming." She smiled. "Always lovely to see you."
"Lady Davenport," he said.
"In any case, the Manchesters had house guests and they brought them along."
"Why does any of this matter?"
Oliver asked. Then he looked up at the French doors, where the guests were arriving.
"Son of a bitch."
"Yes, well, that is what I was trying to tell you," his mother said. "I can't believe she'd actually show her face in this house." He could.
This was precisely like Catherine to come into his home and gloat. She'd no doubt heard of his bride hunting. "Let us go and welcome our guests, Mother." He linked her arm in his elbow and caned his way over to the people who'd just arrived. He made certain to hit that cane on the floor nice and loud so she could hear it, so she could watch him painfully walk toward her. Catherine met his gaze and sucked in a breath. Her eyes warmed and her lips parted. "My lord," she said with a curtsy. Her husband stood staid beside her, handsome and tall and perfect. "Davenport?" He nodded. "Burgess," Oliver said. He turned his gaze back to Catherine. "I did not realize we'd invited you."
"You'll have to excuse our intrusion," Catherine said. "We were guests of the Manchesters, and they insisted we come along."
His mother smiled, though he noticed it looked as if it were made of glass and could break at any moment. "Welcome," she bit out. "Goodness, Catherine, when was the last time I saw you?" It was not an authentic question. Of course, they all knew when it had been. When she'd seen that Oliver was crippled and she'd turned tail and ran. The woman didn't even have the decency to blush.
"I can't recall. It has been years. You both look well."
Her eyes took in the length of Oliver, and, if he wasn't mistaken, he could have sworn he saw desire in their depths. "Quite well." She licked her lips and gave him a seductive grin. When he looked at her, he felt nothing, not even anger or hatred, just nothing, as if she were a stranger he passed on the street. Suddenly he wanted Harriet at his side. He'd seen Catherine now, up close and real, with her perfect husband at her side, who was practically glaring a hole through Oliver's chest. He, in turn, wanted to parade his own choice around, flaunt Harriet's seductive curves in front of Catherine and her tall, lithe frame. But he couldn't do that. Not yet, at least. "Invited or not, I suppose you're here now. To enjoy your evening," Oliver said, then pulled his mother away. "I cannot believe she's here," his mother said. "Of course you can, Mother. This is entirely her. Catherine heard I was on the bride hunt and she came out to watch. She was flirting with you while standing right beside her husband. That woman has no shame." "No, she doesn't." He needed to see Harriet, to bask in her warmth and light for a while, and rub off the sensation that seeing Catherine had left behind. He had no feelings for the woman. She was a cold-hearted bitch. But seeing her certainly reminded him of everything he was not. A whole man with a perfect form, and the ability to dance, and many other things she'd deemed so important that she'd backed out of their betrothal. His mother scurried off to meet other guests, leaving him to look for Harriet. He had no trouble locating her. She was a beacon to his damaged ship, her golden gown accenting the pale curls atop her head. He reached her side and pulled at her elbow. "Harriet, I need to speak with you." Her cinnamon-coloured eyes looked up into his face and she nodded. She walked out onto the balcony with him. "What is the matter?" she asked once they were outside. Concern filled her gaze, and she placed a gloved hand on his forearm. "Oliver?" The cool air and her presence calmed him immediately. "A ghost." Nothing more. "What did you want to speak with me about?" He pulled her farther into the shadows of the balcony. There were only a few people who had wandered outside since the ball had barely begun. People were mostly inside, eating or dancing, but he needed something else. It was easy enough to hide her body with his own. She was so small, her head barely coming to his chest. He slid his hand to the side of her face. "You look beautiful tonight," he said. She smiled. "Thank you." Then he bent his head and kissed her. Just a taste was what he told himself he needed. Just a reminder that she was here, and this desire between them was hot and thick and always at the ready. He wondered when he'd ever get enough of her, when her soft curves wouldn't tantalize him, when her pliant mouth wouldn't tempt him, when she wouldn't taste so damned good. His tongue swept into her mouth and she gripped the lapels of his waistcoat, pulling him closer. She wanted him with a ferocity that met his own and that nearly tipped him over the edge. He slowed down their kiss before he did something to embarrass himself. He pressed his forehead to hers and held it there, just them, close like this in the cool evening. This was what mattered, not Catherine and her rejection. Hell, it hadn't taken him long to be thankful she'd walked out on him. But rejection was rejection, and it still stung, even if he didn't want her anymore. Obviously, his own rejection of Harriet still clouded how she saw him now. Yet he was determined to have her, no matter what. He knew she wanted him as well, she'd admitted as much. But for that damned notion of love, she refused to allow herself to accept his proposal. "Tell me about joining the Ladies of Virtue," he said quietly. She nodded. "Let us walk, so we are not hidden here and tempted." He held his arm out to her and led her down the lantern-lit path that wound to the gardens, the pond, and the maze. Brookhaven had been his playground as a child, all of those elements his favourites. "I was approached nearly 4 years ago by Lady Summersby. She's the leader. She interviewed me extensively before explaining her interest." She went on, telling him about how the woman had created the organization when she was younger, after posing undercover as the Queen and needing skills to protect herself. Her idea bloomed into not only wanting women to protect themselves, but also acknowledging that we can aid in the removal of criminals just as men can, oftentimes more effectively because we can do so less noticeably. He chuckled. Merely the sound of her voice and the nearness of her had calmed his addled nerves. She was a balm to him, and he didn't want to examine what that meant. He only knew he needed her in his life. "Do you ever get frightened?" he asked. "Of course, though I'm not as skilled as some of the other members at handling things on the street. My friend Iris can locate a pickpocket in a crowd and effectively stop him in his tracks with nothing more than a hatpin." She smiled up at him. "We should turn back." He nodded. "My skill lies more in the fact that I seem to make people feel comfortable. They let down their guard with me, tell me secrets. I've been able to identify several households where servants were not being treated fairly." "You are an amazing woman." "Thank you." She was quiet for a few moments. "Have you found any women you are interested in?" She bit down on her lip. "More so than you? No." She smiled. "You are relentless, I shall give you that." They climbed the stairs to the balcony. "One more, sweet Harriet, then I shall let you go." Making certain no one was there to see, he pressed her back into the darkness and stole another kiss. He'd never get his fill of her taste, the way her body moulded to his. He forced himself to pull back before he compromised her. She could still taste him, still feel his heat. Something had happened, and she could have sworn he'd sought her out because he'd needed her, not merely to scandalize her with a stolen kiss, but something deeper, more real. But she knew that couldn't be the truth. She wasn't certain what was going on, but she needed to gather her wits about her, because this was not what she was supposed to be doing with this weekend. If she wasn't careful,
she'd fall prey to this game of his and lose her heart. She wasn't supposed to be indulging in stolen kisses. She was supposed to find him a wife, as well as some additional clues into the mysterious Lady X's identity. But with his head pressed to hers, and his hand still holding her to him, she couldn't pull her thoughts together into anything cohesive. "I can't think when you're this close to me," she murmured.
"Blissful, isn't it?
"What?"
Feeling. Doing. That is far more enjoyable. Thinking, it's overrated."
"That's a very hedonistic view of things." He stepped back and shrugged.
"Indeed."
She set her hands on her hips. "You are supposed to be inside, meeting women and narrowing down your prospective brides, not out here dallying with me."
"How is it possible you still doubt my desire?"
She waved her hand. He was the silliest of men. But something dark clouded over his eyes, and he stepped closer to her. He gripped her hand and pulled it down, pressed it firmly to the front of his trousers.
"Do you feel that, Harriet? That is my desire for you. Lust so hard and deep that I had to stop kissing you for fear of spilling myself in my trousers like I was nothing more than a randy schoolboy."
His gaze met hers, and she swore her heart stopped beating.
"Do not, for a moment, think I am toying with you. I want you. In my bed. On this balcony. Shall I toss your skirts up and prove it right now?"
She swallowed. "That won't be necessary." She felt her own desire hot and damp between her legs. His words had that effect on her. That and his voice, his mouth, his face. Merely looking at his beautiful face made her want him, but she couldn't want him. He would break her heart. Of that she was certain. "I have to go," she said. He didn't fight her or try to make her stay. He dropped his hand from her and allowed her to turn and leave him alone on the balcony. She dared not go straight to Agnes. Her friend was far too perceptive to not realize something had happened, that something was going on that Harriet was hiding. She needed to focus, put her attention on discovering who Lady X was and why she was trying to destroy the ladies of virtue. As it was, the danger was increasing. Agnes had received a personal letter from the mysterious woman, as had 2 other members. This was quite clearly more than her wanting to expose the group. She knew at least some of the members by name, and a woman's reputation would never recover from that kind of public divulgence. She stood off in the back of the ballroom, surveying the space. This was a success, that she could clearly see. But if he didn't propose to someone, other than her, on this weekend, then she would have failed. Murmurs surrounded her, and she latched on to a group to her right. "I simply cannot believe she's here," one woman said. "She's disgraceful," the other commented. Harriet scanned the room and tried to determine of whom they were speaking. Then she caught a glimpse of the tall blonde woman across from her. Lady Burgess. The woman who'd broken Oliver's heart. They'd been nearly betrothed before his accident. The most beautiful couple, people in London had called them. And after his injury, she had walked away. Evidently, she hadn't been able to handle his shortcomings as they were. The man next to her, his hand possessively against her back, was her husband, Lord Burgess, also extremely attractive in a hard, dark way. They were a stunning couple, though neither of them had any sort of kindness to them. They moved gracefully through the ballroom, speaking to people. Then Catherine seemed to look directly at her. Certainly not, but then she felt him, smelled him. He must be right behind her, but she didn't want to look. She saw the desire in Catherine's gaze from across the room. And then Harriet understood. He'd seen his former love, and he'd been filled with desire, and he'd simply grabbed the first woman he knew would be willing to accept his kisses out in the darkness. He'd used her to scratch an itch another woman had created. She was the worst sort of fool. She turned to him then, but his eyes weren't on Catherine. They were on her, warm and full of heated desire. "I'm afraid I have a headache. I'm going to retire for the evening, my lord," she said, then fled the room. Chapter 11. Harriet sat still at the dressing table while her borrowed maid undid her coiffure. She wished Lottie was here so they could talk as they usually did during such rituals. Instead, Harriet was left with her most unwelcome and confusing thoughts. She supposed she could go to her mother, but disclosing that Oliver had stolen not one but several kisses from her was not a conversation she longed to have with her parent, nor did she want to go and find Agnes. The young girl standing behind her did not meet Harriet's gaze in the mirror. She merely kept her focus on her task and unwound the curls after pulling them free from their confining pins. Tears pricked at her eyes, which was foolish. She had no claim on Oliver. Not only that, but if she wanted him, she could certainly have him. He'd proposed enough times. But she didn't want to be in a marriage knowing her husband wanted another woman. She hated how easily Oliver was able to make her want him, make her behave in such an improper way. He made her a wanton. It was unexpected and terrifying, and if she were completely honest with herself, liberating. Still, she could not afford to get swept up in the passion he promised, especially since he'd been using her only for convenience, because the woman he wanted was unattainable. The fact that all of that made her chest ache meant nothing. It was the sting of his long-ago rejection coming back to haunt her. She wasn't the same girl she'd been then. She was stronger, knew more of what she wanted. Once all of her hair was free, the girl picked up the hairbrush, but Harriet shook her head. "That will be all. I'll brush it." The maid bobbed and left the room, leaving her with her thoughts and unresolved desire swimming through her body. He recognized that he was tempting fate. He could easily wait until the following day to explain to Harriet that she'd misunderstood the situation. But the idea of her hurting had led him to the darkened corridor down from her bedchamber. Oliver waited until the lady's maid had left her room. He didn't bother knocking. She wouldn't let him in if he had. So he simply opened Harriet's bedchamber door and stepped inside. She stood from her dressing table at the sight of him, clutching a hairbrush to her chest. Her golden waves fell about her shoulders. His mouth went dry. Her dressing gown covered her perfectly modest shift. She was covered neck to feet, wrist to shoulder. The only bit of skin he could see, besides her face and hands, were her toes peeking out beneath the white fabric. Still, he found her so damned appealing. "My lord, what are you doing in here?"
"I needed to see you, to speak with you."
She shook her head. "Please don't. I cannot take much more of your torment."
She bit down on her lip. "Sweet Harriet, I know what you think. I know you saw Catherine."
She swallowed visibly, still clutched the brush to her chest. "I did. She is as beautiful as ever."
"That she is. She and her husband make a striking couple indeed."
Her chest rose with her deep breath. "I was surprised you added her to the guest list." He shook his head.
"I didn't. She and Burgess came with our neighbours. I would never have invited her. I have no reason to want to see her."
"Oliver, this isn't proper. You must go." He strode toward her.
I want you to answer one question, then I will leave if you insist.
Very well.
Why is it you believe me to be lying about my desire for you?
She frowned, but the pink staining her cheeks belied her irritation, boldly declaring her embarrassment, and dare he hope, her desire for him. You could have had me. 6 years ago, our mothers had made an agreement. I offered myself to you, despite your rudeness. You were quite clear then that you did not want me.
6 years ago, he hadn't been worth anyone's time, let alone their fortune. That had nothing to do with you.
He tipped her chin up so he could look into her eyes.
I refused to marry any woman for her dowry.
You were marrying Catherine for hers. She closed her eyes and shook her head. That matters not, and I shouldn't have said it. You and she had a very different relationship.
Yes, we did. One built on lies and deceit, and evidently outward perfection, though I hadn't realized that had been part of the deal.
Even now, knowing she walked away because of his injury, because he wasn't a whole man, ate at him. There was nothing he could do to change the man he'd become.
I didn't reject you or refuse you because I didn't find you attractive, Harriet.
He ran a finger down her cheek.
And don't, for a moment, think that what we have, whatever this is between us, has anything to do with Catherine or anyone else.
He bent and took her mouth. He reserved his ardour, giving only the sweetest of kisses. She melted against him, sighing into his mouth. Her unrestrained breasts pressed to his chest, and he could feel the weight of them. Despite her lack of stays, he cursed the layers she did wear. He angled his head and deepened the kiss, and she opened for him. He marvelled at the feel of her, the taste of her. He pressed his hand to her back, holding her tightly against him. Desire, heavy and thick, raged through him, settling in his groin. His erection pressed against the front of his trousers, but he ignored the pressure. He would not take her tonight, but he would taste her, watch her come apart in his arms. He backed her up so they stood directly at her bed. His lips never left hers, and he pressed her backward until she fell onto the soft mattress.
I cannot tell you how many times I've lain in bed after seeing you, imagining all the wicked things I would do to you,
he whispered, as he trailed kisses over her jaw, down her throat. He moved a hand up to cup her breast, and she arched into his touch. She was so beautifully responsive. Her nipple hardened beneath his palm, and again he cursed the fabric covering her body.
Do you ever do that, Harriet? Imagine me touching you when you are in your bed?
Her eyes were squeezed shut, but she nodded. He wanted to ask her more, to tell him of her fantasies, but that would have to wait for another time. His lips found hers again, and she seared him with her passionate response. He moved down her body, pressing his mouth to her breast. The shift dampened under his tongue, moulding to the hardened bud. Her soft moans would prove his undoing. From his new position he could smell the musky, sweet scent of her desire.
Harriet, I need to taste you.
What?
Trust me.
He shoved her nightgown up so that it bunched at her waist. He cursed, pale and pink and perfect, hidden behind a triangle of golden curls. She scrambled with the fabric, attempting to cover herself.
No, love, you're perfect. I only wish I could see you better.
He smoothed his hand over her thighs, around to her inner thighs. He leaned forward and pressed kisses where his hands had been. She stiffened beneath him. He grabbed her left hand and laced their fingers together. With his right, he went back to her slick folds and ran his thumb against her. She sucked in a breath and arched against his touch. Then he lowered his mouth and licked her. "Oliver, you mustn't."
"Shh, love. 'Tis all right. Let me show you, and if you still want me to stop, I shall leave."
She nodded quickly, then squeezed her eyes shut again. He waited for her body to relax beneath him, and he heard her shaky breath. Her fingers gripped his. She was too proper to use words, but he took that as an invitation, and he let himself explore her.
"You're so wet for me."
He stroked her.
"So sweet."
He kissed her gently, not wanting to frighten her with the depth of his desire. He licked at her sex, delving inside her folds and lapping at her nectar. He could lose himself here with his mouth on her and his erection pressed into the mattress beneath them. But this wasn't about him. This was about her. She worked so hard to do everything people expected her to do. The perfect lady. He wanted to show her what it felt like to lose control. To show her how things could be between them, if only she'd give him the chance. His kisses deepened. She whimpered and moaned. Her fingers slid into his hair and held him tightly to her core. He smiled against her and finally let himself taste her as he wanted. He sucked and nipped and licked. She was so hot, so wet, and he was so bloody hard. Spilling himself inside her would be an experience unlike any he'd ever had, but it would have to wait. Her climax was close. He could feel that with her erratic bucking against him. He slid first one and then a second finger inside her while he lapped at the hidden bundle of nerves. One more deep suckle and she was lost. Her body clenched around his finger, her back arched, and she cried out his name again and again, her voice calling his name. It was what he wanted to remember the moment he left this world. There would never be a sweeter sound. He knew in that moment he'd do whatever it took to ensure she became his wife. He'd be damned if any other man ever brought her that release. When her body finished riding the waves of pleasure, he pulled her gown back over her body. He pulled himself upward and nuzzled her neck. He grabbed her hand and held it to the front of his painfully tight trousers.
"I will not take your virtue tonight, sweet Harriet, but know that this is for you, and only you."
He kissed her forehead, then left her bed. Harriet didn't want to allow herself to believe he wanted her. It made him wonder what she'd heard when he'd rejected her those years ago. The interaction had clearly made an impact on her. His refusal of the marriage hadn't been about her. He hadn't wanted anyone, hadn't believed he was capable of marrying anyone. His accident had been fresh. He'd still been wobbly on his cane. He'd been in no position to woo a woman. He had one more step in his wooing, and then she would be his. He'd already secured a special license from the Archbishop. They could marry in the village church as soon as possible, once he had a willing bride. Her cheeks still burned at the thought of the scandalous things Oliver had done to her last night. How she'd begged and pleaded with him to bring her relief, and how he had done so, and it had been bigger and more shattering than she'd expected. It was official. She was the very worst matchmaker in the history of the world. She'd wager she had a permanent stain on her cheeks today to match the embarrassment she felt down to her toes. Could people tell? Did she look different? Was it obvious to everyone at the breakfast table that she'd had a wicked man between her thighs the night before? Good heavens, but her thoughts were not helping matters. "Harriet, are you all right?" Agnes asked, her brow furrowed with concern. "Of course," Harriet snapped.
Then she released a hiss of a breath. "My apologies. I'm afraid I didn't get much sleep last night. I shouldn't have been cross with you. You do look a little flushed. Is that headache still pestering you?" "Sorry?" Harriet asked. "Last night you left the ball early because of a headache." Yes. My head has been aching terribly." She rubbed at her temples. "So much so that I'm afraid it's affecting my cognitive abilities this morning." She offered her friend a weak smile. "Were you able to ask Justine and Tilly anything last night about whether or not they'd received any messages from Lady X?" "Yes, neither of them had. I didn't mention mine." Agnes frowned. "I trust them, truly I do. But until this mess is cleaned up, I want to be certain before divulging certain information." "That's perfectly understandable. They haven't been members as long as we have." They were just leaving the breakfast room when a servant came to them and bowed. "His lordship has requested you meet him in the armoury." "Me?" Harriet asked. Did his boldness know no bounds? "Both of you. You are Lady Harriet and Lady Agnes." They nodded in unison. "His lordship instructed," he said. "Please follow me." They followed the servant to the opposite end of the house, an end that she had heard was still under construction and therefore off limits to the guests. When she'd first arrived at Brookhaven, the first thing she'd noticed was the symmetry of building. Whereas most large estates had structures and additions from different eras, this one was all one cohesive style. She wagered they were being led to the sister room of the ballroom, where they'd been the night before. The servant stopped at the double doors. "Inside, but this is where I leave you." He bowed and then walked away. "How intriguing," Agnes said. She grabbed onto the door handles and pulled. There was a small outer chamber and another group of doors. Once they'd opened those, they found Oliver standing at a window. He turned at the sound of the door. "Splendid. I'm glad you were both able to come." Harriet took in the sight before her. He'd gone to great lengths to set this room up, just as she'd done in the ballroom at the Burkes' townhome. Mattresses lay side by side on top of the floor, creating a padded area. There were a myriad of more conventional weapons displayed on a table, as well as a basin and towels. Agnes smacked Harriet on the arm. "He knows," she whispered. Harriet winced. "I'll explain later." "Lady Agnes, have no fear. Your secret is safe with me." He walked toward them. His wintry eyes settled on Harriet. "You may continue your training here without the concern that anyone will discover you. This area is off limits to everyone, save the two of you," he said. Despite her initial caution, Agnes could not hide her glee. "This is marvellous, my lord. Thank you." He nodded. "Now then, I shall leave you to it." He stopped right next to Harriet. "Know that when you are my wife, you will have access to this and any other resource you need. I wish not to change anything about you, other than to relieve you of your virtue," he added with a whisper. She shivered, and then he was gone. Harriet stared at the closed doors. Agnes bumped her friend's hip with her own. "Why would he do this?" "Because he quite obviously likes you," Agnes said frankly. "That's ridiculous." "No, you're ridiculous." Agnes slipped off her shoes and bounced a bit on the mattresses to test their give. "Do you know that I heard the most extraordinary thing about Lord Davenport?" Curiosity ate at her. "And you haven't told me yet?" "I haven't had a chance." They sat facing each other on the mattresses, their knees pressed together as they'd done as girls. "His overspending serves a greater purpose." "That makes no sense." "Actually, it does. His ties to Benedict's. Rumour has it that they grew up together and lived near each other.
Benedict's father was a baron and the Marquess. Oliver's father convinced the baron to make a certain investment. They lost everything, had to sell the title and small estate. Davenport is reported to have funded Benedict's gaming hell and then ensured it became the most popular club, so that his friend would regain his own family's lost fortune. Harriet's heart pounded wildly in her chest. Had she so misjudged him? They also said that he did the design of this house to rebuild it, and did much of the labour himself. Harriet wasn't quite certain what to do with this news. He had never denied his greed, and though he had rebuilt his family's estate and coffers, he continued to grow his fortune until he was likely richer than the crown. That made no sense, other than to reveal a heart inherently full of greed. She would have to speak to him again about his wealth, and perhaps persuade him to parlay a portion to those who were less fortunate. Perhaps he merely needed a push to shift his generosity to those he didn't know personally. She should commend him on his charity and tenacity at righting his father's wrongs. She had certainly known when the Davenports had fallen on hard times. She'd been young, but she'd listened to her parents discuss it. Her mother had passed along gowns, barely worn, to Oliver's mother, so that her friend would have appropriate clothing to wear. Then his father had died, under questionable circumstances. Though no one ever spoke of it, Harriet's mother had always said the man had killed himself, dug a hole so deep he'd buried his family, and then he'd crawled out to die somewhere alone, leaving them to scramble upward on their own. A pang of compassion filled her. Perhaps it was understandable that Oliver clung so desperately to his funds. She certainly had never known what it was like to wonder if she had food for the following day. Her greatest concerns had involved keeping up with the latest of fashions. Agnes sprang to her feet. "Shall we practice?" "Yes." "Should we invite Justine and Tilly?" Harriet shook her head. "I can't imagine that they would be upset, but I'd rather they not know that Lord Davenport is aware of our group. So many members blamed Iris for the exposure in Lord Ashby's newspaper." "Yes, I believe you're right." They began with a few general exercises to warm up their bodies. Lady Summersby had taught them that they could only be as effective as they were agile and alert. She had always insisted that her girls, as she called them, had skills in a variety of areas. Though they were never called upon to physically fight during their duties, Lady Summersby felt very strongly about them all being trained to protect themselves. Harriet and Agnes sparred for several moments before either of them spoke again. "I have missed this," Agnes said. "I do hope we uncover Lady X's identity soon, so that we can return to our duties. Indeed, that woman has ruined everything for us. Before we know it, pickpockets will have the run of Bond Street," Harriet said. "Perhaps Iris and Lord Ashby are having some fortune uncovering the woman's identity," Agnes said. "Or they're busy planning their wedding." She went through the motions of the fighting with Agnes, but admittedly she wasn't focused on the task at hand. She kept replaying Agnes's words. "He likes you." He'd said he desired her, described in detail what he'd wanted to do, and followed through with some of those promises last night. Her body reacted to the memory. Desire burned through her veins. Harriet longed to do anything to shake the feeling of guilt that ate at her. If she'd misjudged him about all of this, then perhaps his proposal had been sincere. She could not afford to tangle with Oliver. She wanted a man who would love her in return, and she knew that he could never offer her such things. Marrying him would be pleasant. He'd proved as much last night. But all the sinful pleasures of the flesh that he could offer her wouldn't make up for the fact that eventually she'd love him, and he would tire of her. She would rather be alone than in a marriage by herself. Chapter 12. He had relished the surprise and subsequent warmth in her eyes when he'd showed her and Agnes the room he'd made for them. No, it wasn't completely necessary. They weren't going to be at the estate for too much longer. But his mother's suggestion to show interest in something she cared about seemed as good a plan as any, and the room would be ready for her whenever they did visit Brookhaven. Yet, for all his efforts, it seemed Harriet was still intent on him marrying someone else. The party guests had all gathered into the front parlour for a rousing game of I Have a Basket, and they were currently up to letter J. Everyone was participating, with the exception of the mothers. Not merely his and Harriet's, but the others who had attended with their daughters, as well as Harriet herself. She sat over with the matrons as if she was somehow so much older than the rest of the guests, including her friends who were all playing. Even without partaking in the game, Harriet was obviously enjoying herself. On more than one occasion, she tilted her head back and laughed jovially. The mere sound of it surged through him, bringing him unexpected pleasure. He moved closer to Agnes, since he'd already had his turn, and in fact had brought along a chinchilla in the basket. "My lord," Agnes said as he stood next to her, "are you having an enjoyable party?" "I am. And yourself?" "I've always found this particular game to be rather juvenile, but watching Millicent get knocked out of the round because she couldn't think of anything that started with an E was rather entertaining." "Ears," he said. "Eyeballs," she added. "At least that's what I'd been thinking." "Why is Harriet over there with all the matrons and not playing?" he asked. Agnes looked across the room to where her friend sat, hands folded primly in her lap. "I suspect she is trying to put some distance between the two of you. You make her nervous, my lord." He knew he affected Harriet. He'd seen the signs of her attraction, seen her annoyance and even humour, but he'd never imagined he made her nervous. She was always so certain when she spoke to him, telling him precisely how she felt. "Kangaroos and lions," one of the women said. "This basket is full of the most exotic animals." She laughed gleefully. "None more exotic than his lordship's chinchillas," Lady Felicia said. He'd been avoiding the woman since she'd arrived. She was a shameless flirt, and he saw no reason to encourage the attentions when he was not remotely interested. Despite the fact that she was lovely, she held no intrigue for him the way that Harriet did. "It has not been my intention to make her feel ill at ease," he said to Agnes. "What are your intentions?" "To marry her." "She doesn't seem to believe you." "Yes, I've noticed that. Do you know why she's so reluctant to believe that I would want to marry her?" Agnes eyed Harriet across the room, then looked up at him. "I do not know all of the details, my lord, but I do know that several years ago her mother had arranged a union with her and a man who was very cruel in his rejection of her. It was devastating to Harriet. She'd always been so careful around men, but her nerves would get the better of her, and she'd end up behaving rather awkwardly. After that incident, she decided she'd only marry for love, though, to be perfectly honest, she hasn't really let any man get close to her, so there's been no chance at a love match." "She's protecting herself from getting hurt," he said. "I believe she is." From him. He was a bastard of the worst sort. He hadn't rejected her. He'd merely rejected the notion of marrying anyone for money. He wasn't sorry that he hadn't agreed to marry her that night. He was damned proud of the fact that he'd single-handedly rebuilt the Davenport fortune, restored honour back to the family name.
Yet he wished that he hadn't dismissed her so callously. Perhaps they could have courted then, waited to marry until he'd regained some funds. He recognized that none of that would have worked. He'd not been healed enough then. Anger had fueled his every move 6 years ago, and had he unleashed it on Harriet, he would have broken her spirit. "There have been no other suitors for her?" he asked.
"No, but not for lack of interest. Men like her. Everyone likes her. Her smile alone could brighten even the darkest of days. But any attention she's given, she brushes off and excuses."
Agnes bit down on her lip.
"I'm not certain I should be telling you all of this."
"Are you sharing secrets she's told you in confidence?"
"Of course not."
"Merely your own observations?"
"Precisely."
Agnes's perceptions weren't wrong, not as far as he was concerned. Harriet was intensely likable. It was surprising she wasn't married, but he was damned glad she wasn't. He couldn't deny what Agnes said about Harriet's smile, though he'd partially thought the effect was only on him. But something about the genuineness and ease of her smiles made the world seem like a better place. Good God, he was waxing poetic about the woman. He needed to bed her soon before he tried his hand at a sonnet. Oliver had grown weary of the game. Courtships and wooing were not things he excelled in. He wanted Harriet in his bed, as his wife. Today he'd ensure that would happen. Earlier that day they'd agreed to meet to discuss the outcome of the party. They had one evening left. They were to walk together to the pond, and she was to give him her suggestions on which lady he should pursue. An exercise in futility if there ever was one. So he had an alternate plan. He waited for her on a bench by the back gardens that led out to the pond, rose gardens and maze. She stepped outside and walked down the steps toward him.
"My lord, you're looking rather dapper this afternoon."
He waited until she'd put her gloved hand into the crook of his elbow. "Thank you. I'm afraid I can't return the compliment, though. You appear to be exhausted. Did you not sleep well last night?"
She sucked in a breath, but didn't dare look over at him.
He chuckled. "Very well. I shall not torment you, except to say that I can still taste you, and your cries of pleasure still ring in my ears."
"Oliver," she chided. She stopped walking. "I shall not walk with you if you will not behave the proper gentleman."
"I can never promise that." His gaze fell to her lips. "But I do promise to not speak one more word about last night, or how you wrapped your legs around my ears." He held up a hand. "Last comment." She eyed him warily, then nodded, but he could have sworn she'd bit back a smile. "The weather is quite overcast," he said noncommittally.
"Indeed? I suspect we'll have rain by this evening. I do hope it doesn't interfere with us returning to London tomorrow."
"The roads around here do not tend to flood very often. Everyone should be able to return."
"See how pleasant we can be when we're having appropriate discussions."
"Propriety is overrated if you ask me."
"Yes, well, I didn't ask you."
The subtle green hill lowered them to the path he'd created that ran along the pond. They walked in silence for several moments. "I need to rest," he told her.
"Of course."
He sat on the stone bench next to the quiet pond. She remained standing and turned to glance out at the water.
"They're beautiful,"
she whispered, once she caught sight of the swans. He nodded. "The black one is my favourite." Just then she swam into view, graceful and lean with her proud, curved neck.
"Why is she your favourite?" she asked.
"She is different than the others. She demands your attention with her graceful curves and dark shadows." He wanted to say more, about how she, too, was beautiful
in a way that was different than the rest of the lithe beauties in London. Harriet's smile lit up a room, her laughter a soothing balm to any injury, and her passion. He was surprised she hadn't been snatched up by some other man. He was thankful, though, that they had missed the signals. Their loss was most assuredly his gain. His pants grew uncomfortably tight as he thought of her writhing in pleasure last night, the way she'd arched into his touch and cried out his name, first from his hands and then from his mouth. He'd never wanted any woman the way he wanted her. He had a seemingly unquenchable need to have her and only her. "Thank you for the practice room," she whispered. "A lady has interests. She should pursue them," he said plainly. "That's quite forward-thinking of you." "I have many facets." She smiled. "I do believe the changes we made to your hair and the shave are working." She reached out a hand as if to touch his face, then pulled back abruptly. She was drawn to him as he was to her, yet she fought against it so fiercely. "I've heard more than one of the ladies comment on how handsome you are." "Have you agreed with them?" "Oliver, you know you are a handsome man. Are you begging for compliments?" "Only from you." She waved her hand dismissively, then reached into a hidden pocket at the side of her skirts and withdrew a folded paper. "I've narrowed your list down to these candidates, but I would entertain a different list if you have suggestions." He shifted his legs and set his cane on the seat next to him, though he said nothing. She'd stepped closer. He could smell the sweet scent of her hair rinse. She glanced down at the paper in her hands, then back up at him. "Your eyes are rather terrifying," she said. "A pity. I do hate to frighten people." "They are so intensely blue, though sometimes appear nearly silver. It is as if you have a storm brewing in their depths, much like when something rolls in over the ocean." He pulled her to him, and she fell onto his lap. "Have you spent much time thinking about my eyes, sweet Harriet? What else about me do you find terrifying?" Her eyes widened and her breath caught. "The way you make me feel." Then she frowned as if she couldn't believe she'd actually answered him. "The way you make me feel is rather terrifying as well," he said. He was running out of time. He knew their mothers would be coming by this way, and he needed to time the kiss perfectly, else this plan wouldn't work at all. He lowered his mouth to hers as he caught sight of the group coming around the bend. But then the plan was lost as she opened her mouth to him. Her tongue swept forward, and he gripped his hands into her hips to hold her still. "You have no idea how much I want you," he said. Then he kissed her again. "Lord Davenport, I will ask you to please unhand my daughter." Chapter 13. Harriet's mother's voice tore through her, and she bolted upright so quickly she nearly fell to the ground. Oliver grabbed her hand and steadied her, but didn't release his hold. She faced her mother and all the others with her, including his mother and the rest of the matrons. Her face flamed. She was doomed. "That was not what it looked like," she stammered, which was ridiculous because, of course, it was precisely what it had looked like. There was no legitimate way to excuse such an embrace. She tried to pull her hand from his grip, but he would not release her. Instead, he grabbed his cane with his other hand and came to his feet. Still, he said nothing. "My lord," his mother said. "We were kissing," he said, as though it were no different than saying they were cooking or gardening. "We could see that," his mother said. The other women snickered behind their gloved hands. Embarrassment ate through her insides. She wanted to turn heel and run as far away as she could, but his grip on her hand was too strong. She kept her gaze to the ground, unable to bear the weight of the other women's glances. "I trust you will do the honourable thing," her mother said.
"Of course. Harriet and I were just discussing my engagement," he said. "Our engagement."
She whipped her head around and glared at him.
"I think it would be best if we continued this inside," his mother said.
She turned and faced her friends.
"If you'll excuse us, we must handle this private family matter."
She ushered Oliver and Harriet forward, while she and Harriet's mother followed behind.
"Kindly release my hand," Harriet ground through her teeth.
"Do not make this worse than it already is, Harriet," her mother said softly. No one else spoke the entire rest of the walk back to the house. Oliver opened the first room they came to. The small study boasted a table with a slanted top. It was an architect's table, if she wasn't mistaken. But now was not the time to inquire about that. In fact, she didn't care if he'd designed and built Buckingham Palace. Once the door closed behind the four of them, she jerked her hand free and stepped as far away from him as she could manage. "I refuse to marry you," she said flatly.
"Are you mad? Everyone saw you. Us. There's no explaining that away. They caught us kissing."
She turned and faced their mothers, silently pleading with them. A marriage to Oliver meant the end of her dream to ever find a love match. She'd be doomed to a life with a man who would never love her. She angrily swiped at the tears that clouded her vision.
"Your mother already demanded I marry you," he said.
The corners of his lips tipped slightly. Her mother nodded in agreement. Her eyes narrowed in on him. "Why am I the only one trying to think of a way out of this?" He moved over to stand next to her.
"Because there is only one way out of this. You know that."
His calm, even tone was driving her mad. "Why are you smiling?" She stared at him. His brows rose. The walls closed in on her, and her breathing became shallower, as if there weren't enough air in the room to gasp. "You planned this, didn't you? You brought me out there, pretending like you were going to be an adult and discuss your future plans, and then you did this."
"Harriet, do I seem like the kind of man who would do something like this, simply to get what I wanted?"
She swallowed. "Yes, you do." He cocked one brow at her.
"I told you I wanted you."
"You do not want me. I am the easy choice." He laughed, but there was no humour to be found in the sound.
"You think you've been easy? Damnation, Harriet. You're the most stubborn of females. You refuse to see what is right in front of you."
"So you removed my choices."
"I did what I had to do."
"You are unbelievable," she shouted.
"We all know what you did, son. This was an intentional compromise," his mother said. He shrugged. "It was the inevitable conclusion. I merely sped things up."
"I told you no," Harriet said, "in no uncertain terms. You asked to marry me, and I said no. How is that inevitable?"
"I would have persuaded you, eventually."
"You are the most arrogant." He put his fingers to her lips.
"Let me stop you before you say something you'll regret."
"You intentionally compromised me," she said blankly. She could no longer feel her hands and feet. Everything seemed to have gone numb.
"You refuse to take my proposals seriously."
"You refuse to take no for an answer."
"When it comes to what I want, that is true."
"Well, I'll tell you what I want. A marriage in name only. I'll do my duty and give you an heir, but then that's it. After that, You will never touch me again." Then she turned away and stormed out of the room, not caring that she'd spoken of such things in front of both of their mothers. "We will have to make the announcement soon," Harriet's mother said. "Of course, we can't allow these people to leave for London without making a formal announcement," his mother said. "Tonight's final ball will become an engagement party. It shall be divine. It will be the talk of the town. Indeed, everyone will be clamouring for details of how the Marquess of Davenport had fallen so hard he couldn't wait." His mother clapped her hands. "It shall be perfect." "I should go and speak with Harriet," her mother said. He waited until they were alone and faced his own mother. "What are you talking about, fallen so hard?" he asked. "You, being in love with Harriet," his mother said. He rolled his eyes. "Why do women insist upon making everything about love? Oh, admit it, Oliver. Your affection for her is so obvious. You can't keep your eyes off her. Not to mention you have done everything imaginable to keep her in the same room as you." "I hate to break this to you, Mother, but I compromised Harriet because I want her in my bed. She's the only woman I'm able to tolerate being in the same room with for more than 10 minutes. She's intelligent and beautiful, and for whatever reason, my presence doesn't seem to frighten her. Those are the reasons I am marrying her. Love has nothing to do with it." His mother smiled and nodded, but said nothing else before leaving the room. Love. That was ridiculous. He couldn't keep his eyes off her because he desired her. Since their first encounter a month before, he had thought of little else besides all the different ways he could take her. Yes, it had been a damned long time since he'd had the company of a woman, but once he'd seen Harriet and her lush curves begging for his touch, he'd known no other woman would sate him. There was no privacy to be found in this damned house. Harriet's mother had already entered her bedchamber, her eyes full of sympathy, to try to calm her down. "This isn't as terrible as you seem to believe," she said. "Many marriages start this way." Harriet shook her head. There was no point in trying to explain anything. All of her arguments, any of her reasons, would be for naught. She knew how this would end, how it had to end. Then Oliver's mother rapped her knuckles on the door before slipping inside. "I would apologize on behalf of my son's behavior, but I know it wouldn't do any good," she said. Harriet nodded. "I was just telling her that plenty of marriages begin this way," her mother said. She glanced at Harriet. "You obviously have some feelings for him to be in such an embrace." She would not indulge in this conversation. The last thing she wanted was either of these women knowing what a wanton she'd become. "Oliver is a handsome man," she'd said, "who is obviously quite fond of you. I'd say he's already halfway to loving you," her mother said. "Most assuredly, and then some," his mother said. Harriet shook her head. "He told Malcolm he would never love me, could never love me." "What does what he said have anything to do with how he feels?" his mother asked. She cupped Harriet's cheek. "I know what it's like to be forced to marry a man you do not love, who doesn't love you in return." Tears glistened in the woman's eyes, and Harriet swallowed hard against her shame. She knew about how terrible Lord and Lady Davenport's marriage had been. Her mother had spent many a tear over her friend's unhappiness. "This was a terrible thing he did," she continued. "But please, do not give up on my son." Oliver didn't want to do this. Hell, he was ready for all of these people to leave his house so he and Harriet could be alone. But their mothers had been right. The earliest anyone was leaving was tomorrow, and by then Harriet's reputation would be in pieces if there wasn't an official announcement made. So he was ready to publicly declare their engagement, and pretend, if for one evening, that he was a normal man who could fall in love so desperately that he had to rush into marriage, instead of the broken man he was, who'd forced marriage upon a woman he was desperate to have in his bed. She looked beautiful tonight, even without her smile reaching her eyes. Her pale blue gown fit her perfectly, accenting her narrow waist and generous cleavage. She stood stiffly next to him, her gloved hand draped lightly over his forearm. The musicians stopped playing. A footman clanged a silver spoon against a crystal glass, drawing attention to where they stood. "What is this, Oliver?" Harriet whispered.
"Our engagement party."
Her hand moved to pull away from him, and he settled his own on top to hold her still. He cleared his throat.
"Under more traditional circumstances, the Duke of Lockwood would make this formal announcement on behalf of his sister. Instead, the duty falls to me. Lady Harriet has agreed to be my wife, and, being the impatient cad that I am, we will marry in 2 days at the village church."
A hush fell across the crowd. Then the whispers began in earnest. His mother stepped forward. "You are all welcome to stay to attend if you so wish. Now then, let us celebrate this joyous occasion." People applauded and smiled. She waved a hand, and the musicians began playing again. "You secured a special license," Harriet said.
"I did."
She turned on him, eyes flashing. "You were so certain you'd convince me to marry you, or had you planned on trapping me from the beginning?"
"I hadn't intended to do anything save persuade you, but the night I spent in your bed—"
She sucked in a breath, and her caramel-coloured eyes darkened to a molten brown.
"I couldn't wait any longer."
"Why not seduce me, then?" Why hadn't he? Then at least she'd recognise that she was partly to blame for their rushed nuptials. He'd wanted her to pick him, to say yes to his proposal. He shoved those thoughts away.
"I understand I am not what you wanted. I don't need you to pretend you're in love with me, but can you please not behave as if you've got a gun to your back?"
"But I do. You've backed me into a corner. You took what you wanted without any thoughts to what I wanted," she said.
"What is it that you want, Harriet?"
"I want a love match. I want a husband who would—" Her voice choked a little. "Love me." The last bit came out in a whisper. Something tightened in his chest. He knew it couldn't be his heart, because that had died years before.
"The ceremony will be at 9 Sunday morning. I've taken the liberty of ordering you a dress."
She flinched almost as if he'd struck her. "Of course you have." She stood there quietly for a moment, watching the couples move gracefully across the dance floor. "Am I to ever have any control in my life again? Ever a say in what I do or how I spend my time?"
"Contrary to what you might believe to be true of me, I am not a monster, nor am I an unreasonable man. You will have every luxury money can buy, and before you tell me that doesn't mean anything to you, consider the resources you will have, to do as you wish for your beloved charities. I know that as the sister of the Duke of Lockwood you've had access to some moneys, but I'd wager your allowance with me will be significantly larger." He moved her closer so he could lower himself to her ear. To others it likely looked like a lover's embrace. "And I've already been clear about your activities with your little group. You will have freedom, Harriet. Resources. All I ask for is you to warm my bed." She swallowed visibly, but never moved her eyes off the ballroom floor. "And you may dance with whoever asks. Do not sit out on my account." He tapped his leg with his cane. She looked up at him then, sympathy shining in her eyes. He didn't want her pity. "I've actually never cared for dancing. It's far too awkward for me to find a suitable partner. As I'm so short, I end up staring at the gentleman's navel." He chuckled. "You're not that short." "Perhaps not, but it certainly seems that way at times. I think, for me, you are the perfect fit." Chapter 14. Harriet left her fiancé's side to seek out the comfort of Agnes, Justine, and Tilly. Everything was happening too quickly. Her life had turned completely upside down, from losing the ladies of virtue to now losing the dream of having a marriage built on love and affection. Instead, hers would be built on manipulation and desire that would likely wane once he bored of her. Where would that leave her? Her friends gathered off to the side of the refreshments table. Agnes's warm blue eyes landed on Harriet, and she smiled. "I won't say congratulations, though the situation warrants it, because I know this wasn't your choice," her friend said as she reached them. "Thank you." She put on her best smile. "I suppose things could be worse."
"Most assuredly," Justine said. "I heard that Margaret Potter was recently betrothed to Lord Brickfield."
Harriet winced.
"He's twice her age."
"At least,"
Agnes added.
"Not to mention, I believe he's shorter than her," Matilda said. "You and Lord Davenport make a striking couple," Justine said.
Agnes nodded.
"Yes, you cleaned him up quite nicely."
Harriet's eyes landed upon him immediately. While he wasn't the tallest man in the room, he still had a commanding presence. His broad shoulders and tapered waist cut a fine figure in his black waistcoat. His intense silver-blue eyes landed on her, and warmth spread through her entire body. His lips curved in a smile. She had shaved him and given him a haircut, but his face had not changed. He'd always been handsome. She'd always thought so, at least. But here, now, with his eyes on her, he was breathtaking. He was hers. Would he always look upon her with desire heating his eyes? Perhaps, but it was doubtful. Desire didn't last forever, and he'd already admitted that he could never love her. They chatted quietly for a few more moments, and then Oliver's friend Benedict came over to them. "I believe this is our dance, Lady Justine," he said with a tight bow. She nodded and allowed him to sweep her onto the floor.
"I must be missing something," Harriet said. "When did they get introduced?"
"Yesterday, perhaps," Tilly said.
They walked idly over to the refreshments table, and each grabbed a lemonade before moving off to one of the partitioned areas separated by a screen and some potted topiaries. Harriet led them around to the back side of the screen. She longed to be free from all these people.
"I heard that this entire party was so Lord Davenport could find a bride."
A voice came from the other side of the partition. Agnes gripped Harriet's arm, and they all fell silent.
"Yes, my mother made me come, though I begged her not to," another girl said. "He is richer than Queen Victoria herself,"
a third girl said. Harriet recognized the voice as belonging to Felicia Collins.
"I'm thankful someone else is saddled with him. I cannot imagine him touching me," the first girl said.
"They don't call him the monstrous Marquess for nothing," Felicia said. Yet that had not stopped the girl from flirting shamelessly with him the entire weekend. Harriet should have encouraged that match when she'd had the chance. The thought of him doing to Felicia what he'd done to her the other night, though,
left Harriet with a hollow feeling.
"We can all agree that everyone's favourite spinster saved us all,"
the second girl said. Harriet knew her mouth was open, but she simply couldn't believe her ears. This is what he'd been trying to tell her about girls being afraid to be in the same room with him, and about her not behaving as if she had a gun to her back, forcing her to marry him. She was being forced, but she most assuredly wasn't afraid of him. Had this been why he'd felt compelled to compromise her? Because she was the only woman who saw the man he was, and not whatever ridiculousness these girls spoke of? Monstrous Marquess. That was laughable. There was nothing remotely frightening about him. The girls' voices faded as they moved away from the screen. "I cannot believe that," Harriet said.
"You are not everyone's favourite spinster," Matilda said. "In fact, I've never heard anyone refer to you in such a way."
"What?" Harriet waved her hand dismissively. "I care not what they said about me. I am a spinster, or I have been, and everyone does like me." It had often been what Malcolm said had prevented her from getting the attention of men. She was too likeable, too much like everyone's little sister. She'd always thought the notion ridiculous, but perhaps it had merit. Monstrous Marquess. Since when have people called him that?
"I've heard it a time or two," Agnes said, "but I don't think it's the prevailing consensus."
I might not have picked this union, for my own reasons, but that doesn't mean that he is whatever they said. She realized then that hiding in the midst of their engagement ball would only prolong such rumors. He needed her to show the rest of these people that she wasn't afraid. He wasn't a horrible monster. Good heavens, the man was delicious to look upon. What was the matter with those girls? "If you'll excuse me, I'm going to play the attentive fiancé." She made her way back over to him, knowing full well that he watched her every move. "It unsettles me when you look at me like that," she told him, when she reached his side. "In what way am I looking at you?" "As if I am the last piece of cake on the tray." He chuckled. He leaned down close to her ear. "That's because I desperately want to put my mouth on you." The mere mention of such wickedness had desire gathering between her legs. She shifted her stance. "Sweet Harriet, do you recall how you came apart in my arms? I'll never tire of the way you taste." He leaned up but kept his intense eyes locked on hers. "I would kiss you right now if it wouldn't scandalize the entire room." He picked up her hand and pressed his lips to the exposed skin at the top of her wrist. "Don't look so alarmed, my dear. I meant I would kiss your lips. The rest is for us, and only us." It wasn't a declaration of love by any stretch of the imagination, but it was heartfelt and honest. She wasn't happy about the way things had happened. She had clung to the dream of marrying for love for so long. Perhaps she hadn't given any thought to the benefits of marrying for lust. It was the morning of her wedding, and Harriet moved through the ministrations with detached awareness. She hadn't seen much of Oliver since the evening of their engagement party. He'd made himself scarce, which frankly worried her. She knew that for some men, the hunt was where all the excitement lay. He'd caught her. Could he already be bored with her before they'd even begun? She shoved down the thought. None of that mattered. Regardless of how either of them felt, they would be married. The majority of the house party guests had left yesterday to return to London. Harriet had stood by Oliver's side as they thanked people for coming. Brookhaven was her home now. She would be the lady of the manor, so to speak. It was important for her to take her place at his side. He had kissed her hand, but that had been the extent of their contact.
Thankfully, her friends had all decided to stay, and her brother had come in from London to walk her down the aisle. Her sister and her family were also in attendance. The maid worked on Harriet's hair, pulling it into a low gathering of curls that knotted at the back of her head. Later they would secure the veil. She watched the women working behind her through the mirror. She didn't want to look at herself. She had already vowed that no matter what occurred today, she would not cry. "It's your wedding day, Harriet. Do try to smile," her mother said. She did her best and gave her mother a weak grin. "My dear, I know this is not what you imagined, but it might be how things are meant to be. Remember my story about my own marriage. I was angry going into our marriage, mad at my parents for agreeing to it, mad at your father for asking." She smiled wistfully and squeezed Harriet's hand. "Eventually, I resigned myself to the events of the day and was able to enjoy it. I merely want the same for you." Her mother made it sound so easy, as if all she had to do was embrace the situation and eventually she'd wake up and Oliver would love her. She didn't even know if she'd ever love him. She couldn't deny he made her feel things, physically. Lust, desire, carnal pleasures. He could provide that for her. It wasn't something she'd ever considered, ever thought she needed or wanted, and she'd still have the freedom to participate in her Ladies of Virtue activities. He'd also offered her financial resources. She stood in front of the mirror while Justine and Agnes worked on the buttons at the back of her gown.
"He selected a beautiful dress,"
Justine said. That she couldn't argue with. The ivory silk bodice fit her perfectly, and then flared at the waist and fell into a full skirt with intricate embroidery. How had he known her measurements to order something that fit so perfectly? Perhaps he'd stolen one of her other dresses and couriered it to the dressmaker. Agnes took the small circled band of delicate white flowers and set it atop Harriet's head. The veil hooked onto the back of the band and fell across her shoulders and down her back. "Oh, Harriet," her mother said, her voice full of emotion, "you look so beautiful, my dear." All the girls agreed, handing out compliments as if they were a mandatory part of the day. She was pleased they thought she looked good. Despite her feelings about her pending nuptials, she wanted Oliver to find her beautiful. It was a foolish wish, one built on the childish fantasies she'd crafted after watching her sister and brother-in-law fall in love. She felt the prick of tears gather at the corners of her eyes, and she clenched her jaw tightly to will them away. "He will grow to love you," her mother said. She shook her head but said nothing. Justine put her hand on Harriet's shoulder and gave it a slight squeeze. "I should think marrying someone who doesn't love you would be infinitely preferable to—" she paused, "to plenty of other things." Harriet glanced at Justine's reflection in the mirror. She knew what went unsaid. They all did. Justine was in love with the man who had married her sister. Unrequited love of the worst kind. She reached up and squeezed Justine's hand. It was time to stop feeling sorry for herself. It served no purpose. This was her lot, and she would accept it. She stood and eyed her reflection. Ready or not, she was about to become the Marchioness of Davenport. Oliver had done his level best to keep away from Harriet the last day and a half. With their mothers convinced he was in love with Harriet, he'd needed to pull back from her. He knew what he felt for her was nothing but pure, unadulterated lust. Yes, it was a desire he'd never experienced with any other woman, but that did not make it love. Now that he knew she'd be his, Keeping his hands off of her had become a significant challenge, so he'd kept to himself under the guise of making arrangements. She stood before him at the front of their small village church. Her beauty was blinding. He'd been right in his estimating her measurements, and the gown he'd ordered fit her perfectly. For a moment, he wished they were in one of the bigger churches in London, so that more people could see how stunning she was. He'd heard some of the other girls talking, the night of their engagement ball, about Harriet's figure. The lush curves he so wanted were evidently not at the height of fashion. He suspected much of this was what lay at the bottom of Harriet's unwillingness to believe he didn't truly find her desirable. They had the rest of their lives together for him to show her precisely how much. To the devil with the rest of those fools who couldn't see her one-of-a-kind beauty. He looked into her eyes and repeated ancient words to love and honour her. His bride looked up into his face and repeated her vows. To love him, to honour him. Something broke loose in his chest, as if her words alone could put a chink in the armour he'd built around his heart. No, not merely her words, but the expression on her face. Her eyes shimmered with something that felt dangerously close to love, and it made him hope, damn her, that she would love him. Then he remembered his request at the party. He'd asked her to do this, pretend so that others didn't think she was marrying a monster. He knew what people said about him. He might be crippled, but he wasn't deaf. He'd seen the way other girls looked at him, fear barely contained in their prim little faces. Not Harriet, though. She not only wasn't afraid of him, she fought back. She told him how she felt and how wrong she thought he was. He smiled. She didn't love him any more than he loved her. That was all a bloody illusion. He certainly couldn't expect or even want her to love him, knowing he couldn't return the feelings. No, he knew she wanted him, or at least her body responded to his touch. That was all he needed. "I present to you Lord and Lady Davenport," the priest said. The small church cheered. She was his. Though he was ready to pull her into a closet and claim her body as his own, he knew he'd have to wait, endure the rest of the day's festivities, the people who had stayed to celebrate with them. Tonight he'd have her. He'd take his time and explore every inch of her. Chapter 15. She had paced her bedchamber for the last half hour. Perhaps it had even been longer than that. All she knew was that her nerves were beyond frazzled. She'd never been this anxious. He was coming to her room to consummate their marriage. He had to. This was what he'd said he wanted. Yet, as she stared at the door adjoining their chambers, it did not open. She went back and stood before the mirror again. In addition to the wedding gown he'd purchased for her, he'd evidently bought something for her to wear tonight. Though it completely covered her body from neck to toes, the gossamer fabric was as delicate as fairy wings and nearly as translucent. This was ridiculous. He did not make all the decisions. Starting their marriage this way would give him the wrong idea. She donned her dressing gown and took a sobering breath before she opened the door between their bedchambers. At first she thought the room might be empty, but then she heard him, grunting. She stepped farther into the room and came around a corner at the foot of the massive four-poster bed. There, hanging in the doorway, was Oliver. He wore only his breeches, and the bold display of his body was breathtaking. As he methodically pulled his body up and then down, the muscles in his arms and shoulders shifted and bulged. She could not tear her gaze away. He brought his legs up to his waist, then dropped them again. "I'm nearly done," he said. She hadn't even realized he'd seen her yet. She'd been so absorbed watching the sinuous play.
"I'd never realized that men had those."
She pointed at his stomach. He glanced down as best he could from his dangling position. He finished his count, then dropped from the hanging bar and landed on his left leg. "Can you hand me that?" He pointed to the towel hanging on the basin table. She grabbed it and walked it over to him. Her eyes ate every inch of him. Perhaps if he allowed her to simply look upon him until she had her fill, she might not miss the affection of a loving husband. He wiped his face and neck and torso, ridding his body of the sheen of perspiration. She had the ridiculous urge to follow the trail of that towel with her tongue, her cheeks heated. She looked up at his face and found him watching her, one brow cocked, a quirk of a grin on his lips. "I must admit, wife, that I very much like the way you are looking at me right now," he said. She swallowed. She reached out and traced her hands over the ridges that lined his abdomen to make 8 defined flesh-covered rectangles. His stomach tensed beneath her touch, but he did not move, allowing her to explore the hard muscles.
"You're beautiful,"
he chuckled. "I'm glad you think so."
"I was nervous."
"Pardon?"
"Waiting for you to come to me. You were planning to consummate the marriage tonight, were you not?"
The words rushed out of her in a quick ball that seemed to simply roll off her tongue as she opened her mouth. He ran a hand up her arm. Even with the dressing gown between her skin and his, she shivered at his touch. "Sweet Harriet, I have waited far too long to let this evening pass without consummating our union. I merely was attending to some things first. I apologize for causing you nerves."
"Let us get it over with, then."
She quickly untied the dressing gown and let it fall to the floor, leaving her in the impractical shift that essentially covered nothing. She squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to see any disappointment on his face. He swore. "You're not going to make this easy on me."
"Make what easy?"
she asked. "Taking my time. Trust me when I tell you you're going to want this to go slowly." He leaned forward and pressed a kiss to her lips. It was gentle and full of promise, but he did not delve into her mouth as he'd done before. "What is that bar for?" she asked, pointing at the metal pole that hung horizontally in the doorframe leading to his dressing room. "Oh, primarily I use it to tie up servants when they misbehave. But on occasion, such as tonight, I exercise with it," he said. She laughed and felt her shoulders relax.
"I know you well enough to know you would never mistreat a servant."
He moved away from her then and went over to a table across the room, where he opened a decanter and poured 2 glasses of amber-coloured liquor. "Here, sip slowly. It will help with your nerves." He handed her the glass. She brought it to her lips and took a small swallow. He took her other hand in his. "You do know I will never hurt you in any way." Her body? Yes, she knew that. Her heart? She wasn't so certain. Hell, he'd not intended to use his bar tonight, but he'd already been so bloody hard for her, he'd thought taking the edge off by punishing his body might help him. Then she'd burst in, and her lust-filled eyes had devoured him. He'd never built his body for any reason other than to assist with the limitations of his leg. But that look on her face had been worth every sweat-filled time he'd spent on that damned bar. The soft, shimmering shift cupped her breasts, not quite allowing him to see all of the details, but enough that his erection was back in full force. He had to take things slow with her, he knew that. She was a virgin. She'd need him to be tender, not rut her like a randy boy. Her pink tongue darted out to lick a drop of the brandy off her lip. He nearly groaned. He set his own drink aside, untouched. Tonight would require him to have full use of his senses so he could better control himself. She drank the last swallow of her brandy and let him take her glass. "Feeling more relaxed?" he asked. She took in a shaky breath. "Yes, I think so." "You looked so beautiful today. The perfect bride." She smiled. "Thank you. You selected a wonderful gown. Though I did wonder how you managed to order something with such a perfect fit." "I've measured enough items and designed structures that I suppose I have an eye for that sort of thing." He moved his hand to the curve at her waist. "This is stunning too." He let his eyes rove over her, damned if he didn't want to pick her up and toss her onto the bed, but doing so would be impossible with his leg. He could barely hold his own weight, let alone anyone else's. He led her over to the bed and gently pushed her backwards so she fell onto the mattress. She bit down on her lip. "Please douse the light." God, he didn't want to. He wanted to drink in his fill of her, with his eyes, with his mouth, with his cock. But tonight he'd indulge her. This first time. Then never again. He turned and walked across the room to douse the lamp on his side table, then the one on his chest of drawers, and finally the one on his bedside table. Thankfully, the glow from the fireplace gave off some light. He heard something hit the floor next to him, and when he reached out to Harriet, he found she'd removed her gown. Her bare skin was so soft. Quickly, he relieved himself of his remaining clothes and climbed onto the bed. She'd scooted herself fully onto the mattress and lay silent and still. He leaned against her, his heavy erection pressed to her thigh. She sucked in a breath. "I'm assuming you know about the goings-on between a husband and wife in the bed." "Of course. I am a virgin, my lord, not a ninny." He chuckled. "Excellent, as I have no use for ninnies. Then again, I've never had a use for a virgin before. But with you, it's different. Everything with you is different." He leaned down and kissed her throat. The pulse under his tongue leapt. He moved over to her mouth and slanted his across, putting forth all the passion he felt, showing her precisely what he wanted to do to her body. Her tongue slid against his and he groaned. Her hands forked through his hair, angling his head to meet her kiss. He lowered a hand to cup one breast. She moaned into his mouth and arched herself into his palm. Her nipple beaded under his touch. "I've had dreams about these breasts," he murmured. She giggled. "Why is that funny?" "I don't know. Just seems an odd thing to dream about." "Oh, but that's because you don't have the imagination I do. The things I want to do to your breasts, Harriet." He lowered his head and sucked the hardened tip into his mouth. She cried out. He massaged the other one while he continued to kiss and suck the first. Her hips bucked and twisted, trying to find relief. Her hand moved up his chest, then back down, tracing the muscles in his torso. Though her fingers were cold, he'd never tire of her explorative touch. "I've dreamed of washing them, lathering up soap and rubbing the soft bubbles against your magnificent breasts." Her fingers ventured lower, to the indention at his hip and then around to his bottom. She brought her entire hand there and cupped him. He ground himself against her thigh as he sucked hard on her breast. She arched again, pulled at his bottom to get him to move closer to her. But it wasn't time yet. He needed her nice and wet and wanting him so badly that he barely had to touch her before she came. I, of course, dreamed of kissing and sucking them, as I am now. He showed her precisely what he'd thought about doing to her so many times. Her moans of pleasure tugged at the base of his erection. He slid a hand up between her breasts, the sensitive skin that lay in her cleavage. More than anything, though, I've thought about putting my cock here. He'd have given anything to have seen her expression, because the little "oh" that came out of her mouth must have reflected pure desire. But not tonight. Tonight I'm going to put it here. He slid his hand down her stomach, into the warm, wet spot between her legs. He did not slip his finger inside her just yet. All the same, she pushed herself into his hand, her body begging for what it needed. Her hands were frantic and needy as she moved them across his skin, one still cupping his ass, the other moving over his stomach muscles. She rocked her hips toward him. He slipped one finger into her folds. "Oliver," she breathed. He closed his eyes and relished his name on her lips. He pushed another finger inside her, and her hands gripped at his flesh, her nails biting into his skin. Then he moved them, slowly at first, but as her whimpers increased, so did his speed. With his thumb, he traced over the hidden nub, and she gasped. "Oh my! Oh my!" He kept his rhythm, pushing her closer and closer to the edge. Her channel tightened around his fingers, and her breathing shallowed. She was getting close. He lowered his head and took her nipple into his mouth and laved it with kisses. She tensed and then broke. "Oliver, Oliver, yes." He could wait no longer. While she was still riding the after-effects, he positioned himself atop her. "Am I too heavy for you?" "No, the pressure is actually pleasant," she said, though foreign. He was glad that she felt free to talk to him during their lovemaking. "This might pinch," he said. Then he sheathed himself inside her. Her nails bit into his biceps and she tensed. "I'm sorry, sweetheart. There's no way around that little pain. It won't hurt from now on." "I'm fine," she said. He bent and kissed her, tenderly. Then slowly he moved his hips, pressing into her, then pulling back out nearly to his tip. "Harriet, you have no idea how good you feel." Gingerly, she pulled up her legs and wrapped them around his waist, seating him into her even deeper. He swore. She froze. "Did I hurt you?" "No, it's just really good. And I want it to last longer for you." With this new angle, though, every thrust rubbed him against her bundle of nerves, and she gasped each time. "Again?" she whispered. He chuckled. "I hope so." He thrust into her, in and out, and then felt her spasm around him as she cried out his name. One more push, and he spilled his seed inside her. He'd been right about one thing. His desire for her would never wane. Chapter 16. Harriet had woken alone. The soreness between her legs and in muscles she was certain she'd never used before told her the night before had, indeed, happened. She was married, and well and thoroughly defiled. Well, she supposed, since the wedding had happened first, then defiled wasn't the appropriate word. That's certainly how it felt, though. After going back to her own bedchamber and washing herself, she rang for a maid, who assisted her in dressing. She missed Lottie and her mother, even Malcolm. Her life was different now. She would make her own family here with Oliver. Her heart fluttered at the thought, and she rolled her eyes at her foolish reaction. She knew this estate wouldn't be their permanent home, considering Oliver preferred London. Still, Brookhaven would be home on some occasions. With that in mind, she left her bedchamber in hopes of exploring the estate. She'd seen some of it when she and Oliver and their mothers had initially arrived. He'd shown her the basic rooms, including that mesmerizing shower he'd had installed. A miniature version of a Roman bathhouse was what it had looked like to her. He'd used the technology from such places to create a refuge for him here, and the one in his London townhome. An even smaller version was due to be finished soon. Though he'd invited her to do so, she hadn't intended to make use of the shower feature. That was before they had married. Before she was his wife, Lady Davenport. Her heart thumped again. Good heavens, but she was a goose this morning. She'd wanted to be a wife for as long as she could remember. This hadn't been how she'd envisioned it, though. Granted, last night wasn't how she'd envisioned that either. She'd known there could be pleasure found in the marriage bed. Her mother had told her as much. But what Oliver had done to her, the responses he'd elicited from her, pleasure seemed such a lackluster word in comparison. 2 hours later, she had walked the entire perimeter of Brookhaven Hall and seen most of its rooms. She found herself in the armory, where Oliver had made her practice room. Sparring and practicing was rather difficult without a partner, so she ended up sitting on the mattresses in the centre of the massive room. He'd done this for her, because he liked her, was what Agnes had said. Had it all been a ruse to get her into his bed? Is that why she hadn't seen him at all today? Because he'd had her and now he was done? Perhaps he intended to leave her here in the country, where he could visit her when the mood struck. She would not stand for such a thing. He'd gotten her into this marriage, and she'd be damned if she stood by while he ignored her. She could return to London and live her life as she had before their vows. Vows. She'd made promises. To him. To God. In front of their families and friends. She would adhere to her vows, but she would not forsake her heart in the process. He had successfully avoided his wife the entire day, though admittedly it had not been easy. He'd wanted to find her during luncheon to make certain she had everything she needed. During afternoon tea, he'd thought to call for her, but knew if he did, they'd end up tangled together and he'd not get any work done. Damned if he hadn't missed her presence, her smile, her laugh. That meant nothing other than he'd grown accustomed to being with her. Without her, though, he'd been able to accomplish some tasks that day. He'd drafted the design for the expansion at Benedict's. Then he'd sketched 2 new pictures of Harriet. He scrubbed a hand down his face. Christ, what was the matter with him? Would he ever have another moment free from thoughts of her? By the time he'd gone in search of her, he'd discovered she'd eaten supper without him, but had not yet retired to her room. Her angry threat about having a marriage in name only after she produced him an heir hung over him. He'd make certain she was so addicted to the pleasure he brought her, she wouldn't dare. Before leaving her bedchamber, he spoke briefly to her maid, then went to his own room to prepare himself. After supper, Harriet had walked briefly in the gardens. Brookhaven was a beautiful home, his ancestral home, having been in the Davenport family for hundreds of years. She could imagine the halls filled with the laughter of their children, Christmases in the largest parlour and games of hide-and-seek in the maze outside. She might not be happy with the way Oliver had brought about their union, but she'd made vows and would follow through. Once he provided her with children, perhaps she would stay here at Brookhaven and raise them. With any luck, she'd be a mother, and her children would adore her.
Children would be the only thing that would tempt her to leave the ladies of virtue. She wasn't certain she'd be able to walk away for any other reason. She'd asked Agnes to make certain to send notice if any new information about Lady X came out. So far, she hadn't heard a word. She stepped into her dressing room, and her maid was already waiting for her. The girl quietly went through the routine, and before Harriet knew it, she was dressed in the shimmering shift and dressing gown from the night before. Her hair was simple enough that she was able to send the girl away so she could undo it herself. She started removing the pins, then stepped into her bedchamber. After dropping the pins on her dressing table and pulling the rest of her hair free so it fell down her shoulders, she rolled her neck to ease the tension. "I love when your hair is down," Oliver said. She jumped and turned. He stood by the fireplace, dressed only in his dressing gown. She swallowed. "My lord, I didn't see you." He gave her a lazy grin. Her breath caught. How was it possible that something so simple as a smile could have such an effect on her? "I didn't see you all day," she said, then frowned. "That is, I wasn't certain I'd see you tonight." "How is it possible you'd still doubt that I want you?" How could he see her doubt? Did it show in her face? Instead of coming to her, though, he stepped over and sat in the large chair next to the fireplace. In doing so, he allowed his robe to fall open. His body lay open to her perusal. His manhood lay against his thigh, unassuming, yet still intriguing her. "Take off your clothes, Harriet. I want you to watch me, to see what you do to me." She bit down on her lip and shook her head. "Sweet Harriet, let me see your beautiful body." Tears pricked at her eyes, so she slammed them shut. She didn't want to, but as her husband he had the right to her body. He'd touched her everywhere the night before. He could surely feel her flaws. Showing him would be no different. Her hand shook as she untied the small ribbon that held her dressing gown together. The filmy material fell to the floor, leaving her in nothing but the gossamer shift. "Open your eyes, love. Watch my body and see what you do to me, what you are already doing to me." She opened her eyes and settled them on him. His legs stretched out in front of him. His broad shoulders and perfectly sculpted torso made her hands itch to touch him. "Take off the gown," he said, his voice edged with an almost painful quality. She did as he asked, and, though she wanted to douse the lights and hide beneath the covers, she stood boldly in front of him. Desire darkened his eyes to a cold metallic grey, and the weight of his erection jutted out in front of him, his hand wrapped around his length. "This is what you do to me. Do you understand that?" Her body reacted instantly, her nipples pebbled, lust pooled between her thighs. Her exhale was louder than she intended. She bit down on her lip. "You're so beautiful. Come here, wife." He held his hand out to her, and she allowed him to pull her forward. He settled her onto his lap, straddling his powerful thighs. His hard length pressed against her aching sex, and she bucked against him. "I've never wanted a woman the way I want you. I've no sooner come inside you than I crave the feel of you all over again. It is as if you alone hold the key to my pleasure." His words poured over her. He might never love her, but she couldn't continue to pretend that he didn't want her. She might not understand it, since she'd spent so long hating her own body, wishing her curves weren't so exaggerated, wanting longer legs or a smaller bottom. But her husband craved her body, and she would give it to him freely. She lowered her head and kissed him. He gripped her bottom and slid her forward, pressing her even harder against him. "Harriet," he groaned. He slid a hand up her torso to cup one breast. He lifted it, then brought it to his mouth. She arched against him as he suckled and nibbled teasingly. Her sex slid against the hard ridge of him, and she cried out. She rubbed against him again and again, while he laved kisses from one breast to the other. Pleasure tightened inside her, knotting in her core. Another stroke and the knot burst, jolting her with wave after wave of ecstasy. Before she'd ridden out every last bit of her climax, he lifted her hips and plunged into her, sending her spiraling again. "You're so wet for me, so tight. I knew it would be good with you, but damnation, Harriet, you feel too good." He felt good too. She wanted to tell him, but the words died in her throat as he lifted her up and then slowly back down. Teasing and taunting, he moved inside her, and she knew another climax built. Gracious, what this man did to her. "Look at me, love," he said. She met his gaze as he thrust deep inside her. This beautiful man was hers. Her heart swelled, and she knew no matter how long it took, she'd be here, loving him enough for them both. Again and again he thrust, and the pleasure mounted. His thumb flicked against the tight bundle of nerves hidden in her folds, and lightning shot through her. She cried out his name, and watched his eyes close as he poured his seed inside her. Their union almost made up for the fact that he'd avoided her all day. Almost. Chapter 17. They had been at Brookhaven for nearly a week. Still, she had heard nothing from Agnes or anyone else in London. Every day went much the same. They didn't see each other during the day, but at night he lit up her body. Then he'd leave her at some point after she'd fallen asleep. Whether in her bed or his, he never stayed. She hated that she wanted him to, that she longed to wake up with his large warm body pressed against hers. She wanted more than the pleasure-rocking intimacy they shared, but that was all he'd promised her. Still, it did not stop her from seeking him out that day. She rapped her knuckles on the door to his bedchamber, but no one answered. She checked the door and it was unlocked, so she let herself inside. This was the first time she'd been in his massive room in the light of day. The sunlight from the window beamed in, spotlighting the architect's table sitting beneath it. She stepped closer to the window, staring out at the forested area that backed up to the property. This very spot was where she'd wanted to sit to read, or write letters, or simply stare out at the beauty of the space. She understood why he chose it to do his own work. Laying open atop the desk sat his sketchbook with a drawing he must have been working on, as it remained unfinished. It was a rough sketch of a large room with vaulted ceilings, panelled walls and tables scattered about. Perhaps a project for his friend Benedict's gaming hell. She turned the page and found a series of drawings of windows, different shapes and designs, just ideas tossed onto paper, but with such detail they were mesmerizing. The next page featured the same as before, only with archways. One drawing after another, sketched ideas that poured from his head. She had no idea he hid such a talent. She'd heard that he'd been the one responsible for the rebuilding of this house, but she'd never realized. She turned one more page and her breath caught. Staring back at her was her own face and her naked body. Heat swarmed to her cheeks and she swallowed. In the image, she lounged on a settee, one arm gracefully arched above her head,
Her legs turned slightly and held together, but not enough to hide the triangle of curls between them. Her breasts looked heavy and lush, the curve of her waist and hip in perfect proportion, not at all what she'd ever seen in the mirror when she looked upon her real body. Was this how he saw her? The woman in this picture was beautiful, desirable, seductive. She moved her finger down the curve of her illustrated arm. All of these drawings were done by his masterful hand, pictures to do justice to the images in his mind. Certainly that meant that despite what he'd told her brother, that he'd never love her, he must care something about her. This drawing spoke of more than simple desire. Just as he'd lovingly drawn the architectural details, he'd drawn her too. Hope bloomed in her chest. She grabbed the drawing and went in search of her husband. Perhaps there was love to be found in this marriage after all. It didn't take her long to find him, in that small parlour where they'd stood with their mothers after he'd compromised her. He leaned as much as sat on a stool behind the drawing table, his hand working furiously over a piece of paper. Is this what he spent his days away from her doing? His eyes lifted and met hers. The blue of them pierced into her. How was it possible for eyes to be that colour? A silver blue that defied creation.
"Harriet," he said with a nod, "I trust you slept well."
She blushed and wondered at what point would she stop having such reactions to him. "I did, thank you."
"Good."
Polite and cool, not the passionate heat he brought to her at night.
"Did you need something?"
He motioned to the paper she held at her side. "I found this." She bit down on her lip, realizing that she'd been prying into his private belongings. "That is, I was exploring the house and entered your bedchamber. I found your sketches."
He nodded. "Some of them."
"I'm sorry?"
"It matters not."
He pointed to the one in her hand.
"You wanted to ask me about one in particular?"
She swallowed and stepped forward. She set the paper down on the desk in front of him. Her naked form stared up between them. Her breathing shallowed.
"It does not do you justice. I realized that after I saw you in all your glory."
He picked up the paper.
"The curve of your legs is wrong. Your breasts are so much fuller, and your nipples are more upturned than this."
Realized after he'd seen her. "You drew this before?"
"Weeks ago."
His heavy gaze fell on her. "Oh."
"I can throw it out, and the rest of them if you'd like. I can't ever seem to do you justice."
"There are more." His lips quirked. He dug through the sketch pad beneath his hands and pulled out 3 more drawings, each of her, different poses, different state of dress, but mostly without clothes, all painfully beautiful. She reached out to touch them, but pulled back.
"You could recreate the pose there."
He motioned to the leather settee behind her.
"I could try to capture your body on paper, though I seriously doubt my talent."
"That's not necessary, and please don't toss them out. They're lovely. I've never seen myself like that."
His brows rose. "You've never looked at yourself unclothed?"
She shook her head. "That's not what I meant. The way you see me, it is unexpected." These drawings of her were made with artistic skill, but something more. Why couldn't she simply say it? Why couldn't she come right out and ask him, "Do you love me? Will you ever be able to love me?"
"You shouldn't be so surprised, Harriet. I told you I wanted you, that you were desirable. You are a beautiful woman. Hasn't anyone ever told you that?"
He stepped around the desk, leaned against it and pulled her to him. "I don't know. Not that I recall, except for my parents." He dropped a kiss on her lips, slow and languid and full of heat. Desire prickled through her, and she clung to him, wanting more, wanting whatever he gave her. Well, that is truly a shame. I shall endeavour to remind you of that fact on a regular basis. Yes, she could get used to hearing him say such things. Greedy, she whispered, though this time it wasn't an insult. He chuckled. Yes, I am greedy. I've never wanted anything or anyone the way that I want you. One kiss is not enough. One night in your bed is not enough. I want you always, beside me, beneath me, atop me, all of you. She'd been thinking about herself, the greed he brought out in her, but his words stole her breath. My Harriet cup is never full. There is always room for more. I will never get my fill of you. Do you understand? She closed her eyes and heard every word, felt them as she saw the raw emotion in his face. His desire was true and authentic. She couldn't deny that. Still, he had made no mention of his heart or hers. Love was not what he offered, and it is what she wanted, craved. She was his wife now, so there was no leaving. But could her love sustain them both, or would she end up resenting him and hating herself? When I saw this drawing, it felt like, that is, it appeared as if you'd given it the same attention and care you had done your other drawings. He nodded. When I look at it, it gives me hope. Dare I hope that the love with which you create your drawings could mean... He put a finger to her lips. I'm going to stop you there. I know what you're asking me, what you're asking of me. He shook his head. Know that whatever I have is yours. I can buy you any pretty bauble your heart desires. I can fund any charity you find. He gripped her arms and looked into her eyes. I can love you with my body. Harriet, if I had a heart to give, it would be yours. I wish that was enough to make you happy. Her heart crumbled to dust inside her chest. She closed her eyes briefly. I wish it was too. With that, she turned and left him. What was she supposed to do now? Damnation. The look on her face was enough to... what? Make him change his mind? Hell, he would love her if he thought it was at all possible. She might not think what they had was enough for her, but he'd prove her wrong. Every time he touched her, he nearly forgot all of it. The poverty, his father's betrayal, the accident, his damned leg. Being near her did that to him, for him. Certainly he could provide the same for her. Passion might not be the same thing as love, but in the midst of it, perhaps it would ease the ache of her wanting more from him, wanting something he couldn't give her. What he could give her was enough. He'd show her that. He stepped into the hall and heard the unmistakable sound of the pump room. Someone was using the shower. With determined steps, he made his way to the room he'd designed, much like a miniature Roman bath. The sound of her muffled sobs nearly did him in. Water poured over her, washing away her tears. He couldn't comfort her if his life depended on it, but he could make her forget. He made quick work of removing his clothes and stepped onto the marbled floor. Her back was to him. Her curves beckoned him, a ship to a lighthouse. The smoothness of her back, the intention of her waist and her perfectly round ass that begged for him to bite it. His erection grew even harder. His want for her nearly stole his breath. She'd unpinned her hair, and a cascade of blonde corkscrews fell down to her waist. She tilted her head up to the water spray that came from above her, and the sound of her crying melted into the water. He moved to her then, wrapping one arm around her, across her magnificent breasts, the other lower, so his hand could splay across her stomach. She gasped at his unexpected touch, but said nothing. He pressed his erection against her. He couldn't say the words she longed to hear, but he could make assurances that she never doubted how much he wanted her. His mouth met her shoulder, her neck, and spread kisses over her. The water came at them from every direction. He was thankful he'd thought to include benches in the design. He cursed his broken body and the fact that he couldn't take her here, push her up against the cold, tiled wall, and lose himself inside her. But he couldn't hold his own weight up very long without his cane. Holding hers, too, would be an impossibility. For now, though, he could ignore the pain in his leg to hold her a little longer, to enjoy the way her lush curves pressed against him. He kissed her ear, her jaw, moved to her cheek and then her temple, doing his best to kiss away her tears. He said nothing. There was nothing left to say. He'd wanted her and forced her to marry him, and then told her, in no uncertain terms, that he'd never be able to love her. The worst of it, though, was that he wanted her to love him, craved it like he was lost in an opium den. He was the worst sort of bastard. He turned her to him, lowered his lips to hers and slashed them across, tongues and teeth, urgency and hurt. It was all there, mingling between them. He pulled her with him to the bench and lowered himself down, straddling her atop his lap. Her eyes, rimmed red, searched his face. He cradled one of her breasts. Her breath caught, the shade of her eyes darkened. Somewhere in the midst of the urgency, something shifted. His touch became softer, more tender. The rush dissolved as his hands explored her every curve. Their mouths explored, teased. When he could take it no more, he lifted her and slowly lowered her onto him. He squeezed his eyes shut and didn't move. Being inside her was heaven incarnate, as if she'd been made specifically for him, for his body. She leaned into him, her breasts rubbing against his chest, and she wiggled her hips, trying to satiate herself. He allowed himself to move then, to lift her up, nearly off him completely, then lower her again, impaling her onto him. She shuddered, moaned, tried to buck against him faster. He lifted her again, and this time, when he lowered her, he rubbed the pad of his thumb against that little nub of nerves hidden between her folds. She cried out, "Yes, Oliver, please don't stop." Stopping was the last thing on his mind. She was close. She was going to come apart right here on top of him, right here where he could see it when it happened. He'd never get enough of her. "I love you," she whispered. Then she broke apart. Her body shook as she rode out her climax. She cried out his name again and again. This time there was no shower to wash away her tears. They'd spent 2 additional days at Brookhaven and then returned to London. They hadn't spoken about what had happened in the shower. She secretly hoped she hadn't said it aloud, but she knew she had. She'd declared her love, and it had been as if she had done it in an empty room. Him not reciprocating her affection didn't change anything. She did love him, painfully so. When he came to her bed, he showered her with affection and pleasure, and made her hope anew that someday he'd love her in return. In the meantime, she needed to return to the life she'd left behind, which meant the ladies of virtue. She was on her way out when Oliver stepped into the corridor. "Good morning," he said. His eyes were rimmed with darkness and his lips drawn tight. "Could I speak with you a moment?" Her stomach plummeted.
This was it, the moment she'd known was coming. He'd grown tired of her in his bed, and now they were stuck. She nodded, gave him a weak smile, and followed him into his study. He sat next to her on the leather sofa. "I owe you an apology," he said. "I'm sorry?" "No, that's what I'm to say." She smiled. "Very well, continue." "I did not listen. When you told me you wanted to marry for love, I could see only our great passion for each other, and I know that, in and of itself, is rare. So I forced your hand, took away your choice." He swallowed and shook his head. He took her hands in his. "Sweet Harriet, I am sorry I compromised you. I should have listened when you gave your answer to my proposal." She hated that tears pricked at her eyes. "Why are you telling me this? There is naught we can do about it now, unless you have tired of me and wish I'd return to Brookhaven alone." Merely saying the words left her feeling cold and empty. She wouldn't do it. She'd stay in London whether he wanted her or not. He'd made their bed, and he'd have to endure it with her, even if he never touched her again. "Christ, Harriet, is that what you think I'm saying? That I regret marrying you because I no longer desire you?" He shook his head. "That will never change. I will never stop wanting you. But I fear my desire has made you miserable, and for that I am sorry. I don't regret you being my wife, only that you didn't choose me willingly." He stood. "I wanted you to know that." "What am I to do with that knowledge, Oliver?" she asked, coming to her feet. Hot tears streaked down her cheeks, and she didn't even give a damn. "I don't know. Leave if you must. It is nothing more than I deserve." She opened her mouth to say something, then thought better of it and left the room. If she waited too much longer, she'd be too late for her meetings. In the meantime, she'd do her best to make sense of her husband's confession and hopefully know what to say to him when she returned home. 20 minutes later, Harriet waited in the parlour at Lady Summersby's townhome. She'd been here so many times over the last few years. Being a member of the Ladies of Virtue had become her true joy, the main purpose in a life that hadn't gone as she'd expected. At 25, she'd thought to have been married with children long before now. But she had to do something about the Ladies of Virtue. She'd already had to compromise on her marriage. She'd be damned if she lost everything important to her. She might have had to give up her dream of having a husband who loved her in return, but she wouldn't give this up. Lady Summersby swept into the room. "I hear congratulations are in order." She smiled brightly. Harriet nodded. "Thank you." "You seem less than pleased." "Merely trying to grow accustomed to it. To say the marriage was sudden would be an understatement. I'm certain you've heard by now of the circumstances." Lady Summersby waved her hand. "What is done is done. You are safely married. Your reputation is no longer in question. Though I suspect many of the matrons have marked their calendars to see if I'll have a spring baby." Lady Summersby's brows rose. Harriet shook her head. "There will be no such child unless, of course, it happens now." Goodness, how did she get herself into these conversations? "My apologies, my lady." "Nonsense, Harriet. I was a young bride once." Lady Summersby picked a piece of lint off her skirts. "It takes some getting used to, belonging to someone in the way you do when you marry. Regardless of the circumstances, be patient with yourself and with your husband." Harriet nodded. This was not what she wanted to talk about today. It was easy for Lady Summersby to hand out such wisdom. Her husband was unabashedly in love with her. "Thank you for the advice. I came to inquire about the investigation into Lady X. Have any more details come to the surface?"
I'm afraid not. And in fact, the danger has grown more substantial.
Goodness, I hadn't heard anything. I suppose I've been preoccupied as of late.
Nothing significant has happened other than threats. Several of our members, myself included, have received letters.
Gracious. Had all of that happened while she'd been at Brookhaven? She wondered briefly if she'd received anything at her brother's townhome. Perhaps any such post would not have reached her at Oliver's. Blackmail?
She nodded. For the most part, yes. This woman knows an alarming amount of information about our little group.
She put her hand on Harriet's.
I know you want this to continue. I do too. But it's time for us to realize that it's finished. I will not put anyone else in danger. We will let the Metropolitan Police handle the crimes in this city.
Anger flared in her chest, warming her entire body. Because they do such a spectacular job at it? Harriet asked, not bothering to temper her tone.
If there was another way, I would. Lady Summersby shook her head. The Brotherhood has deemed it unsafe for us to participate in any such activities for the foreseeable future.
In other words, the Ladies of Virtue is no more.
What's done is done. I'm sorry, Harriet. I know this means a lot to you. It does for me, too.
She came to her feet.
I trust you can see yourself out.
Then she left the room. Harriet had never seen Lady Summersby so defeated. She was a vivacious woman, but right now she was scared. Well and truly scared. Someone had to do something about this mysterious Lady X. There was only one person in London who had seen the woman. Lord Ashby had met with her when she had contacted him at his newspaper about a story of ladies who secretly disposed of crime. If anyone could find her, Lord Ashby would know how. As she was led into Lord Ashby's townhome, it occurred to her that she and Iris had missed each other's weddings. The new Lady Ashby would be here as well. Harriet was led to their parlour, where they both sat reading. My apologies for interrupting.
Harriet!
Iris stood and embraced her friend. I'm sorry for not being there for your wedding. I do hope you understand I was unable to get away. Harriet waved her hand. You had your own ceremony to prepare for. Mine was unexpected, to say the least. I hate that I missed yours. I heard it was lovely. Iris smiled warmly at her husband, Merritt. It truly was.
Enough with the pleasantries.
They could catch up with each other at a later date. Right now, she had a far more important task at hand. I need to meet with Lady X, she said. Can you still contact her, my lord? Merritt frowned. What is the matter, Harriet? Nothing. I am weary of some faceless, nameless woman stealing from us what we have all worked so damned hard for. Iris's brows rose. You're not usually so impassioned. Come and sit. Have some tea. She didn't want any bloody tea. She wanted her group back. She wanted to salvage something in her life. She shook her head, then focused on Merritt again. Will you schedule a meeting for me with her?
I'm not certain that's a good idea, he said.
Either you do it, or I'll run an advertisement in the Times and do it myself. I suspect your way will speed things up some, Harriet said. Iris put a hand on Harriet's arm. It's too dangerous. I know how to protect myself, the same as you, and I will take every precaution. Merritt eyed his wife a moment, and Iris nodded. He stood and walked to the small writing desk on the opposite wall. After quickly writing something, he held the paper out to Harriet. She reached for it, but he did not release his hold.
Tell us what you are planning to do so that someone knows where you are, he said.
She explained that the townhome Oliver owned where she had been practicing her skills, was empty. She would request Lady X meet her there and offer her whatever sum of money she required. Iris embraced her again. "Promise me you shall be careful." "I promise. I'll even bring a weapon along just in case." It was time to put this woman's threats to rest. Certainly all she wanted was money, and, though Harriet had never lacked for anything, she now had access to a seemingly bottomless pit of funds. She could find this Lady X and pay her to move to the Americas. Then her beloved ladies of virtue would be back in business, as it were. Chapter 18. Oliver waited for nearly an hour before going to search for Harriet. She was nowhere to be found, neither of their bedchambers, nor the parlours, nor the library, nor the garden. He ignored the thoughts clawing up his throat. Harriet was gone. She had left him. He'd told her to go, so why wouldn't she do precisely that? He'd wanted to believe that her love was true, that it wasn't fleeting, and that it would be enough to sustain them. He'd been wrong, or rather, he'd been right. She'd told him she loved him that one time in the shower, as she'd climaxed. It had been only her physical release, not her true feelings for him. If that were the case, if his wife had left him, then he'd merely go back to his life as it had been before their union. He had his work to do, his investments. His mother had rekindled her romance, and he suspected she would wed any time now. He'd been a selfish bastard, and it had cost him the most beautiful woman he'd ever known. The clock on the mantel struck the hour. He swore. He was officially late to Benedict's for their meeting. He grabbed his sketchbook and pencil and left for the club. Thankfully, tonight was business, and he could go in the back door, thus preventing him from having to engage with anyone save Benedict himself. Quarter of an hour later, he had already poured himself a drink and was waiting for Benedict to enter his office. Oliver tossed back his drink, then slammed it on the table.
"What has you so tied in knots?" Benedict asked as he came into the room. "Marital bliss not so blissful?" "Go to the devil," Oliver said. He eyed the glass in front of him, noting the large crack that appeared at the base. "I'll buy you another." Benedict laughed and poured Oliver another 2 fingers of scotch in a new glass. He slid over the drawing he'd done for the expansion. "I can't seem to get the slope of the ceiling right." Benedict glanced over the sketch, then shrugged. "Looks perfect as usual. I think I could fashion a hidden panel on that wall there that would allow you access to the front room without going around," Oliver said. Benedict eyed the part of the wall in question. "I suppose, but eventually someone would see me coming out, and then they would know where I hide most of the time." They sat in silence for a few moments, simply drinking. "Are you going to tell me what's bothering you, or just glower at me? Because if it's the latter, I can return to the main room and endure Lord Crawford's drunken rant for another half-hour." Benedict shook his head. "That man cannot hold his liquor, nor play a game of chance worth a damn." "Sounds like my father," Oliver said. "Your father was a selfish bastard. That has already been established." Oliver glared at his friend. He held up a hand to prevent Oliver from arguing. "Before you try to lie about what this is about, let me remind you, I've known you your entire life. I know you." Oliver exhaled and cursed his friend, but the man was right. "Harriet is unhappy." He left out the part about her having left. It was in his nature to go after her, pursue her until she was in his arms again. but his impulsive and demanding nature is what had gotten them into this mess to begin with. Did you try buying her a present? Benedict took a sip. I hear women enjoy those sorts of things. She has usage of funds to buy herself whatever she desires, Oliver said. Additionally, I don't think that would win her over. It certainly didn't help with the courtship. What did you do while at Brookhaven? Benedict closed his eyes and shook his head. Please leave out the finer details. I'll use my imagination. That was all. I worked on my sketches during the day. I suppose she worked with the servants to better acquaint herself with the workings of the estate. At night I would find her, Oliver said. You did not take her on picnics or walks or read poetry to each other? Benedict asked. Damnation, man! Is that what you believe marriage to be? He paused. My parents had a terrible marriage, so I suppose I don't have any reliable source of information for the way the relationship should go. But you did spend time with her, other than when ploughing into her, I'm assuming. Oliver took a deep breath. He'd wanted to, but no, he hadn't. He shook his head, unable to form the words. You avoided her? I did. Benedict swore. Oliver scrubbed a hand down his face. He'd forced her into a marriage, despite her repeatedly telling him no. Then he'd brought her to the country where he'd left her with strangers until the black of night when he'd slaked himself on her body. He'd given her pleasure too, he knew that, but it obviously hadn't been enough. In truth, it wasn't enough for him either. That's what was so damned troubling. If I gave in to my desires, I'd be with the woman all day and all night. I crave her nearness like some kind of addiction. Benedict merely nodded, as if he completely understood the notion. It scares the hell out of me. I know that bitch Catherine changed how you felt about love and marriage. You can see now that things aren't quite so black and white, Benedict asked. He'd never thought he'd find a woman who would love him. He'd given up that idea the moment Catherine had turned her back on him and walked away. He wasn't a whole man. He was broken and therefore unlovable, and she'd told him as much before she'd left. Harriet loved him, had told him so. Only the one time, but he knew it to be true. She had left, too. You need to tell her, Benedict said, his voice low. Tell her what? Tell Harriet you love her. Women need to hear the actual words. Did he love her? Was he even capable of such a thing? He'd thought he was at one point, but then everything had changed. He felt something for Harriet, something beyond lust. He wasn't so ignorant as to not recognize that. But love? He still wasn't certain he was capable of such an emotion, and if he was, would it be the kind of love she deserved? Since when are you an expert on all things love? Oliver asked. Benedict pointed at him and smiled. You don't disagree with me, do you? Even if it were true, it matters not. She has left me. Then go after her. You've never been one to sit back on your laurels and ignore something you want. Oliver made no move to leave. Seriously, man, why are you here with me when you could be chasing down the woman you love? Son of a bitch. It was true. He had fallen in love with his wife. Now he had to find the perfect way to tell her. Harriet had sent the request for a meeting with Lady X. She'd asked that the mysterious woman join her at the Garner townhome. It was the perfect place, because she had access to weapons, should they become necessary, and it offered privacy, which would hopefully lure the woman in. For the last half hour, Harriet had paced the darkened corridor, waiting for a knock at the front door. But nothing had come. She'd spent the time thinking about Oliver's admission. He had to care something for her to make such an apology, to recognise that he didn't want to see her unhappy. When she returned home, she'd have to tell him again how she felt, make certain he understood that, for now, she had enough love for both of them. A scraping sound came from above her. Was someone upstairs? Perhaps Lady X had come early and was lurking about, trying to find additional information to use against the ladies of virtue. That wouldn't happen. Harriet grabbed a small lady's cane that hid a delicate but lethal blade inside and quietly climbed the stairs. She'd never had need to use such a weapon before. Her great skill that she brought to the ladies of virtue had been her keen observation. She'd been able to step into a home and tell immediately if one of the servants was stealing. Still, she did not know what to expect from such an adversary, and she should be prepared. She reached the top of the stairs, turned and lost her footing. She grasped at the air, but caught nothing and instead fell head first down the long flight of stairs. When Oliver hadn't found Harriet at either their townhome or her brother's, he went to the Garner to see if she and Agnes were practising. Perhaps she had decided to move in there for the time being, until she decided what to do about their failed marriage. It was late, well past midnight, and the house was dark, but still he stepped into the foyer. His heart stopped. Harriet lay in a crumpled heap at the base of the massive staircase. He moved as quickly as his damned leg would allow him to reach her and fell to his knees, despite the nearly crushing pain that seared through his knee and up his hip. She was still breathing, which reminded him to do the same. He gasped for air. Her face was bruised and swollen, and one of her legs twisted, her ankle already discoloured and twice its normal size. Oh, God, no, not his Harriet. While he'd never wish his constant pain and limitations on anyone, having to see his beloved Harriet struggle with such a thing would destroy him. He had to get her to safety, get a doctor. Damned if he couldn't even pick her up himself and carry her to safety. He was worthless. He hobbled himself to the door and called out. A young man passing by started and nearly ran off. But Oliver called him over, handed him a coin and told him he'd double it if he went to his townhome and got several servants to come quickly. The boy rushed off in the direction of Oliver's townhome. Thankfully, it was only a block away. It was an eternity, waiting for someone to come and rescue his wife. He'd been such a selfish bastard trapping her in a marriage with him. She merited someone who could at least protect her. A man who was whole, not him and his broken body and sad excuse for a heart. Even if he could offer her his love, what he had would never be enough to give her everything she deserved. As if that had called it to life, the thump in his chest sped and tightened. He held her hand tightly and sent a prayer up to whoever was listening that she be safe, that nothing be too damaged. If she survived this, he'd set her free if that was what she wanted. It seemed an eternity for the footman to arrive and get her situated in her bed. The doctor had been in the room with her for nearly half an hour, and still Oliver knew nothing. Pacing was not an easy feat with a cane. It was loud and clumsy and painful. Still, he could not sit still. Finally, the doctor came out of the room. Oliver held his breath. "She is fine," the doctor said. He wiped his hands on his apron. "I gave her some laudanum for the pain." "Her leg?" Panic ate at his insides. "Sprained." Relief washed over him so strongly he had to lean against the wall to keep from sliding to the floor. "She should stay off it for a few days," the doctor continued, "but there should be no lasting effects. The rest of her is bruised, But considering the fall she took, it could have been a lot worse. She's fortunate you found her when you did."
Oliver swallowed.
"Can I see her? She's resting, but yes, you can. Don't expect her to be too lucid until the laudanum wears off. I've left a bottle on the bedside table should she require additional pain relief. Thank you, Doctor. I'll come back in a couple of days to check on her."
Oliver stepped inside Harriet's bedchamber and took in the sight of her. She looked so small, tucked into the bedcovers that way. Her pale blonde curls hovered across her pillow, a perfect halo. His beautiful, sweet wife. He needed to think of a way to convince her to stay, something that would prove to her he loved her and always would. His heart thumped again. He needed to touch her, remind himself she was still there with him. He climbed into the bed next to her, careful not to disturb her. He rolled to his side. He needed to be near her, to be close in case she needed him, to watch the even breaths she took as her chest rose and fell. What would he have done if he'd lost her? A wave of nausea rolled through him. She was everything to him now. As soon as he could figure out how, he'd show her precisely that. Harriet woke up to a myriad of sensations, the first being the warm, solid band wrapped around her waist. Pain radiated from her ankle, and she shifted, bringing her further into contact with the solid wall behind her. The wall that was her husband. She had dreamed that he sat at her bedside, looking haggard and worried. Then another dream of pressing kisses to her face. She'd considered them an effect of the laudanum the doctor had given her. But he was here, in the bed with her. It was the first time he'd ever stayed through the night. His lips brushed against her ear. "How is your pain this morning?" Was it morning? Darkness still permeated the room, and she saw no sign of the sun rising at the edges of the closed drapes. "Bearable," she said. It was likely the laudanum, but she'd slept better last night than she had in weeks. And to have awoken with her husband wrapped around her, she couldn't prevent the slow smile if she tried. "Christ, Harriet, when I found you at the bottom of the stairs," his voice trembled, "I was terrified. I thought I'd lost you, and then—" He nuzzled her neck. "I worried that your leg, that you would—" "I know." He had worried she'd be permanently injured the way he was. "Will you tell me about how that happened?" He was quiet for several moments before he finally spoke. "After my father died, the solicitor came and spoke to me. We had lost everything. More than that, we owed so many people." His hot breath feathered against her neck. My father's failed investments had taken from other families as well. It was up to me to put everything back to right. She wanted to correct him, to remind him that his father's sins were not his own, but she didn't want him to stop talking. "I sold everything save Brookhaven. That I couldn't bear to part with. I used the monies from the rest of the sales to pay off our debts, invested a portion, and used the rest to begin repairing the estate. It was in shambles. The roof leaked, the rooms were drafty and damp." He moved his hand idly over her hip and thigh. "I was up on scaffolding, repairing a leak, and I fell." She gasped. She knew it was coming, knew something dreadful had happened, but having been to Brookhaven and seeing how high the ceilings were, it was a mercy he hadn't been killed. "Oliver, you could have died." "I broke my femur, and the doctor couldn't set it correctly. He said I should be thankful that I hadn't broken my spine, that I'd eventually be able to walk, but I'd be limited with that leg." He hugged her tightly. "My sweet Harriet, when I saw you lying in a heap at the bottom of those stairs—"
She lifted his hands to her lips. He kissed the back of her neck, moved his other hand up to cup her breast, knead the tender flesh. She pushed herself back into him, his hardened length pressed against her bottom. He reached between her thighs, slipped a finger inside her. Yes, this was how he knew to love her. She didn't need the words, she told herself. She could love enough for them both, as long as he stayed by her side and made her feel such pleasure. Shift yourself this way for me, love. He moved her top leg over so it bent slightly and pressed into the mattress. Then he slid himself inside her. She cried out. "You're so deep," she said. "Too much?" "No, 'tis good, just unexpected." "I didn't want to hurt your ankle." He kissed her neck, nibbled on her shoulders. "From this position, I can touch you everywhere." He proved it by flicking his finger across her nipple. She hissed between her teeth and ground herself against him. He picked up speed, thrusting into her faster, harder. She reached behind her and put her hand on his thigh, reveling in the muscles that played beneath her palm as he pumped their bodies. His fingers brushed against her center, reaching the tight bundle of nerves hidden within her folds. On the second touch, she splintered, pleasure washing over her. He climaxed a second later, pulling her tight against him as they rode the waves together. The next time she woke up, she was alone. She hated the emptiness the feeling left her with. She pushed herself up into a sitting position, leaned against the pillows at the back of the bed. Then she rang the bell that sat on the bedside table. The maid popped her head in with a smile at the ready. She bobbed. "Yes, my lady? I think I should like some breakfast." The girl nodded, then disappeared. The doctor had instructed Harriet to stay off her ankle as much as possible over the next few days, so that it healed more quickly. She shifted her ankle some to see which direction hurt most when she moved it. Her body ached in other places too. Ugly bruises lightly marred her pale skin, but the ankle was the worst. The door opened again, but this time Oliver came in, carrying a tray laden with breakfast foods. He brought it over and set it on the bed next to her, the spot where he'd slept, at least most of the night. He smiled at her before plucking a berry off the plate and holding it to her mouth. "How is your pain now, wife?" "Tolerable. I don't want to take any more laudanum unless I absolutely have to. I loathe the way it makes me feel." He nodded. "That is understandable. I cannot even bide the smell any more." He pointed to the tray. "Eat." She did as he bade, enjoying every morsel he'd brought her. "When you're feeling up to it, I'd like to take you somewhere. I want to show you something." She bit into her last berry. "Please, I would love to go somewhere, but I believe the doctor wants me to stay off my ankle for a few more days. Can it wait?" "This? No, it cannot wait. I have a solution, though." He disappeared into the hall, then came back in a moment later, pushing a wheelchair. "I thought we had thrown this out after I was finished using it, but my mother saves everything, as it were." She sat up farther and smiled at him. Oh, how she loved him! His beautiful face and even more beautiful heart. He helped her stand on her good leg and twist so she could fall back into the chair. Then he rolled her out of her bedchamber and down the corridor. "Do you remember the night our mothers tried to make a match between us?" he asked. "I do. I was so nervous. I chattered on about nothingness. No wonder you were in a hurry to rid yourself of me." "Nonsense. Yes, you talked. A lot." He chuckled. "Still, I thought you were beautiful, and your exquisite curves were almost enticing enough to forego my personal agenda of earning back my family's fortune on my own." He rolled her to the opposite end of the floor. You asked me to walk you through the portrait hall.
That was my mother's idea. She wanted us to be alone. Well, as alone as propriety would allow.
He turned her chair down another corridor, and she immediately saw it was lined with frames. I thought perhaps we could try that moment again.
He inhaled, and she could have sworn he appeared nervous.
I hope you'll like these portraits and drawings.
He stopped the chair in front of the first one. It was quite obviously his drawing.
That is what Brookhaven looked like when it had fallen into ruin, he said.
Most people would have sold that estate and used those funds to buy something already built and in better repair. But you chose to fix it.
She looked up at him.
You didn't give up. That takes strength and courage, Oliver.
He swallowed and nodded, but didn't respond.
I never saw it this way, but to have seen what it looks like now, you have done an amazing job. You are remarkably talented.
The beauty was always there, in the lines, the bones of the building. I merely brought her back to life.
He moved them to the next frame.
That was my image, my plan of how to fix it, how I wanted to rebuild Brookhaven.
You did so even more.
He nodded.
The next frame. Benedict's? She asked.
Yes, this is what it looked like before we finished and opened it. And here it is now, more or less, and also his father's home after I repurchased it and repaired it.
He'd painstakingly hung each of these for her to recreate the night he'd rejected her. Her heart fluttered. Perhaps he was trying to tell her something, but she wasn't certain what it could be. Oliver?
But he shook his head. Let me finish. He nodded to the frame. This is the Crystal Palace, the first time I saw it.
The features were mesmerizing, as if his pencil contained magic instead of a simple piece of lead. Each arch, each line, every detail was perfect.
And this is the place where I walked with you the first time, and again when I proposed, the first time.
He grinned, then rolled her to the next. Her breath caught. My mother's parlour, where you kissed me the first time.
He nodded.
The next drawing was of her, in all her bare gloriousness.
This was before I'd seen every part of you, so this was my imagination, much as the other ones you found.
She blushed. We cannot leave this hanging on the wall.
I'll move it later.
He stared at the drawing a moment.
I didn't do you justice. You are far more beautiful in the flesh.
They moved forward, and she found a beautiful rendition of the small village chapel where they'd married.
Every one of these drawings is of something I love, something I'm passionate about. That is what usually compels me to pick up the pencil. I see that now. They are pieces of me, the buildings I've worked on, the friends I've tried to make penance to.
What are you saying?
How am I to say it, Harriet? He reached down and cupped her cheek. The bard and the rest of the poets have already said all there is to say about love. Still, it is but a fraction of what I feel for you. Your smile lights up any room you enter. It draws everyone to you. For me, though, it is more important than food. One smile could sustain me an entire day. Your laughter is the air I breathe. Oh, but sweet Harriet, 'tis your heart that has bewitched me so. Kind and forgiving and loving, you are more than I ever deserve, and I shall spend every day from here forth trying to remedy that.
Her breath caught. You love me.
I dare say I love you more than any man has ever loved a woman. Forgive me for being daft and not recognizing it sooner.
Tears pricked at her eyes, and happiness threatened to consume her.
I thought you'd left me. I went everywhere that day searching for you to tell you, to beg you to return to me.
he said. He bent forward to put his face closer to her. I love you so damned much, it terrifies me. There is no need to be terrified. I would never leave you. She cradled his face with her hands and kissed him. Of course I love you, Oliver, so very much. In fact, I was ready to tell you that I could love enough for us both. I want our marriage so badly. What if you wake up one morning and realize you could have had someone else, a different man, a whole man? I'd pick you again and again. I don't need you any different than how you are right now. I merely need you to complete me. This concludes The Marquess and the Maiden by Robin de Hart. Narrated by Rachel Beresford. Copyright 2018 by Robin de Hart. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Entangled Publishing, LLC, and was produced in the year 2022 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.